Yeah, I'm in my runs, still at war with them. Cowboy bebops and 6 years born again. Don't break my groove, yeah. Got nothing to prove, yeah. So, yeah. Stranger Things is over. And this video was not supposed to be this long! After 9 years and some peanuts, Netflix's surprise hit series from 2016 that became one of the biggest pop culture phenomenons of the 21st century has come to an end. And listen, I don't want to be that guy, but I told you so. I told you it was gonna suck. I've been saying it for years now. All the signs were there. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not even sure I understand why so many people were surprised by it. Look, I've seen many great shows become bad over time. We've all experienced that more than once. But aside from just an impressively sharp decline in quality that will probably be studied for decades to come, I don't think I've ever seen a show lose all sense of integrity and goodwill the way Stranger Things has. And for the part that will annoy some of the fans, that's not just a season 5 problem. It's been a problem for a good 6 years. The thing is that after seasons 3 and 4 and the absolute drag that was this 5th season, Stranger Things doesn't feel like it ended more than it feels like it was put out of its misery. This show crawled to the finish line with the grace of 2 people missing a high five, in this case the 2 people being the Duffer Brothers, who have been on a generational run of ruining their own reputation at light speed. Look at them. Look at these goofballs. Now, for context, in case anybody missed it, about a year ago, I made an extensive video talking about how Stranger Things went from being one of my favorite shows ever made to being a show that, frankly, has devolved into something so profoundly stupid that I find it almost impossible to take it seriously or to even stomach getting through some of its episodes. It's a very long video that took me almost 2 years to make, and it encapsulated every thought I've ever had about the show prior to season 5. Therefore, this video you're currently watching is kind of a part 2, the conclusion of the first video coming with a deep dive into the show's final season. And as you can probably see from the runtime of this video, I got a lot of shit to say, so focus! Stranger Things 5 was released at the end of 2025 in 3 parts. Volume 1 came out at the end of November, comprised of the first half of the season, episodes 1 to 4. Volume 2 was released 1 month later on Christmas Day, with the following 3 episodes, and on New Year's Eve, we got Volume 3, which is only 1 2-hour episode, that is, the series finale. Now, normally, I would only focus on that, the actual season and the episodes. However, a couple weeks after the finale, Netflix also released a documentary about the making of Stranger Things 5 that has some very interesting context, but we'll get back to that later. Now, to say Stranger Things 5 has been a total disaster is putting it nicely. This shit was ass. That's how I'd put it. Over the last few weeks, the final season has been dragged by pretty much everyone in pretty much every way that is humanly imaginable. People are so mad at the ending, and it seems like it's getting worse with every day that passes. Like the first couple of days after the finale came out, people were like, it wasn't great, but it wasn't like Game of Thrones bad. But with every day that passed, it got slightly worse and worse and worse. And now that they've gotten a real chance to let it sit and really think about the season they watched, everyone is like, this might be one of the worst endings in TV history, actually. Fuck this show. And it's not really difficult to see why, if I'm being completely honest. Stranger Things 5, in my eyes, can only be described as soulless. It feels like the most corporate, by the numbers season of Stranger Things. It's just really empty. On the surface, it seems like the season only has one objective: to be bigger than the last one. And sure, they certainly made it bigger. That's something that I talked about quite extensively in my first video. After season 2, Stranger Things adopted this very annoying notion that bigger always equals better. And the Duffer Brothers think every season has to be a bigger spectacle than the previous one. I explained why I think that is completely stupid, because the best season of the show literally is the smallest in scope, but clearly the Duffers don't seem to agree. Season 5 is the biggest season yet, both in terms of spectacle, but also in terms of budget. Stranger Things 5 is effectively one of the most expensive seasons of television ever made. It had a reported budget of $400 to $500 million for 8 episodes, which is fucking hilarious considering that it is by far the worst looking season of the entire series. But while a lot of people were getting excited that it would be a big final season with a massive budget, these news only serve to annoy me personally. Why is that? Well, see, I genuinely believe that Season 5 partially turned out the way it did because Season 4 got an absurd amount of undeserved praise. I really did not like Stranger Things 4. If you watched the last video, you know that. I spent an insane amount of time explaining why in as much detail as I can. But while I didn't like it, Stranger Things 4 was also like the most widely beloved season of the show. Everybody loved Season 4 so fucking much and praised the Duffer Brothers as these untouchable geniuses, even though Season 4 is a quite terrible season of television with an incredibly stupid story with no logic, an unbearable amount of plot holes, and a general dumbing down of everything that made Stranger Things special in the first place, including its characters. For a reason I do not understand to this day, this dumbass 4th season was hailed as the show's crowning jewel. Some people consider it to be one of the best seasons of television ever made, and I do not understand it. To me, Season 4 was the confirmation that the Duffer Brothers had completely given up on this show narratively, taking away all sense of complexity, consistency, and even general good writing just to make a generic, mediocre Marvel movie cater to the largest audience possible. And they settled for a dumbed down version of what they created before. It pretty much was a continuation of the show's cognitive decline in Season 3, a frankly terrible season that everyone has rejected, including the cast of the show itself, with many of them writing off Stranger Things 3 as pointless and nonsensical.
I remember reading the scene and being like, do we have to? No, literally. I was like most of Season 3. Honestly, I look at this now and sometimes... No motion. Honestly, I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, oh man, our show is like dark and grounded. And then I see that and I'm like, that.
And it was the same with Season 4, but for some reason, everybody cheered for it. And even though it's a season that insults the audience's intelligence at many points, something people finally caught on to with Season 5, the Duffer Brothers were still put on a pop culture pedestal and called geniuses at every street corner. And unfortunately, people praised them so much for this shitty-ass season that I think the Duffers started to believe it. They started feeling like they could do just about anything and be put on a pedestal as untouchable masterminds, and that praise made them feel enabled to double down on their own bullshit from the last 2 seasons. And the result? Well, this, a Season 5 that dives even more into all of the terrible narrative choices and half-assed writing of Season 4. And this is why I'm actually kind of surprised that Stranger Things 5 is so unanimously hated, mostly by the fans who called Season 4 genius. Because these 2 seasons are kind of the same. They have the same messy narrative structure, same kinds of plot holes that destroy the continuity of the previous seasons. They're both excessively bloated with too many storylines and too many characters. They have the same amount of pointless filler storylines that just waste your time. They have the same problems, both narratively and when it comes to ruining the character writing by treating the audience like idiots. All of the reasons that made Season 5 as awful as it is are the exact same reasons why why I can't stand season 4. And yes, I know a lot of people have retroactively reevaluated season 4 after season 5 and realized that it just wasn't as good as they remembered it. I saw all the new reactions to my first Stranger Things video after the series finale came out, saying the video has aged incredibly well and that I was right all along, to which, again, not to be that guy, but I told you so. But the bulk of the issue remains the same, and my feelings towards it remained the same as season 5 was coming. And I really wanted to like Stranger Things 5. Like I said, the first season is one of my favorite single seasons of television ever made. I think season 1 is worthy of the term masterpiece. It is one of my favorite pieces of media to come out in the last like 20 years. So yeah, I wanted to like the ending. Even though I fell out of love with the show because of how bad it got, I was hoping it would still manage to go out with some kind of dignity. So honest to God, going into Stranger Things 5, I really wanted to give the season a fair shot. It had been 3.5 years since season 4. I assumed they'd been cooking and maybe trying to fix the mistakes of the past to finish on a high note, yada yada yada. I tried to give myself some hope that they would end the show sort of well, purely based on the insane amount of respect I have for season 1. So I did put my biases aside to give it a fair chance. And in order to give the season a fair chance, I needed to accept two things. Two very important things that I had to apply to my mindset when diving into season 5. The first thing I had to accept, which is probably the most important, is that past season 2, Stranger Things becomes another show. I view it as a separate series that is parallel to seasons 1 and 2. Stranger Things 1 and Stranger Things 2 do not have the exact same continuity as the latter 3 seasons. They're separate entities. From season 3 onwards, Stranger Things becomes a show tied to the first 2 seasons, but with a different continuity and lore that largely ignores very important story threads from the first 2 seasons or retcons them altogether. It's a different series, which leads me to my next point. The second thing I had to accept about the show was that somewhere along the way, Stranger Things went from being a show about kids and teenagers to being a show for kids and teenagers. Like, the maturity level of the show and its story dropped to an insane degree during its run. Everything that made the show smart and compelling in season 1 is completely gone and nowhere to be found by the time season 3 starts. With season 3, Stranger Things morphed into a kids bop version of itself, a severely dumbed down incarnation of its initial idea. It goes from being a show with a strong and unique identity to being a show designed to appeal to the largest audience possible, mainly by dumbing itself down to the IQ of a toddler and by banking everything on spectacle over genuine storytelling and good character arcs. Like I said in the first Stranger Things video, after season 2, the show becomes a bad Marvel movie. It's a blockbuster and it just wants to be big for the sake of being big. And I had to accept going into season 5 that there is nothing left of this show that is the dark, mature, intelligent sci-fi series with great characters and amazing mysteries. Now it's just a shitty CW show with an absurdly gigantic budget. It's basically Riverdale on steroids. Everything feels like fan fiction that was written by a 14-year-old on Tumblr with no logic whatsoever. It's a show that has completely abandoned any sort of narrative intelligence. Because the reality of it is, Stranger Things 5 only works if you're stupid. What I mean by that is, if you are the type of person who watches movies and television very passively without really thinking about the things you're watching, then I guess you can enjoy this season, kinda, but genuinely, with Stranger Things 5, at almost any point in the season, if you stop for 1 second to actually think about what you're watching, the season falls apart immediately. And you very quickly realize that if even the most superficial, surface-level thought goes into watching it, Stranger Things 5 makes no sense. The show's logic is so broken, so full of plot holes and contradictions and events that should not be able to even happen. Every few minutes in the show destroys the logic and the continuity of the story you're watching in real time. There was genuinely so little thought and care that went into the writing of this season that the whole thing is filled with mind-blowing mistakes and narrative omissions that are so egregious that it feels like the Duffer Brothers are telling you to your face every few minutes that they think you're stupid. You'll see what I mean. We're gonna dive into it. But first, I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor, ZocDoc. Yeah, it's the new year. We're all out here trying to stick by our resolutions. Maybe you want to care more about your health choices and you want to book that appointment with a doctor you've been putting off since 2018. But it's kind of a headache because you keep being told you can't be seen for like weeks or even months. Yeah, well, don't worry. I'm here to rescue you. Or more specifically, ZocDoc, today's sponsor, is here to rescue you and make things much, much easier. So in case you don't know, ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you love and that truly fits your needs. I mean, listen, finding compassionate healthcare providers shouldn't be as frustrating and as complicated as it is, and they know that. They just want you to be cozy and confident about medical stuff. Whether you're looking for dermatology, dentistry, primary care, eye care, or one of the other 200 plus specialties offered on ZocDoc, you can easily search by specialty or symptom to build the care team that's right for you. I personally had a little bit of a medical skerfuffle happen to me recently, and I get very anxious around anything medical related, so I turned to ZocDoc, and thank God, because I just got a chance to breathe. The booking process was very simple and to the point. The visit itself was very chill and not stressful at all. The doctor really took the time to give me all of the information so I could really understand what was going on with me, and then they even followed up after the visit to make sure I was okay. Like, the entire process just took my anxiety away, and genuinely, it's because they want you to feel very taken care of, and they want to make sure things are happening on your terms to ensure you feel as safe and comfortable as possible. You want to see a doctor in person? Great. You prefer a video visit? You can do that too. Whatever floats your boat, homie. And regardless of what you choose, you don't have to be worried about waiting forever to get an appointment. Appointments made through ZocDoc happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and if you catch them on a good day, you can even score same-day appointments. That's kind of crazy. And you can view thousands of verified patient reviews to give you a real sense of who your doctor is. Yeah, down to their personality, like maybe they hate small talk just as much as you do and you both just want to get down to business. That's usually me. Or maybe you both like the same TV show and you want to nerd out with them so you're not as anxious. Whatever it is, you can feel confident that you can book with a doctor you know you will love. So, be kind to yourself this year. Using ZocDoc is free, so visit my sponsor at ZocDoc.com/FSN to find and instantly book an appointment with a top-rated in-network doctor today. That is ZocDoc.com/FSN. Thank you so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. You guys are the best. And let's get back to the show. Stranger Things 5 picks up about a year and a half after the events of Season 4. We are now in November 1987, a few days before the 4th anniversary of Will Byers' disappearance. After the events of Season 4 that saw Hawkins being destroyed by the opening of the gates to the Upside Down at the hands of Vecna, the town was put under quarantine by the American government, and it is now under the control of the military. The gates to the Upside Down were sealed by the military. Officially speaking, Hawkins was only victim to an unusually powerful earthquake, and things are actually pretty peachy in Hawkins, which immediately is weird. I don't really know how to explain it. The beginning of Season 5 feels a little out of place. It does not reflect the dread of the ending of season 4. Like, this is starting a little too happy. The ending of season 4 was pretty sinister because the heroes had essentially lost. Vecna had successfully breached the normal world, and the season ends with the Upside Down starting to bleed into Hawkins. That is, on paper, the most alarming event that has ever happened in the show. Like, from Nancy's horrific vision to the opening of the gates and the final shot, season 4 really made it seem like season 5 was about to be some dark-ass, super apocalyptic shit. That ending is so ominous, it looks like the beginning of the end of the world. But no. Season 5 starts, and things are actually really chill in Hawkins. They've been chilling for a year and a half, and nothing happened. That kind of made me scratch my head a little, but, you know, gotta give it a fair shot. But I don't know, that is quite a way to undermine pretty much everything that happened in season 4 and throw away any kind of tension it would have built in record time. I don't know, the beginning of this season makes no sense to me. Anyway, we're literally 3 minutes in, I'm not gonna get frustrated already. Volume 1 almost gave me hope. Despite a lot of flaws, I think we can all objectively say it is the strongest part of the season. It opens with a very whatever flashback scene with Unreal Engine Will Byers in the Upside Down back in season 1. There's a chase scene with a demogorgon. He gets caught and sent to Vecna, who plugs him into the Matrix. Spoiler alert, this scene has no importance for the future of this season. So whatever. The reintroduction to Hawkins post-season 4, while a little confusing given the ending of season 4, is fairly well handled. Basically, this is the new status quo. Hawkins is in quarantine. Nobody can leave the town. The town is occupied by the military, who are guarding the last unsealed gate in a high-security zone called the Max Z. Mike, Nancy, and the rest of the Wheeler family now live under the same roof as the Byers, who moved in after abandoning their homes in California to return to Hawkins and being stuck there due to the quarantine. Hopper and Eleven are still within the perimeter around Hawkins, but they're in hiding, living off the grid because the US military is trying to get their hands on Elle. Hopper is training Elle to be more like a soldier so she can be ready when shit inevitably hits the fan. Max is still in a coma a year and a half after Vecna killed her and Eleven resurrected her. No, the show will never explain this, just don't think about it, but Max is not exactly unconscious. Her consciousness is actually locked inside of Vecna's mind, and she survived by hopping from memory to memory, trying to find a way back to her body. And Steve and Robin are just kind of there. I don't know, they haven't really had arcs for the past season or two, so there isn't actually anything to catch up on with them. Robin has a radio show now, whatever. Now, last season, Vecna got his dumbass kicked by a bunch of teenagers who snuck into his house with a Molotov cocktail, a shotgun, and a dream, and he was taken by surprise and severely injured in one of the most eye-rolling scenes of season 4, and he had to retreat to lick his wounds. The thing is, a year and a half later, there is still no sign of him. He hasn't reappeared, hasn't attacked, hasn't done anything, seemingly. But the gang doesn't want to rest until they can confirm Vecna is dead, so in order to find him, the crew has started to run crawls in the Upside Down. Basically, they wait for the military to get through the Maxi gate for whatever the fuck it is they're up to in there, and they send Hopper to hijack the run while the soldiers are in, which gives him a couple of hours to freely search the Upside Down in an attempt to locate Vecna. But after a year of doing this, they still cannot find him. There's no sign of Vecna or any monsters for that matter. As far as they know, the Upside Down is completely empty. So you get the idea. Things are just too calm. That is until on the night of the 38th crawl, while the gang is spread out across Hawkins monitoring Hopper, for the first time in over a year and a half, a demogorgon opens a portal inside of the Wheeler home and kidnaps Holly, Mike and Nancy's little sister, making her vanish the exact same way Will did 4 years prior. And meanwhile, after the crawl goes wrong, Hopper finds himself stuck all alone in the Upside Down injured with a demogorgon roaming the area. So yeah, after 4 seasons of following this large cast of characters and their story and finally getting to its long-awaited conclusion, we now have a final season that is about Holly Wheeler, who has never been a part of this story until right now. And this isn't an exaggeration, by the way. Like, in effect, you could consider that Holly is the main character of Stranger Things 5. She's the character who has the most amount of screen time out of the entire cast this season, which is an odd choice for the final season of a show that already has an absurd amount of characters it can barely handle. This is another thing I complained about back in my first video. Stranger Things has this weird syndrome where there are too many characters, way more than the story can actually stomach, and yet every season, the Duffer Brothers decide to add more characters that take even more space. And so in order for it to feel coherent, they have to come up with so many things that happen at the same time so that everybody can have something to do. So now we have one storyline that's about saving Holly. We have one storyline about Elle and Hopper in the Upside Down fighting the military. We have one storyline with Max and Holly in Camazot. We have one storyline with Will's gang and Derek and the other kids. We have one storyline with Steve, Nancy, and Jonathan just fucking around. We have one storyline with Dustin being a sad boy. We have one storyline about Will and the hive mind. And we have one storyline about Robin and her girlfriend getting too close to the truth. All of this shit is happening at the same time. And we're supposed to wrap up the whole series in 8 episodes. I don't know about you. For me, that screams recipe for disaster. When I talked about season 4 in my last video, I said that there is such a thing as too much happening. And I thought that was very true in season 4, which had just way too many plot lines that really didn't need to happen. And it is definitely true with season 5. There are so many things going on in season 5, and by the end, very little of it actually matters. And I think that's one of the big reasons why so many people dislike season 5. It's the final season of the show. It has so much to wrap up, so many characters to send off, and yet most of it feels like filler. It's a season that feels like it's wasting your time. A big strength of the season, though, that the show finally understood for the first time since season 1, is that the entire thing is taking place in Hawkins. We're not going to Chicago with a group of punkheads. There's no California subplot, no hidden lab in the middle of the desert, and thank the fucking Lord we are no longer dealing with the Russia storyline, which is by far the worst thing season 4 had inherited from season 3. The show recenters the story on Hawkins and the characters that are there. And I don't know how I feel about the characters in Volume 1. Some of them, the show managed to make me care about again. Others, I still couldn't care less. But either way, by the end, you just don't really care about anyone, really. Alright, I'll be super honest. Most of this video is gonna be about Volume 2 and the finale. So let's get through this volume quickly because it's the volume there's the least to say about. It's pretty basic, but we gotta go through it so I can get to Volume 2. Episode 1 is pretty competent at establishing what the stakes of the story are going to be this time around. Although certain events happen solely because the characters are being completely stupid. You would think that after 4 years of dealing with supernatural shit, they would get a hang of certain things. That scene where Holly talks to Mike and tells him about Mr. What's-It really irritated me. And that's kind of how I knew this season was gonna be incredibly dumb, because literally, Holly is like, yeah, there's this mysterious friend I have called Mr. What's-It that nobody can see except for me and who tells me very ominous shit all the time about monsters in Hawkins. And Mike is just like, what? That's crazy. Anyway, you're brave. Here's a toy. And I'm like, you fucking moron. You have a sworn enemy you've been looking for over a year who you know is psychic, controls an army of monsters, and targets children and teenagers. How are you not alarmed by this? His reaction makes no sense, and spoiler alert, this is a problem that's only going to get worse with season 5. Suddenly, Everybody's stupid. Every single character in the show is completely fucking brain dead to a degree that is absolutely infuriating. Meanwhile, Dustin has become a 2007 emo kid because he hasn't gotten over the death of Eddie in season 4. He's angry and he has largely isolated himself almost 2 years later still, and his friends tried to be here for him, but they don't seem to always know how to. Now, on paper, I don't dislike this. Over the years, I found that Dustin was a character that had become a little too much of a one-trick pony. He kind of stopped feeling like a character. He just became this sort of comedic relief who never takes anything seriously. So it's nice to see something different with him. This version of Dustin is drastically changed. He's pissed off, emotionally detached. He's still getting bullied by the jocks because he still wears a Hellfire Club t-shirt. And this is kind of a weird thing about this season that feels kind of odd. A lot of the emotional consequences of the previous season don't make a lot of sense if you consider the fact that it has been a year and a half. In the way that everybody is acting, it feels like the characters went through season 4 much more recently than it's actually been. The show treats it like Eddie died like 3 weeks ago, but it's been almost 2 years. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna get nitpicky about this.
If you touch Dustin again, I'll kick them so hard they'll pop like water balloons.
I say kick away. Stop this meathead from reproducing and further infecting the world with his unique brand of idiocy.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm right here, Mom. You know, you could talk to me, right? And I'm not a kid anymore.
Will, I am still your mother.
Doesn't mean you know what you're doing.
None of you have seen The Great Escape? Well, basically, it's about these POWs, right? And they're stuck in a barracks just like this one, and they need to escape.
Oh, no. So yes, this is a big thing with season 5. And this isn't even me being my usual sarcastic self. This is a real question. Has the dialogue in Stranger Things always been this bad and cringy? Or is this just a season 5 thing? I'm not joking. The dialogue in season 5 is bad. Like, distractingly bad. Like CW show bad. And in fact, it was so noticeable that when part 1 dropped on Netflix, there was a TikTok trend that emerged online of people imitating the corny dialogue because everybody was cringing at it. It's doing this thing I hate that you see in every bad TV show, where the writers think it's cool when a single sentence is said by like 2 or 3 characters, like they finish each other's sentences.
What I hope to be a gentle 30 miles an hour, which will allow
You and Harrington to fall along in the right side up. Just remember, try and keep the telemetry signal within -60 and -70 dB.
So when the Abyss and Hawkins collide,
They become one.
He's remaking the world.
Maybe we could put our heads together and try to figure it out, but it'll probably take
days that we don't have.
So if we find this dark magic shield generator,
we destroy the wall.
find Vecna, save Holly.
Medals for all.
I mean, they'll know where Will is.
Where the kids are.
They might even know what he's planning.
That's Endgame.
The fate of the planet.
Ugh, I hate that shit. I hate it. To all the writers in the world, this isn't charismatic. It's cringe. So yeah, most of episode 1 is about the gang preparing the 38th crawl. They get all the information they need, they prepare, it seems like everything is going smoothly, but you can tell something is off because Will suddenly gets an odd feeling and a very short, bizarre vision of the sky spinning. We don't know what that means yet, but it's an indication that things are not as usual. And the last third of the episode is what happens during the crawl. It goes wrong very quickly. The military gets attacked by a demogorgon that unexpectedly shows up in the Upside Down for the first time in a year and a half. It kills absolutely everyone except for Hopper, who stayed hidden and who is now equipped with the brand new Duffer Brothers premium plot armor that bends the logic of every scene to not have to kill off main characters. This plot armor is thicker and stronger than ever, and believe me, We'll talk about it more as we go through the season. Now, while this attack happens, the presence of the Demogorgon causes Will to have a seizure. Because remember, ever since season 1, he is still somehow connected to Vecna, and he has always been able to sense his presence. This is the first time this happens in years though, and when he comes back to his senses, he panics and he tells Nancy that he saw a Demogorgon going to her house.
I saw it.
What did you see?
The Demogorgon. It's coming. It's coming for them.
And yes, the episode ends with the Demogorgon opening a portal to our world inside of Holly's bedroom. Episode 2 picks up right after that, and Holly is chased around the house by the Demogorgon. We get the big scene where Karen Wheeler has to 1v1 a Demogorgon to protect her daughter, and it's a pretty cool sequence. I was actually quite surprised by how much I enjoyed it. That moment where they hide underwater in the bathroom, Karen taking a desperate last stand against the Demogorgon after it essentially corners her and Holly downstairs. Like, the scene is very well constructed. I felt really excited watching it because the feeling of the entire scene is despair. It really feels like Karen is delaying something inevitable, and I liked that because I thought the Demogorgon was acting weird. Throughout the entire scene, it looks like it's holding back on Karen, which was odd to me because you usually see Demogorgons just jumping Judas and ripping people apart like the savage creatures they are. But in front of Karen, it not only looks like it's taking its time to move, it also looks like it's actively avoiding killing her. Like, it seems like it's acting cautious. And that made me think that maybe, for some reason, Vecna didn't want to hurt the main characters, which would have explained a lot of plot armor moments, and I thought that was incredibly intriguing. Turns out I was dead wrong though. It was just shitty writing and premium plot armor so thick it must be made from vibranium, and to be super honest, that pisses me off. It's been a problem in Stranger Things for a while, but with seasons 4 and 5, it becomes unbearable. The viciousness of the Demogorgons is just incredibly inconsistent. Whenever they have to kill nameless background characters and soldiers, they're like the most inescapable killing machines you've ever seen. But as soon as they face main characters, they get slow, dumb, and incredibly fragile. We watched Demogorgon shrug off being blasted with machine guns, taking bullets like they were hit by feathers, but somehow, in this scene, it's scared of a glass bottle. I don't understand why it didn't just one-shot Karen in this scene. Not just that one slash it gives her, but I mean ripping her throat out and brutally murdering her like it would have done to literally anyone else. We've seen these things lunge at armies of people with machine guns and heavy military gear. Why is it now being so cautious with a single woman in a nightgown with a broken bottle of wine? It makes no fucking sense. I hate this kind of inconsistency with antagonists. It's the same reason why I didn't like the running up that hill scene in season 4. We watched Vecna break human beings via Bluetooth like it was nothing, and using his powers to drag people to him like it's nothing. But when Max takes off running, he suddenly loses all his means and doesn't know what else to do but drop rocks on her. Hey buddy, she's running in a straight line. Fucking concentrate. Like I said in my first Stranger Things video, that scene didn't make me go, wow, Max is such a badass. It made me go, oh, Vecna is actually not that much of a threat. He's not very scary, actually. Same thing with the Demogorgons this season. It's very hard for me to believe in the stakes you're trying to establish when you're showing me repeatedly that Demogorgons are only dangerous when it comes to killing characters I don't know. And I was gonna give it to them. For a second there, I really thought Karen was dead, and I thought the show was finally growing some balls for the first time since season 1, and it felt like this final season was going to have real consequences, tangible stakes that make the villain menacing, that makes the story feel dangerous and makes the season have weight. Karen dying would have given this season a much needed boost of tension. But no, she's alive. Anyway, so Karen gets her shit rocked, and the Demogorgon takes Holly and abducts her by opening a portal to the Upside Down. Now, why is this happening? Why are Demogorgons going out to abduct another child from Hawkins? Well, this is where the story starts to get pretty dumb. So the reason why the Demogorgon took Holly is because Vecna is resuming his plan to do something. Season 4 never really makes it clear what his actual goal is. And now he needs to kidnap 12 children and plug them to his Discord servers so that he can achieve whatever the fuck he needs to achieve. Why 12 children? I don't know. And the thing that's even funnier is that we never get an understanding of what the kids are for, like what their purpose is. It said he wants to use them as vessels, but the show never actually explains what that means and what it consists of. I guess he just wants to take a bunch of kids, and we're supposed to be like, oh no, what? We gotta stop him. It's also established in episode 2 that Vecna's plan will come to fruition on November 6th. Exactly 4 years after the disappearance of Will, who disappeared on November 6, 1983. The show will also never explain why November 6 is such an important date to Vecna and why everything happens on November 6. It's just like that, and you just gotta shut up and accept it. This is a big thing with season 5 throughout its entire runtime. There is a lot of massive lore being thrown at you every 10 minutes, but the show will never bother to truly explain anything about it. Things are just happening, but you never know how they're happening or why they're happening. Season 4 was kind of the same when you think about it, but it had the luxury of being like, yeah, but there's another season coming, so it makes sense to retain some mystery. Like, why did Vecna need to brutalize those teenagers to open the gates in Hawkins? He has an army of Demogorgons with the ability to open gates. Why did he need those? Especially if they're not psychic teenagers, they're just regular ass people. How do they open gates? By having their bones blasted. No reason. The Duffer Brothers just thought it was cool, so shut your mouth and accept it. Every bit of unexplained lore in season 4 that felt like a mystery being carried over to season 5 isn't actually carried over to season 5. Those things weren't left unexplained to keep the mystery alive for the final season. They were left unexplained because the Duffer Brothers had no fucking idea what they meant. So Holly is missing, and Nancy and Eleven arrive at the house too late. They find Nancy and Mike's parents at the house on the verge of death. Oh yeah, her dad also fought the Demogorgon for about 14 seconds. It didn't go well for him. He definitely should be dead, but he's also a character we know, so he survives this somehow. You will not see him again, and he will not be mentioned again until the epilogue in the finale, where he's just shown to be completely fine. But when they arrive, they see that Holly was just taken by the Demogorgon through a gate that is still in the process of closing itself. So Eleven goes through it and enters the Upside Down to go and retrieve Holly. And because the show is written with the brain of a 6-year-old on cocaine, she finds Hopper immediately by complete coincidence. She just happens to be walking exactly where he is. So now they team up and try to find Holly, but there are soldiers around the Upside Down and they want 11. Then nothing really happens until we get the most predictable plot twist of all time. Guys, you know that mysterious Mr. What's-It? The enigmatic friend Holly told Mike about that told her about monsters in Hawkins? You're not gonna believe me. It's Henry. So after this intense plot twist that I'm sure got every 3-year-old watching to gasp, Holly is transported by Henry to an exact replica of his house. We don't know where this is, but it doesn't look very real. Oh, also, we get a very weird and random revelation that there is a gigantic flesh wall in the Upside Down. Now, mind you, this plot point in particular is about to be profoundly idiotic, and it makes absolutely no sense, but we'll get to that later. God, I'm realizing there's a lot of really stupid shit I have to get to later. Episode 3 is an episode I was very excited to see for the sole reason that it was announced it would be directed by Frank Darabont. If you don't know, Frank Darabont is an absolute legend of cinema and television. He was the man who brought us the first season of The Walking Dead. He also directed The Mist, The Green Mile, and The Shawshank Redemption, which is considered by many film buffs to be the single greatest movie of all time. A guy like that coming in to direct episodes of the show signals gravitas. This shit is about to be lit! Yeah, never mind. He ended up directing 2 of the weakest episodes of the season, episodes 3 and 5. Episode 3 is where we go back to the show being utterly stupid. This is what I like to call Scooby-Doo Stranger Things, where the characters have to go on a goofy side quest that makes the show feel like it came right out of a cartoon for 7-year-olds. In this episode, the gang wants to try to abduct a kid named Derek Turnbow and the rest of his family because they believe Derek is going to be Vecna's next victim. So they want to prevent that by kidnapping him and hiding him from Vecna, which doesn't make any sense because I would like to remind you, Vecna is psychic. He can locate him whenever he wants. That's his whole thing. But whatever. Just don't think about it. So their plan is to kidnap Derek and his family by drugging them and moving them to an isolated location in a barn. But they then want to booby-trap the Turnbow house and wait for the Demogorgon to show up so they can, I guess, fight it? Basically, they want to put a tracker onto it and then overwhelm it with fire so that it runs back to the Upside Down and they can know where it goes, because that might be where Holly was taken. It was all explained in a very dumb scene where the characters plan things with toys. They do that a lot this season. So yeah, the Scooby Gang taps Lucas's little sister Erica to go and drug the Turnbow family with a pie at dinner because she's friends with Derek's older sister. It's needlessly convoluted. But that's exactly what happens. They drug the Turnbows and move them to a barn. The Demogorgon arrives at the Turnbow house and is ambushed by the gang. Ensues what is probably the goofiest action sequence in the entire show that really showcases the Duffer Brothers' premium plot armor.
Catch this!
It is such a cartoon sequence that feels so dumb. The Demogorgon eventually runs after being set on fire, but instead of going back to its home or whatever, it goes to the barn for the kid. And immediately I'm like, so it knows where the kid is? How does that make sense, bruv? Everything seems to point to the idea that the Demogorgon just knows where the kids are. But if that's the case, then why is the Demogorgon being ambushed by the heroes? It should have known Derek wouldn't be in the house, so why show up to his bedroom? Anyway, so the Demogorgon follows them to the barn, and once again, when faced with main characters, it suddenly stops being a savage beast and threads very lightly. Any other non-main character sequence, this thing would have broken into the barn and lunged at Joyce, ripped her head off, and then would have brutalized everyone else on pure instinct. Everyone here should be dead in a matter of seconds. But no, the Demogorgon suddenly gets stupid and scared. It just stands there and gently dodges Joyce swinging with an axe without even attacking her. Wow, what a thrilling sequence. The stakes are crazy here. Much danger. So yeah, the Demogorgon just backs away slowly without attacking for absolutely no reason at all until Steve shows up and hits it with his car. Then, for some dumb reason, the Demogorgon gets scared and decides to run away and opens a portal to the Upside Down, which Steve, Dustin, Jonathan, and Nancy decide to drive into as well. See, that's what I was saying earlier. The Demogorgon refusing to attack main characters was so distracting to me that I really believe Vecna was somehow making them hold back and that it would be explained later, because it's so noticeable. But no, it's just bad writing and plot armor. So everybody's fine, they regroup and leave to make a new plan to protect Derek and the potential future victims. Oh, and by the way, Derek's family is fully abandoned in that barn, and they will never be mentioned again the entire season. For all I know, they stayed unconscious there and attached to poles or whatever, and they died of starvation. And while all of that is happening, 11 goes into the Upside Down to find Hopper and track down Holly. And this is where we are more formally introduced to one of the most profoundly idiotic parts of the season, the military storyline. In this storyline, we have a new antagonist named Dr. K, played by Linda Hamilton, aka Sarah Connor from the Terminator franchise. Now, let's make one thing very clear. I will mostly skip over that storyline in this video. This storyline exists for one reason and one reason only: the Duffer Brothers being overly self-indulgent. See, because Stranger Things is all about 80s nostalgia and they take inspiration from all their favorite movies, TV shows, and books from the 80s, the Duffer Brothers get a kick out of trying to bring actors from classic 80s movies into every season, even if it means they have to write some bullshit around them to force them in there. Matthew Modine as Brenner was a win, and they utilized him very well. They made it work with Bob in season 2, who is played by Sean Astin, who was in The Goonies, a movie that heavily inspired Stranger Things. But after season 2, the boys started getting a little too greedy, and they started shoving them in there with no real point, just so they can flex. Remember the entire bullshit storyline in season 3 about the mayor of Hawkins accepting bribes from Russia and Hopper going to threaten him over it? Yeah, that's just because the mayor is played by the guy from The Princess Bride. That dumbass season 4 storyline about Nancy and Robin infiltrating a prison to talk to Henry Creel's father, yeah, it's a giant waste of time, and they knew it. It's only there because they got Robert Englund to appear in the show, and he played Freddy Krueger in the 80s. This guy is from Aliens, and now in season 5, we get the biggest waste of time yet with an entire storyline that literally accomplishes nothing, only so that we can have an inconsequential antagonist played by Linda Hamilton, because she's fucking Sarah Connor. So Dr. K is from an unspecified branch of the US military who is doing some kind of research on the Upside Down, and for a reason that we don't know, she really wants to get her hands on 11. And to make matters worse, Dr. K has a military base inside of the Upside Down. And again, spoiling you right now, this storyline has no point, and absolutely nothing about it services the actual story of the show. It takes an immense amount of time in the season, and it is just a giant waste of time. And you're starting to sense the pattern, right? So far, this season has done very little to actually start ending everything that's been set up in the previous seasons. All it's been doing is setting up more things and introducing new characters, and we're already almost halfway through the season, and they have to wrap up the entire show in the next 5 episodes. You're feeling confident right now? I'm not feeling confident. Now, in episode 4, the military takes children from Hawkins to take them to their facility in the Mag C to use as bait to lure 11 out. They notice that children went missing, and for some reason, Dr. K believes that 11 is abducting them. So she thinks that if she puts them all in the same facility, 11 will come to try and kidnap them, and they can get 11 then. It's really stupid, but just don't think about it. The gang knows this is dangerous because some of those children might be taken by Vecna, so they devise a plan to infiltrate the Mag Z and get the potential victims out. They can identify them because those are all children who would have met Mr. What's-It. And yes, the whole setup takes place in another unbearably stupid scene of excessive dialogue to make up a plan. So the gang goes to the Mag Z, where we're treated to more awful dialogue and seriously bizarre sexual innuendos.
Hit the dick. Yep. Let's just hope it's not too hard.
If it is, I'll soften it.
What the hell?
They go on their mission to take the kids out. It turns into another Scooby-Doo-ass mission that makes it impossible to take the show seriously at this point. They retrieve the kids, but they get caught at the last second, which leads to the group being captured by the military and held outside at the Mag Z with the remaining kids they couldn't get out, while Robin and Lucas escort the other kids to safety off-site. Meanwhile, Eleven and Hopper, who had a filler storyline in episode 3 fighting military people in the Upside Down, discover the existence of Dr. K's lab. Eleven senses something incredibly strong coming from there and realizes the reason they haven't been able to find Henry this whole time is probably because he is being held in there. So she and Hopper decide to infiltrate the lab to find Henry and kill him once and for all. But when they do, they encounter Linda Hamilton and her bad performance. They exchange some very cliche dialogue, and Eleven can't fight because Dr. K has developed a device that suppresses Eleven's powers and leaves her in a great deal of pain.
This is boring.
Literally, this storyline is so uninteresting. All you have to know for this episode is that Eleven and Hopper manage to fight off the bad guys, and when they finally manage to get to the room where Eleven sensed Vecna's power, she is left in shock when it's revealed the person behind the door is not Vecna at all, but Callie, the lost sister from season 2. Spoiler alert, this whole storyline was filler to get to this reveal, and it will lead to absolutely nothing. Like, this was a good surprise, I won't lie. Callie gets an epic comeback reveal, but then she proceeds to do absolutely nothing for the rest of the season. Literally nothing. And then she dies. Holly, who was kidnapped by a demogorgon in episode 2, is brought by Vecna into his mind world, which she ends up naming Camazotz, after the dark planet in the Wrinkle in Time. She's actually chilling though. She doesn't realize she's unconscious and prisoner in Vecna's mind. We don't know where her real body is, but she thinks Vecna is a nice guy protecting her from monsters. She's staying at his house, hanging out. Henry tells her she can do whatever she wants, except for going into the woods. That doesn't last though, because someone coming from the woods is stalking her, and that person is none other than Max. Yes, so if you recall, at the end of season 4, Max was killed by Vecna, which caused the opening of the gates in Hawkins that season 5 now ignores. But after she died, Eleven brought her back to life. Ever since then, Max has been in a coma and Eleven cannot sense her consciousness. Well, it turns out, her consciousness has been trapped inside of Vecna's mind for almost 2 years. And now that Mike's little sister has just appeared in Vecna's mind too, maybe they can escape from Camazotz. This is another filler storyline, we'll talk about it more later. Back at the Mag Z, the situation is looking pretty bad for Mike and company. There's a lot of hostility, people are yelling, Derek is being a dipshit, but he's great at it. But things take a pretty bad turn when Will suddenly has another seizure, which means he is sensing the presence of a demogorgon. And that is when... the facility is attacked by several demogorgons. They come out of the ground and start killing everyone looking for the children. This scene is pretty sick. It's quite a long scene, but it is very well directed and it's honestly super thrilling. Mike trying to guide the children through the battle to keep them safe. Joyce desperately trying to keep Will safe because he's barely conscious. Not only has he had a seizure because of the demogorgons, he can feel the demogorgons' pain when they're being burned alive. It is fucking chaos. It's insane. And when things look like they couldn't possibly get worse, they get so much worse. Because right at the critical point of the battle, for the first time this season, Vecna returns. And then it turns into this insane sequence where the entire military force at the Mag Z tries to kill Vecna, and he kills them one by one in the most gangster ways imaginable. And pause. I gotta talk about something. Before the release of Volume 1, the Duffer Brothers said in an interview that Season 5 would have the most brutal death yet. The most violent death in the entire show. And when they said that, everyone started freaking out like, oh my god, no! Who are they gonna kill? They're gonna take a beloved character from us. And I just laughed to myself for a few seconds. Then I went on my Instagram story and I said this, quote, most brutal death would probably be attributed to a random character we do not know and do not care about. When I said that, I got so many messages from people being like, nah, man, you're wrong about this. This is the final season. There's gonna be blood. People are gonna die. The characters are not safe. Sure, guys. Sure. Here's the most brutal death in Stranger Things. That's it. Just a random soldier that gets bodied by Vecna. Not only is it an insignificant character we don't know, I believe this is this specific soldier's first and last shot in the series. That's how little it mattered. Sure, if you had killed Mike or Joyce with a shot like that, you would have had my jaw on the floor. People would have been talking about that for the next 15 years, but I know the Duffer Brothers by now. I know them pretty well. They don't have the balls. I talked about that extensively in my last video. They do not have the balls to kill any main character. They do not have the balls to kill any of them off. So them teasing brutal deaths is literally the most meaningless thing in the world because you know it is always going to happen to a nameless extra. And all that accomplishes is, again, make Vecna's power level insanely irritating, because you show us he can literally do this in 4K UHD, and then he never does that again. He could have done this 15 times to literally end any of the characters that were in his way, but he just doesn't. Because again, Vecna is only dangerous when he faces random characters that aren't the core cast. I do not feel the stakes here, because from what you've shown me in Season 4, not only is Vecna not that much of a threat, the characters also never really had any trouble beating him. It was actually fairly easy to fuck him up in Season 4. Just because he has a new design and a new Terminator demeanor doesn't mean it's not the exact same conundrum as Season 4. Sure, that scene is metal and really cool, but it could have been a 5-minute short film on YouTube. In the context of the show, it's cool I'm finally distracted from the show being shit, but I still do not feel the stakes. And look at this episode! Vecna shows up and murders every single person he can lay his eyes on. He literally murders all of the Magzi. In the span of like a minute, he has a body count of like 55. He fucks everyone up. But for some reason, when Joyce throws herself at him to defend Will, he doesn't murder her and just knocks her out. Why? Simply because Joyce is a main character. That's it. The worst thing that can happen to this cast is being knocked out for a few seconds. They will never face anything more dangerous than that. There are no stakes here. So Vecna arrives and he talks to Will about his vessels and tells him he was the first vessel. It's an interesting speech, but the whole time I was waiting to see what he was gonna do. But then he doesn't do anything. He kills a bunch of guys, he yaps to Will about nothing important, and then he just leaves. The demogorgons successfully kidnap the kids, but why did Vecna show up? Don't get me wrong, it was cool as shit, but narrative-wise, it really seems like he showed up for no other reason that he wanted to flex. I thought he came to take Will. I thought he was kidnapping Will, but then he just leaves Will at the Magzi and he fucks off. Since when is Vecna the fucking Night King? He can just resurrect dead demogorgons? Okay, let's say this is a new ability he gained while he was recovering over the last year and a half. He can now resurrect the dead. That's probably something they're revealing now for a good reason. Oh, I'm sure that's gonna have a big part to play with all the demogorgons they're probably gonna have to fight in the finale, clearly, this isn't the only time he's gonna pull a move like that, right? Right? But okay, I gotta stop being annoyed for a few seconds, because I gotta give it to them. I gotta give them credit where it's due. If I was on the fence about Season 5, they had me with the end of Episode 4. Because Episode 4 has one of the best moments in the entire series. Fuck yes. After Vecna leaves, Will is barely hanging on, but when he sees the Demogorgons about to kill Robin, Lucas, and Mike, something happens to him. He finally decides to face himself and abandon his fears. And when he does, we get the reveal that Will has powers. This is the one and only great scene in Season 5, and the last genuinely great scene in Stranger Things. And again, that's only if I accept that Stranger Things is just a superhero show now. This is a scene that feels right out of an anime. It is so fucking badass. It goes so hard for no reason. The sound design is crazy. The cinematography is crazy. Kyle Dixon and Michael Stein remind us that Stranger Things being an iconic series is like 70% due to the music they compose for it. This is easily the highlight of post-season 1 Stranger Things. As much as season 5 sucks, you gotta give it to them. That scene was absolute fucking cinema. But not only that, it effectively closes Will's series arc. It's a great character moment, and it makes his entire story in the show come full circle. Will is a character that has been defined by fear. He's been so afraid this entire show, and for good reason. Will has not had a fucking break since he was 12. He has been in so much pain, suffered so much at the hands of these creatures. He has gone through so many horrors in the last 4 years. It makes sense for his life to be ruled by fear. But in this moment, he finally decides to accept himself fully. And when he does, he realizes that the link between him and Vecna can work both ways. This is why I love this scene so much. Not only because it is incredibly badass and visually amazing and all that stuff, but because this is a scene where Will metaphorically and literally takes the power back. This is kind of brilliant, and it gave me hope, because that scene is how Volume 1 ends, and I thought, okay, Volume 1 might have been hit or miss. It's kind of rough around the edges. There's a lot of really, really stupid stuff, but maybe they were just setting the chess pieces to get to the shit they really want to get to, and it was a little wonky. But if this scene is setting the standard for what the rest of the season is gonna be, we might be in for kind of a good time. So at the end of Volume 1, I was actually very curious and quite excited to see Volume 2, because Episode 4 is the best Stranger Things we've gotten since probably the lab battle at the end of Season 2. So I was like, okay, Episode 5 might actually raise the bar even higher. Volume 2 might be good, and maybe, just maybe, we could end the show on somewhat of a high note. I was wrong. I was so wrong. And I shouldn't even have been surprised to be wrong, because I had no real faith in the show anyways. But the thing is, even I, in all my cynicism towards the show, even I could not have possibly predicted how fast this season was about to fall apart. And even though Stranger Things has been a bad show for a good while, and I expected this season to be bad, for fuck's sake, even in my worst nightmares, I didn't expect this. Volume 2 is really bad. And not only is it really bad, it's also really stupid. Like, this is where the season kind of falls apart in a way that gets more and more appalling the more I think about it. This is also where it becomes very clear that despite the Duffer Brothers promising the contrary, this show was not planned ahead of time. They keep lying and saying this is their big final chapter, 10 years in the making. Bullshit, you fucking liars. Volume 2 just kinda fucks around. It's just doing stuff. It makes it painfully obvious that the Duffer Brothers have no idea what they're doing, no idea where they're going with this, and they're just making shit up as they go. They keep retconning the story like every 10 minutes. Nothing makes any sense anymore, and it's just more of what Stranger Things has become. More stupidity, more bad writing, more bad acting, more Murray. Fuck me, there's so much more Murray.
Librarian?
You get too loud in the sack, she shush you?
Can someone just fucking kill this guy already? This is the part of the season that truly gets difficult to watch for me. And when I said season 5 only works if you never put a single second of thought into the things you watch, this is where it really becomes impossible not to notice. Episode 5 is one of the dumbest episodes of the show by a landslide. It is absolutely insane how stupid the plot of this episode is. Frank Darabont also directed this one, which only added to my disappointment. So after Will goes Super Saiyan on the Demogorgons, he explains how his powers work. He's not like 11, he doesn't have his own set of powers. His actual superpower is to tap into the Mind Flayer's hive mind, which allows him to access Vecna's mind and hijack his powers to use them himself. So in order for Will to have powers, he has to be close to Vecna or close to the Demogorgons physically. They need to be close enough for him to be affected by the hive mind and take control of it. And I like that. I like that lore. If this season was smart, they could use that in very intelligent ways. It's a good way to make Will kind of overpowered, but to place a limitation on it so that he isn't overpowered whenever he wants. I like the idea that there needs to be a very specific set of circumstances for that power to come to him. But the problem is, the writers decide to use it in the most nonsensical and stupid way imaginable. And that's where we get one of the most brain-dead, shockingly idiotic plot points in Stranger Things. One that, in my opinion, is yet another demonstration of the cognitive decline of the show. If you needed any sort of proof that Stranger Things has become a show with 2 brain cells, this is it. So Max has been stuck in Vecna's mind. She's been hiding in a cave that is a part of Vecna's memories and that he apparently is afraid to enter. But when she sees that Holly has been brought here too, she decides to find a way for them to meet without Vecna knowing. Now that, on its own, is kinda dumb. Because the lore here is that if Vecna is awake in the physical world, he has no idea what's going on in his own mind. But like this is all taking place in his head. How can he not know? Bro, he's psychic. He knows what's going on in almost everyone's heads, but not his own? Okay, whatever, just don't think about it. So Max and Holly meet. Eventually they meet with Derek, who got taken by Demogorgons along with 10 other kids at the end of episode 4, and they devise a plan so that Max can escape Henry's mind with Holly. The plan is to basically follow a trail of Henry's memories so that they can get to the moment the Demogorgon took Holly. And Max just assumes that's where the exit is gonna be. That's not based on any prior knowledge. She just says that. So I guess we gotta accept that's true for some reason. So they do that. They hop from memory to memory, and then they get to the memory of the night Holly was taken, but Henry beats them there and attacks them. Okay, I'll admit that was pretty cool. Meanwhile, Will and company are back at the Squawk, and they think they can use Will's new powers to kill Vecna without having to find him, because Will killed those demogorgons without having to touch them, even though some of them were pretty far away. Problem is, those demogorgons are dead, so Will needs to find another demogorgon to access the hive mind. So Lucas comes up with a plan because he's heating popcorn in the microwave.
I got it, guys.
Okay. The plan is this. The gang is going to retrieve the corpse of a demogorgon Will killed earlier. They are then going to hook that dead demogorgon to a bunch of wires and shoot it with insane amounts of electricity to reanimate it. Lucas says that all they have to do to bring the demo back to life is to heat it up. Why does he assume that? No reason, just don't think about it.
I thought about Billy in the sauna. We heated him up to activate the particles, right? Just like the particles inside the demo's Will killed. To bring him back to life, all we have to do is heat him up.
Now, first of all, this is wrong. Because one, in case you didn't notice, Billy wasn't dead. And the reason why he got agitated isn't because heat powers up the mind flare and its creatures, it's because it hurts them. Remember? The mind flare likes it cold. Since the beginning of the show, we're repeatedly shown that heat is the big enemy of the creatures physically. But now this dumbass season says no. Actually, heat is good for them. So good, in fact, it can bring them back to life. It is staggering to me how not a single thought went into the writing of this season. So whatever, the plan is to supercharge a demogorgon's dead body with electricity to give it so much heat that it comes back to life. And once it's resuscitated, Will gain access back to the hive mind, and he will be able to go Super Saiyan again and remotely kill Vecna. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is their real plan. They're just going to electrocute the Demogorgon so Will can kill Vecna through his own Wi-Fi network.
So we try both. We throw 2 darts and pray for a bullseye.
This dialogue, man, I swear to God. And they actually do it, too. And it works. They really do Frankenstein a Demogorgon back to life, and Will takes control of Vecna's mind, but then, instead of just killing Vecna, Will starts controlling Vecna, but like in his head, in Camazotz. Like, the scene is actually pretty cool, but then I started thinking about it and I was like, wait, how are you even controlling this? This isn't even happening in the physical world. This is going on inside of Vecna's mind. If you control him, shouldn't you be controlling his physical body, which is in the abyss? This doesn't make sense. And this is kind of dumb. The whole point of this dumbass mission was to kill Vecna remotely. He was basically asleep in the abyss. You could have used your powers to rip his head off clean while he was busy in Camazotz. Why are you so stupid? You could have won this in a second. Anyways, so instead, Will intercepts Vecna as he's about to kill Max. He breaks his leg and then he possesses his body in Vecna's head. This makes no fucking sense. And then he tells Max to run. So Max takes Holly and runs. Vecna kicks Will out of his mind and he's ejected both mentally and physically. The Demogorgon dies and the link is severed. I like how Vecna is not even fazed that Will just used his own powers against him. Like, he's not at all concerned by that. But bro, if I was Vecna and I just got Vecna'd by Will, my first course of action is to find Will myself and murder his ass. I would unleash all of the Demogorgons to kill him. Are you kidding me? That is arguably the biggest threat Vecna has faced since the beginning of the story. But no, he's actually pretty chill about it. He just kicks Will out, and then he leaves to go after the girls. Never thought about the fact that Will now has the ability to steal his powers. This is so dumb. Although, I am going to say, for all the frustrations I have with this season, Jamie Campbell Bower is fucking phenomenal as Vecna. This season does not deserve a performance that good. It is insane what he does in Stranger Things 5. I pray that Jamie Campbell Bower finally gets his big role in something good. He is an excellent actor, and with the amount of shitty writing Vecna gets that makes him an unbearable moron, I am so thankful that Jamie steps up to the plate and does his absolute best to give Vecna some gravitas. He is doing all the heavy lifting here, and the praise he's gotten despite how much everybody hates this season is 100% deserved. I am so sad that such a performance was wasted on such awful writing. Meanwhile, during all of this bullshit, Hopper and Eleven have freed Callie from the lab, and they hide in the church in the Upside Down, where they were supposed to meet Dustin, Nancy, Jonathan, and Steve, but they're gone, so they sit tight in the church to wait for their next move. Eleven is pissed at Hopper because he had his third fake-out death in the show, and she also is tired of the lazy writing. Callie, however, seems really traumatized, and now we have to pretend we're interested in her and listen to her backstory. That scene is really boring to watch, mostly because of how flat the performances are. Millie Bobby Brown, in particular, is asleep through the entire season. Her line delivery is so awkward, and for some reason, she has one facial expression the entire season. Not a single emotion coming from her for 98% of it.
There's a lab in the Upside Down. They're restarting Papa's program. Trying to make new numbers.
Then what?
It ends. We can finally live. We can really live.
It's just a dream, Jane.
It doesn't have to be.
Ugh, again, I know I said it already, but god damn, the dialogue is awful this season. But here's the gist of the backstory for Callie. Her punk friends from season 2 that nobody really liked were murdered by Dr. K's squad, and she was taken to that Upside Down base / lab where she was experimented on. She then reveals that Dr. K and her goons are trying to kidnap Eleven for the same reason they kidnapped her, to try and make super-powered babies to raise as weapons. Callie then explains that she once tried to escape the Upside Down facility and she failed, but while she was attempting to run away, she accidentally entered a section of the lab where she found dozens of pregnant women on the verge of death, being kept barely alive and being continuously injected with her blood in an attempt to alter the children they're carrying and hope to give birth to supernatural kids like Eleven. Okay, listen to me very carefully. This is one of the most insane, profoundly fucked up plot points to ever be introduced in Stranger Things. And after this scene, it will never be mentioned again. The show just forgets about that unhinged revelation immediately, and there is an implication to that oversight that I find hilarious, but we will talk about that later. Callie then explains to Elle that the military will never stop trying to replicate supernatural beings with their blood, so she believes that after they kill Vecna and the Mind Flayer, she and Elle should also kill themselves so that all supernatural beings are gone and can therefore never be experimented on ever again. Let's put a pin in this. We'll talk about that later too. So while Callie is dishing out the most useless exposition in the history of TV, Nancy, Dustin, Jonathan, and Steve, who are also in the Upside Down, decide to go to Hawkins' lab for a reason that still makes no sense to me. So the characters believe the giant wall in the Upside Down is a sort of protection that was created by Vecna. They think he's hiding behind the wall, but after talking to Hopper, who confirms there's also a wall on the other side of town, Dustin realizes that the wall isn't straight. It's gay like Will, I'm kidding. The wall isn't straight, it's actually shaped in a circle, meaning the wall is all around Hawkins. Now, that is really stupid because we will later get the confirmation that the wall has always been there, and even though the characters have been to the Upside Down dozens of times now, nobody noticed it until right now. But whatever, just don't think about it. Dustin realizes the wall is a circle. He draws it on a map of Hawkins, and that's how he finds out that the exact middle point of that circle is Hawkins' lab. So he gets a hunch that whatever created the giant wall that nobody noticed in the last 4 years, even though it's always been there, good job Duffer Brothers, it has to have been coming from the lab. Why? No explanation. We're only basing this on the fact that the lab is in the middle of the circle. Okay, let's say I buy that. It's a bit wonky, but okay. In episode 5, they go to Hawkins' lab and they look for what could be the origin of the wall. Dustin thinks it's a device because he saw Return of the Jedi.
In the film, if you recall, the rebels need to destroy a second Death Star, but it's surrounded by a protective energy shield, which is created by a shield generator. This circular flesh wall is Vecna's version of an energy shield, except it's not sci-fi, it's supernatural. Created by Vecna's dark magic.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
And this dark magic shield is what's preventing us from reaching him and saving Holly. But if my math is correct, the generator for the shield has to be in this lab.
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
No, it doesn't make sense, but haha, it's the 80s. Everything needs to be an 80s reference. Just don't think about it, just move on. So they look in the lab. Some random character shenanigans happen. Nancy and Jonathan are fighting. Literally, who cares? Who is still invested in this relationship? There's one really good scene between Dustin and Steve where Steve gets fed up with Dustin being a dick to everyone and tells him Eddie died for nothing because he tried to be a hero.
I told you not to be heroes. I told both of you. What did Eddie do? He charged into a swarm of killer bats.
To save my life!
He saved no one.
He saved everyone!
I mean, I don't want to be a dick either, but Steve is kind of right.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Thank God these two are here. The show finally feels a bit alive. Dustin loses his shit. He attacks Steve. Steve fights him off and leaves. Then Dustin finds a secret office hidden in the lab, and he finds something very, very important. Meanwhile, we have another stupid thing that happens. Nancy and Jonathan get higher up in the lab, and they start to see melted doors and melted walls. And within all that melted stuff, they find soldiers, dead soldiers to be exact, who have melted into the ground and the walls. Important distinction though, these don't look like 80s military guys like Dr. K's people. These soldiers are wearing very old uniforms, possibly from World War II, which makes no sense because, one more time, say it with me kids, the Upside Down was created on November 6, 1983. When the fuck could this have happened? I'm sorry, but you are not convincing me that people were in the Upside Down back in World War II. Go fuck yourself. So Nancy and Jonathan head to the roof of the lab, and that's where they make another very strange discovery. They discover there is a giant, almost invisible orb floating above Hawkins' lab. This is one of the most important things introduced in the show. They don't know what it is. They have no idea what it does, if it's dangerous, if it's safe. So Nancy, who is the smart one of the gang, decides to play it safe, and so she grabs her shotgun and shoots it. Why? Why? What is the explanation for this? Why would you shoot it? I get that this is a meme that Americans just grab guns and shoot at everything, but what is the point here? Guys, I wish I had footage of how hard I rolled my eyes when I watched this scene for the first time. I could not believe how stupid this scene was. I know I said it sarcastically earlier, but Nancy is supposed to be the smart one. But ever since they decided in season 3 that she's just going to be a reference to Ellen Ripley from Alien and Sarah Connor from Terminator 2, she has lost all her brain cells, and now she just stands around with her fucking shotgun and just waits to shoot things. Her answer to every problem is to just gun it down. Do you work for ICE, Nancy? Dustin, who just made an insane discovery, tries to warn Nancy and Jonathan that whatever they found is incredibly dangerous and they absolutely should not mess with it. But the walkie-talkie communication is all fucked and they can't hear him, even though...
Jonathan, it's just... You copy? I can't hear you. Just listen to me, okay? Don't do anything. Don't touch it.
They can clearly hear him. So Nancy shoots the orb for literally no reason, and the thing becomes unstable and goes kaboom. And that's where episode 5 ends. Now, if you're 10 years old, you probably got scared that the explosion potentially killed Nancy and Jonathan. But this is post-season 1 Stranger Things, the most spineless show of all time, so of course, they're completely fine. Episode 6 starts right after that, and episode 6 is objectively one of the dumbest episodes of the entire series. Yes, I am aware I just said that about episode 5. It's true for both. Don't yell at me, yell at the writers. So when the episode picks up, there is an explosion because Nancy decided to shoot a cosmic orb with a shotgun, which causes a huge ripple of energy and light that travels through all of the Upside Down. This 100% should have killed Nancy and Jonathan, but they are equipped with Duffer Brothers brainless plot armor TM, so they just get knocked out for like 2 minutes. And then we get the revelation of the discovery Dustin made in Brenner's office, and the answer as to why he tried to stop Nancy from touching the orb. So, yeah. Episode 6 finally explains what the Upside Down actually is. In a twist that was quite interesting, the episode reveals that the Upside Down is not actually another world or another dimension, it's actually a wormhole, like a bridge. It's a bending of space and time that created a physical shortcut between 2 different worlds, one of them being Earth and the other being unknown. So the big wall that is all around Hawkins wasn't a shield created by Vecna, it's a natural limitation of the wormhole. The entire Upside Down is in the shape of Hawkins. So that means that in season 1, when Eleven accidentally made a psychic connection with a demogorgon and she panicked and opened the gate that led to Will being abducted, she didn't just open a gate, she created a wormhole to another world. She broke space and time and created a bridge between 2 worlds, and that bridge materialized itself as a physical reproduction of Hawkins, which we have come to know as the Upside Down. So basically, every time the characters have been in the Upside Down the whole show, they were never in another world or another dimension. They were actually nowhere. They were in a frozen wormhole in between 2 worlds, but they weren't in either of them. So that begs the question, what is beyond the wall? And the answer is nothing. Just a void where the wormhole exists. And okay, this makes absolutely no sense for a number of reasons. If you take 1 second to think about this, it makes no sense. But I'll explain why later. Because while this is a major reveal of the show, it really isn't fundamentally addressed until the next episode. Because this episode, we have to deal with Max and Holly. Yes, Volume 2 is also the bulk of the Camazotz storyline, which is easily one of the most boring storylines in all of Stranger Things. And also a giant waste of time. Aside from giving Max something to do, even if it has zero impact on the story, and forcing a storyline with more new characters, mostly in the form of a new group of kids that I'm convinced nobody gave a single fuck about, because, you know, this is a kids show now, so the kids watching need to relate to somebody. There is absolutely no point to anything related to Camazotz. It takes up a good third of the season, but if you were to take out all of it, you realize it accomplishes nothing. But we do have to deal with it, and boy is it a chore, because the amount of stupid plot points condensed in this one episode is an A-grade example of how little thought went into the storytelling this season. So let's just get it over with so I can move on with my life, okay? This episode is literally titled Escape from Camazotz, and it follows Holly and Max, who are still being chased by Vecna after Will hijacked his body and bought them some time. because he was too stupid to just kill him. So the girls retreat into the cave so that he can't approach them, and in an impressive display of terrible generic dialogue, Max taunts Vecna by calling him a coward. And that is when good old Uncle Vecna tells her this.
You goddamn coward!
Things have changed, Max. There are now other ways to get to you.
And this line is foreshadowing one of the most outwardly ridiculous moments in Stranger Things. Hold on to your butts because you're gonna start losing brain cells faster and faster. Basically, Vecna realizes that if Max's consciousness is trapped in his mind, her physical body must still be somewhere, and she must be unconscious. So, if he can locate her body in the real world, he can send some monsters to kill her once and for all, which would also kill her inside of his mind. Now, here's why that's stupid. It's stupid for a lot of reasons, but there's two major ones I'm going to focus on here. Reason number one, the fact that Henry would need to send creatures to kill Max in the physical world essentially makes him the dumbest person alive. And that's something that's been bothering me the entire season so far, because I would like to remind you that Henry can do this. My guy, my brother in Christ, all you've been doing last season is take people into your mind world so they can be unconscious in the real world, and you can break their bodies and kill them remotely. Why aren't you just doing that? You can just Bluetooth kill Max again. You already did it! Which leads me to the second reason. Even if for any reason you couldn't do that anymore, it took you 2 years to think about killing her physical body? Max has been chilling in your head since 1986. You've been trying to get rid of her ever since, and it's only now that you think about sending monsters to kill her unconscious body? 2 years later? This plot point makes Vecna such a profound moron, even more than the running up that hill scene in season 4. It's fucking mind-blowing. It just kills any sort of tension or stakes in the show. I know people love Vecna, but God, he only works if you never think about how dumb he is. Vecna is cool because Jamie Campbell Bower is amazing in the role, but man, the writing he is given is so brainless. It's just so I can give you one more example of how brainless the writing is. Let's see what he does next. Henry decides to go through with his plan to send demogorgons to kill Max. So, he uses Will's mind to find out her location, because even though Max has been in a coma for 2 years, he somehow never thought to check a hospital. But he finds out she's there, and through Will's mind, he sees the exact room she's in.
Found you.
And when I saw that, immediately I told myself, oh fuck, he's gonna do the exact same thing he did with Holly. He's going to have a demogorgon open a gate directly in her hospital room and murder her on the spot. That would make sense since he did that earlier in the show. But no. Instead of doing that, Henry sends several demodogs to kill Max, but he doesn't even make them open a gate directly in her room and just murder her in 4 seconds. Again, we know they can do that. We watched a demogorgon open a gate directly in Holly's room at the beginning of the season, but instead, this time, they just randomly spawn in a random part of the hospital, very conveniently at the exact place where the main characters happen to be. Oh, but hold on. It gets even stupider. And this is the point where I reiterate that Stranger Things 5 blatantly insults the audience's intelligence regularly. Here's what pisses me off to no end with this scene. Notice how when Robin and Lucas make it to the hospital, it's crowded. There's a bunch of people there, from staff to patients. I mean, fuck, it's a hospital. There's a lot of people there. However, from the moment the demogorgons arrive, everyone disappears except for the main characters who are part of the plot. Meaning, miraculously, there is suddenly nobody else in this hospital to notice the monster attack. You get a couple of shots with people far in the background, but for some reason, nobody's noticing anything. Everyone is blind, and for the rest of the scene, Robin, Lucas, Max, Vicky, and Karen Wheeler are suddenly the only people in this hospital, aside from the two military dudes who are killed in the first 5 seconds. Throughout the entire chase, the entire sequence that has them run through different floors with demogorgons after them, they do not encounter a single person. They're the only people who witness this, no matter the fact that Robin made a public announcement in the entire hospital to announce a demogorgon was heading towards Lucas. Nobody heard that. Aside from Karen, the only people who are aware of this attack are the main characters, even though it is taking place in a public space with loads of people we just saw. But no, the hospital is suddenly deserted for no reason.
What are you doing? Can those things understand English? No. Then this doesn't need to be private.
Lucas, it's Robin. A demo is headed your way. Do you hear me?
Do you get what I'm saying? The Duffer Brothers think you are idiots, and they are telling you to your face every 3 minutes.
You are made of stupid.
Also, yes, Robin, you dumbass. Demogorgons do understand English. They're controlled by Vecna. They are him. All of them. Therefore, everything that is said that they can hear will be heard by Henry. It's a hive mind. So anyway, the Demodogs run to Max's room, but Robin warns Lucas, who takes Max and moves her. But he's not fast enough. The Demodogs spot him in the elevator, and they start charging him at light speed, and oh, he's dead. They're so dead. It's over. You gotta be kidding me, right? Did he just kick a demogorgon? He just kicked. We can do that now? The plot armor has gotten that thick? We just watched this shit happen. What do you mean? He kicked it. You know what? I'm gonna skip through the rest of this scene because this shit is so brain dead, I can't even stomach it anymore. They go to the basement, the Demodogs follow them there, but Karen Wheeler, who somehow is operational now, even though she was on the verge of death just a day earlier, manages to single-handedly one-shot kill every single Demodog in the hospital. And for some reason, Henry doesn't send more, and he just stops chasing Max and Holly. So, whatever. I guess they're fine. By the way, I'm aware that I haven't talked about Robin and Vicky's relationship at all, and genuinely it's because it matters so little that the Duffer Brothers themselves couldn't be bothered to give that love story a conclusion, and eventually Vicky just disappears from the story with no explanation, so I don't care. Okay, so while all of this stupid shit is going on, we are losing even more brain cells inside of Vecna's mind. Again, this episode is titled Escape from Camisots, so we need to get Max out of there, and thank God, because what a boring drag has this storyline been. This is the family-friendly portion of the show made for children. It's a Nickelodeon series with the same bad writing and the same terrible dialogue.
Maybe you can help us escape, but you really need to drop this new delightful thing, because if this is gonna work, We need dipshit Derek.
I heard Kate Bush.
Is she one of your friends?
You could say that.
Actually, Nickelodeon dialogue might be better than this. I take it back. So long story super fucking short because who the fuck cares at this point? Max and Holly are hiding from Henry inside the cave he refuses to go in. They decide to head into the desert through the cave, and Holly, and I swear what I'm about to say is a real plot point in a season of Stranger Things, Holly, who had coincidentally grabbed a spyglass thing from the cave, realizes that if she looks through the spyglass with its cover, there is a hole in the cover. A tiny little hole that happens to be cut in the exact shape of the cave's entrance.
You see that cutout of light? It's in the same shape as the cave entrance. What are the chances it cracks in the same shape as the cave? The cave we know Henry visited. I think the cap is a map.
This has to be the most random solution to a problem in the history of television. And it's funny because there is a movie that was already clowned into oblivion over the exact same plot point, and that movie is Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, where there is an absolutely ludicrous moment where Rey realizes the knife she stole is formed in the exact shape of the ruins she needs to explore. People have been making fun of this storyline in Star Wars for 6 years. It is so stupid that most fans haven't recovered from it. It is known in pop culture as one of the most insulting moments in Star Wars that treated fans like idiots, and somehow Stranger Things did the same thing. They pulled a Rise of Skywalker in the big 2025. So whatever, with some logic that has no logic, Holly realizes that if she perfectly lines up the cut in the spyglass cap with the actual entrance, just like in Star Wars, it makes her stand at a very specific spot in the desert. Don't think about it. If you do, it won't make sense. The show really tries to make this feel like the solving of a puzzle, but you're left with nothing aside from a serious brain cell deficit. Miraculously, though, that spot happens to be a hole into another cave that is the memory Henry is afraid to see. Even though the show tries to tell you it's a big deal, I'm telling you right now, it's not actually important, and the show will never really explain it, so let's just move on. They go through the memory and find another exit to the red mindscape place, which is apparently the only place where you can escape Camazots. Now, we've seen Max in this place before, back in Season 4, but also earlier in Season 5 when she explains to Holly what she's been doing for the past 2 years. We know from that scene that the last time Max was here and had the opportunity to escape, she hesitated for just a couple of seconds, and that was enough for Vecna to catch her, which forced her to retreat to the cave. She almost escaped, but 2 seconds changed everything. Now, Max is a smart girl, right? It took her 2 years to get a chance to get back to this place. Clearly, now that she's back, she's gonna lock in. She's not gonna waste any fucking time because she's so smart. She's such an intelligent girly. So when she gets there,
this way leads to me. To my body. Not yours. You have to find your own way.
Yep. You just, you go, Max. Anytime. Whenever you're ready. It's just, you know, it's right there. The exit's right there.
How did you know that would work?
I didn't.
Oh my god, fucking run! What the fuck is wrong with you? What is this? Why do we have time to pause and record a whole podcast? It's the fucking basement yard in Camisards. Run, you fucking dumbass! I don't really have the words to describe how frustrating this scene was to me. There is no tension in the show anymore, no urgency to anything, like this isn't new, but again, this scene is just insulting the audience's intelligence. I'm sorry, I know I keep repeating it, but it's true. And it makes the characters the show really wants you to believe are smart really stupid. This scene goes on forever. They just won't fucking go. I'm not even kidding. They stop and talk for 5 minutes. 5 entire minutes. And I'm just, what? Why are you walking? Why are you walking? Run! Holy shit, man, run!
Oh my god. Enough! Enough!
Really? We're doing this again? They actually tried to have a second running up that hill scene, which for some reason looks significantly worse than the first one. What is that lighting, bro? But yeah, like I said, the show is now way too aware of its own success, and because it's also way too aware that the running up that hill scene is an iconic moment, well, now we have to recreate it and play Kate Bush like 6 million times this season. Not kidding, I don't think I can ever listen to Running Up That Hill again. They ruined that song for me. But this scene right there, this lazy attempt at recreating a pop culture phenomenon just out of the show having developed this arrogant nature of constantly paying homage to itself. This is Stranger Things at its most pathetic, and it marks the end of the Camazotz storyline, which will go down in my book as the ultimate demonstration of the show running out of ideas. And yes, the storyline does end there because even though they stood around to make a podcast for 5 entire minutes, Vecna never showed up. I guess he just stopped going after them. The logic would want that it's because they escaped through the cave memory, which Henry doesn't want to access. But that logic doesn't make sense because we know from a previous scene this season that Henry can just teleport to the Red Hellscape, so he wouldn't have needed to go through the cave. So what the hell? Anyway, whatever, don't think about it too much, otherwise everything is stupid. The storyline is over, and thank God, because what a waste of time. We spent a good third of this season getting Max out of Camazotz, only so that she can then sit in a wheelchair throughout the entire finale and do absolutely nothing, like fucking Bran Stark. Honestly, that whole storyline was so pointless that as much as I love her, Max probably should have died at the end of season 4. It would have been painful, but man would it have been memorable, and man would it have added some stakes. Oh, and by the way, I know I did mention it briefly earlier, but the show never explains how Eleven resurrected Max, and it is also never explained why El resurrecting Max sent Max's consciousness into Vecna's mind. How? Why? I just don't know. Just don't think about it. There's a couple of other things that happen in the episode that really aren't important. Eleven and Hopper manage to leave the Upside Down with Callie. Vecna tells Will he's the one who created the tunnels in season 2, which, like, alright. I think the crazy thing about season 5 is how many times the show made me say, okay, so what? Because the show keeps dropping these reveals that literally have no meaning.
You built them each and every night you slept.
Okay. So what? Like, what is the purpose of this? A good reveal isn't just the information, it's about the consequences it brings. But the Duffer Brothers think just having an unexpected, random, fun fact to drop out of nowhere is a cool reveal, even though it's never really explained and it doesn't really have any impact on the story. It's just there, and okay, but like, so what? And the reveal about Will building the tunnels is just bullshit. They just came up with that because they thought it would be cool, but in season 2, Will says explicitly that the Mind Flayer doesn't want him to know about the tunnels. That when he saw the tunnels, he felt like he saw something he wasn't supposed to see. So what the fuck are we talking about here? You didn't want him to see it, but you made him do it? Fuck you. Oh, and I almost forgot. Jonathan and Nancy are trapped in a room that is like melting on them, and they're in great danger of death if they don't escape. Oh, no. The stakes. They are in such danger. Did that sound convincing? Obviously, nothing happens to them. Even if they don't actually manage to escape, the plot armor just makes it that the room unexplainably just stops melting right when it gets to them. Because why have narrative tension and consequences when you can just not? But aside from that, while trapped, Nancy and Jonathan have like a 5 or 6 minute conversation about their relationship. Because again, urgency doesn't exist in this show anymore. And this scene and its execution, if you don't think about how stupid it is not that bad. It's the most emotion these characters show all season, aside from that one time where Nancy cries when her parents are attacked by a demogorgon in episode 2. Nancy has gotten so empty as a character that you kind of forget Natalia Dyer is a solid actress. And same goes for Charlie Heaton, who is actually really good, but hasn't been given anything to work with since season 1. This is the one scene this season where these two are not asleep at the wheel with their performances, and even though the dialogue in this scene is like hilariously bad, they manage to make it work in a way that makes the scene resonate emotionally. Basically, the bulk of the scene is that Nancy and Jonathan realize they've been drifting apart for a while now, and they think they're only still together because of their shared trauma of going through all the shit they've been through. They don't really enjoy being together anymore, and Jonathan thought he could fix the relationship by proposing to her, but he now realizes it's a dumb idea, and so he jokingly asks her to not marry him. And she says yes. It's a pretty decent exchange between the two that kind of closes the messy and underdeveloped thread their relationship has been since season 3. I mean, that said, there are some insanely random moments in that scene that do not feel earned at all, and we get information about these characters we were never privy to, and that comes out of nowhere. Like, there's a moment in this conversation where it's heavily implied that Nancy may have a drinking problem, and like, where the fuck is that coming from? There's one scene in the entire show where we see Nancy drunk. It's like in season 2 when she's trying to distract herself from her guilt over Barb's death. But we've literally never seen anything that would suggest something that significant for her character. You can't just drop that in here. And that sort of incoherence just goes with the rest of the dialogue that is so unnecessarily messy. And I think the ultimate proof of that is simply that the scene is so badly written and needlessly vague and convoluted at the same time that most people didn't even understand by the end of the scene that Jonathan and Nancy had just broken up. It made people so confused that the Duffer Brothers had to clarify in an interview that this was indeed a breakup scene. But it's handled in a way where most people, me included, just read it as Nancy and Jonathan working out their issues as a couple and agreeing that they're not at all ready to get married anytime soon. Some people did read it as a breakup, but the fact that it was so unclear that nobody was really sure is kind of funny to me. Write your shit better. Like, do you remember when Stranger Things was a drama? Do you remember when it was a show with a great deal of emotional weight that explored themes of grief, trauma, parental guilt, child exploitation with a great deal of maturity and intelligence? Do you remember when the show was more intimate and not as large scale and focused on the emotional complexity of its characters instead of constant mindless spectacle? Pepperidge Farm remembers. It feels really distant now that the show is written for 12-year-olds. Whatever, let's move on. Episode 7 is the last episode of Volume 2, and it picks up right after Max escapes from Camazotz. After 2 long years in a coma, she finally wakes up in the basement of the hospital where Lucas, Robin, and Anne with an E still are. And then we get— wait, she's fine? Her body's fine? I thought she was blind. She lost her eyes at the end of season 4. Vecna literally broke Max's body and crushed her eyes. I can understand that the hospital fixed her limbs that were broken while she was in a coma, but they didn't fix her eyes. What the fuck is going on? How do you justify that in the writer's room? Max should be blind. You can't do all of this and then tell me she's not. What the fuck is this show? How did it get this bad? What happened? Okay. Whatever, just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. You just have to move on and don't think about it. You know what? Whatever. It's incredibly stupid, but whatever. Can't think about it for too long, otherwise I will throw myself out a window. But I'm not gonna lie, aside from this unbelievably irritating detail, I did really like Max's reunion with Lucas. That scene was really emotional. It helps that Sadie Sink and Caleb McLaughlin are part of the 4 or 5 actors on this show that seemingly still know how to act. Thank God a few of them are still alive inside. But I really like this sequence. I think it's really well done. But I have a heart, okay? I always liked Max and Lucas.
I saw you waiting for me.
Yes, Max saying that she realized she never needed the Kate Bush song because her anchor was always Lucas is manipulative bullshit. I can guarantee you it wasn't Lucas that saved her ass in season 4. It was that fucking song. And yes, that's again the writers just shoving a bunch of generic emotional lines in there that absolutely do not align with the events of the series just because it's epic. But I'm willing to let that slide. However, there's something I'm not gonna let slide. And again, more lack of logic here, but Max not losing her absolute shit when she sees Hopper is really funny to me. Because you have to remember that Max went into her coma at the end of season 4, before Joyce, Hopper, and Fuckface returned from Russia. So as far as Max knows, Hopper has been dead since 1985. She still believes he died when the reactor under Starcourt Mall exploded 2.5 years ago at the end of season 3.
Hey, welcome home, kid.
No reaction. None. Hey, Duffers, did you guys think about anything writing this, or did ChatGPT just do the whole thing while you guys worked on your other show that's coming out this year?
If you think I'm gonna stay in bed when my daughter needs me, you're out of your goddamn mind.
Wait. What? She can talk now? It's been a day! She could not talk a second ago. She got her throat slashed by a demogorgon. What do you mean she can talk now? Why are you like this? It's really not that hard to let the show have one single brain cell. Anyways, then we cut to Holly, who also escaped Camazotz, but woke up inside of Vecna's new apartment. Very spacious, 12 bedrooms, that's not the topic. She sees Vecna all wired up and seemingly not awake, so she takes the opportunity to run away. She exits the lair, and we, along with her, realize immediately that wherever she is right now, it is definitely not Earth. And it's also not the Upside Down. Vecna wakes up and comes after her. Holly runs and trips over a big rock, which she realizes is actually a mini gate to the Upside Down, so she takes her chances and jumps through it before Vecna can get her. But that breach doesn't take her to the Hawkins group in the Upside Down. Instead, she starts falling from the sky. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty epic shot. Anyway, so after that, Dustin explains more about the orb and the Upside Down. It's very convoluted, and it is yet another retcon of the entire series. So let's just blast through it very quickly. Basically, the orb floating above Hawkins' lab is made of exotic matter, a theoretical form of matter and particles that don't answer to any laws of physics that we know. This exotic matter is concentrated in an orb that is floating on top of Hawkins' lab, right in the middle of the Upside Down. And it is this source of unexplainable energy that is holding the Upside Down together. It's basically the heart of the Upside Down, but it is extremely unstable. If that thing is destroyed, the Upside Down and everything inside of it will be destroyed along with it. Now, how does Dustin know all of that? Well, if you remember, when he was in the lab, he stumbled across a hidden office where he found a notebook that belonged to Dr. Brenner. So yes, we retcon the show again by now saying that Dr. Brenner knew about the exotic matter the whole time and was actually studying it. But my question is, how? Dr. Brenner couldn't possibly have known about the exotic matter in the lab in 1983 because it didn't exist yet. Again, I know I'm a broken record. The Upside Down created itself and took the shape of Hawkins on November 6th when 11 opened the gate for the first time, meaning the lab in the Upside Down with the exotic matter did not exist before that very moment. How the fuck was Brenner studying a place that didn't exist yet? There was no lab in the Upside Down before November 6th. Hell, there was no Upside Down before November 6th. And Brenner didn't do shit to study the Upside Down then. He spent a week looking for 11 in Hawkins with his goons, and then he got mauled by a demogorgon. Not only is this yet another retcon of the previous season, it's also a massive plot hole because it is canonically impossible for this notebook to even exist. Because for those notes to be in the lab in the Upside Down, they had to have been written before November 6th. The entire knowledge about the Upside Down being a wormhole makes no sense to come from Brenner. God, this season is so stupid. This season is so stupid. I'm guessing you're starting to get it now because I am repeating myself a lot in this video, but this is sort of the deal with Stranger Things 5. If you want to sort of have an okay time watching it, you absolutely cannot think about what you're watching, even for a second. If you stop for 1 second to just use one brain cell to think about the story, everything falls apart and you realize nothing really makes sense in this season. Narratively speaking, there is no rhyme or reason to anything that's happening here. Shit happens just because. Nothing makes sense. Nothing has any sort of logic or basic continuity. There's never an actual explanation for why people do things and why things are happening. The idea of character motivation is completely non-existent. Like, if you watch this season and enjoy it and think this is genius like so many people have, you really watch things with your brain shut off. I'm not gonna lie to you, writing-wise, Stranger Things 5 is about as intelligent and logical as a season of Riverdale. I'm genuinely concerned for people who watch season 5 and genuinely believe this season is great. This season is brain rot, literal just brain vomit, and it is concerning to me that audiences have been conditioned to accept slop to that level and clap for it. Stranger Things 5 is incoherent as hell. It has lost all sense of integrity. It is a profoundly brain-dead season of TV. Everything about its plot is held together by the Duffers thinking you are idiots who won't notice and hoping that you're not really going to be paying attention and will just mindlessly cheer for the generic-ass Marvel moments. Because if you do pay attention, even just at 1% of your brain capacity, you just immediately understand this story is completely half-assed and full of holes and relies on massive gaps in logic to function because the Duffers didn't really put any meaningful thought into it. This whole season is complete nonsense. Why did Henry have to create the Mr. What's-It persona? Why did he have to convince these children to work with him and earn their trust? He didn't even need them to agree to anything for him to do this shit. He could have just held them captive in a part of his mind until he needed to start doing whatever the fuck it is he does in the finale. Or better yet, just keep them unconscious until you need them so you don't have to worry about them disobeying you or going into the fucking woods. And if you can't do that and they have to be locked in your mind for some dumbass reason, I'm gonna need you to establish that so I don't have to think your story is stupid. You didn't need Camazots for Will. Why does everyone else have to be locked in your mind? How does Henry's mind even work? Why is it that he doesn't seem to have powers here? He could use the Force to get the kids running away from him, but he doesn't. And he has to run after them like a normal-ass dude. Even if it's his own mind and he's theoretically in control, he doesn't have powers in Camazots. Except for when he does, like in episode 5 where he does go full Vecna on Max and Holly. Oh, so you do have powers then. So like, why doesn't he do that the other times? Like there, or there, or there. I don't know, Henry. This sure seems like it would have been a good moment to use the Force to get her out of the fucking cave. It's crazy how stupid this is. I would like to remind you guys that this dude can do this. He is a literal cosmic god, but Henry only has powers when the story needs him to. But sometimes he doesn't, and he's just an incompetent wimp running after a bunch of kids, and there's never an explanation for it. You just have to shut up and accept it. This season is so fucking stupid. Anyways, so then the gang decides to go into the Upside Down to find Nancy, Dustin, Steve, and Jonathan, and seemingly Holly, who they believe escaped. And for some reason, in Volume 2, the show now tries to be the Avengers, and they have those scenes where they force the entire cast to be there, even if it makes absolutely no sense for them to be here. Like, why is Robin's girlfriend coming to the Upside Down with them?
You coming, Snookums?
What? He's going too? Why does he have to go? Seriously, why? Hey, fun fact, did you know this moment is the first time Mike ever goes into the Upside Down? You'd think that'd be a bigger moment, But no. Anyway, they find Nancy and company immediately, and we find out Holly fell from the sky, but was then pulled back by something, which they assume to be Vecna, which makes Dustin realize that if this is a wormhole and Earth is under the upside down, then whatever is on the other end of the wormhole must be above the upside down, and that place is Dimension X, or as Dustin names it, the Abyss. It's the place that Eleven banished Henry to back in 1979, where he got disfigured and encountered the Mind Flayer. After that, the gang regroups and they uncover Vecna's ultimate plan. And oh boy, I'm gonna need you to sit down for this.
I want to stat this video by saying I appreciate you and I love you, and you're gonna want to sit down for this video.
This scene is important because the gang uncovering Vecna's final plan is essentially the show introducing its final arc, and I want you to listen to it carefully because I want you to understand how dumb it is. So, Vecna's big plan, the thing he's been trying to do this whole time, is to merge the Abyss with Earth, and that's it. That's the whole plan. He wants to crash the Abyss into Earth through the upside down to make it one and the same. Okay, here's my $1 million question. Why? Literally, why? What is the point of that? Why is Henry doing that? Sure, he wants to merge the world, but to do what exactly? What's his motivation? What's he looking to accomplish? What's his end game? Spoiler alert, as insane as this sounds, the show never answers this question. It finally tells you what Vecna's big evil plan is, but it doesn't even bother to explain why that's his plan. Meaning, and this is important, we have in the final arc of the show a villain with no motivation. We know what he's trying to do, but we never find out what his goal is. I don't know if you realize how insane that is. We never find out what the villain's goal even is. I just, imagine if in Avengers Infinity War or Avengers Endgame, we learn that Thanos is trying to gather the Infinity Stones. That's his plan. He's traveling the universe and the galaxies, going from planet to planet to gather the Infinity Stones. But then the movie never tells you why. They never tell you to what end. Sure, he wants the Infinity Stones, but for what? Once he accomplishes that, once he gets the stones, what the fuck is he gonna do with them? What's his motivation? What's his goal? How do you want there to be stakes if we don't even know what the villain is trying to accomplish? So now that they know what Henry's bullshit plan is, the gang wants to find a way to stop him. And they don't have a lot of time because Lucas thinks it's gonna happen in a few hours because it's November 6th. And by the way, like I said, the show also never explains why November 6th is such a significant date to Vecna and why everything has been happening on this date. Just don't think about it. And here's what bothers me. The whole thing doesn't even make sense because all of this is based on the idea that this has been Vecna's plan from the beginning. He took Will when he did because his plan was ready, yada yada yada. But the thing is, he couldn't have taken Will intentionally. He didn't have a way to do that. Season 1 makes it very clear that the only reason a demogorgon crossed into our world is because Eleven made psychic contact with one by accident, panicked, and accidentally opened a gate, which created the Upside Down. Because again, before that point, the Upside Down didn't exist. So how did Henry plan to use a wormhole that didn't exist yet to crash the Abyss into Earth? That would mean that within seconds of the Upside Down being created, Vecna would have clocked the wormhole, understood how it worked, made up this whole plan to open the gates and merge the worlds, targeted Will for his weak mind and sent a demogorgon after him to kidnap him. All of that in a matter of seconds. And bro, listen, I get this is a sci-fi show. My suspension of disbelief can only go so far. At some point, you have to just try and make sense. Whatever, let's get back to the episode. So now that they know what Henry wants to do, the gang needs a plan. So we get one more Scooby-Doo plan sequence, this time from Steve, who randomly has an idea when hearing the word bean.
Magic bean.
We don't need a magic bean to climb.
Full disclosure, the word bean has nothing to do with his plan. Not even a little bit. And I don't even think I need to say it by now, but I will anyway. This plan makes no sense. It is complete and utter rubbish. It's actually quite astonishing how little sense his plan makes. And again, this plan only exists because of giant gaps in logic and because the characters suddenly just know things that they shouldn't know. Basically, Steve's plan is to let Vecna start the merge so that the Abyss can start to descend onto Earth. They want to literally let him drop the sky on their heads, and they want to use the radio tower to go through a rift as the Abyss comes down, a gate that would lead them straight into the Abyss. First of all, they have no idea that there are rifts leading to the Abyss. They just assumed that. They just decided that was the case.
He wants to move the Abyss. Crash it into Hawkins.
No, not crash. Merge. Henry wasn't licking his wounds in the Abyss. He was making rifts.
How do you fucking know that? You just made that up, you asshole. And not only that, they then just assume that the tower is going to perfectly line up with a rift and lead them into the Abyss. Why would you assume that? And then Nancy randomly says that the lab in the Upside Down is located right under Vecna's lair.
The Upside Down lab is right under his lair, and it's still frozen in time.
How the fuck would she even know that? You didn't even know the Abyss existed until 5 minutes ago. You've never seen it. You don't even know if Vecna has a lair. All you saw was Holly falling from the sky and then shooting back up. You have no idea what happened. Why are we just assuming that? I am begging you, one brain cell. Just one. The rest of the plan is to take 11 to the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down so she can use the sensory deprivation tank that Brenner would put her into as a child to locate people. Because since she was using that before opening the first gate in 1983, there should be a copy of the tank in the Upside Down. Now, I would like to remind you that canonically, throughout the entirety of Stranger Things, there is no water in the Upside Down. Okay? That's been established since season 1. From the pool Barb was dragged into all the way to the lake Steve emerges from in season 4. Any place where there is water in our world is empty in the Upside Down. There is no water in the Upside Down. So, you know, it would be absolutely insane if they, like, I don't know, showed up to the Upside Down and the tank would magically be filled with water with no explanation whatsoever. That would be insane, right? Right? Oh, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Whatever, next part of the plan. The next part of the plan is to put Elle in the tank and to use her powers to infiltrate Vecna's mind with Callie and Max to find the kids, expose Vecna as a fraud in front of them, and then lead them out of Camisards to wake them up in the Abyss. Then they're gonna grab the kids, kill Vecna, return to the Upside Down, exit through the gate at the Mag Z, and then detonate a bomb near the exotic matter to destroy the Upside Down and forever sever the link between Earth and the Abyss. Okay, quick question. Why can 11 just go into Vecna's mind? How does that make sense? She can locate him. Okay, but why can she suddenly access Camazotz? And why can she take the consciousnesses of other people with her? What the fuck is that? She can resurrect people from the dead. She can access people's minds from another dimension. She can retrieve the minds of other people to go into someone else's mind. What's happening? This is so stupid. So yeah, this plan makes absolutely no sense. But the show thinks you're stupid and really wants you to think it makes sense. And the thing that's hilarious with this though is that a couple of scenes later, Dustin tells Steve completely earnestly that only a genius could have come up with this plan. Alright. It's time. I'm gonna have to talk about it. Let's talk about the cringiest coming out scene of all time. So at the end of episode 7, Will decides to come out as gay to his loved ones. He is fed up of feeling like he can't be himself. He's feeling the pressure of Vecna being in his head and having a hold over his secrets and everything else that makes him scared. And that's where we run into a bit of a problem, because Will doesn't really come out on his own terms. It's kind of forced out of him in a weird way. But that wasn't the show's intention. It ends up being like that purely because of bad writing. I get that the thesis here is that Will finally frees himself from the shackles of fear and shame, and he chooses to reveal himself as he is to the world. But it's so poorly executed that it feels more like Will only comes out because his literal abuser backed him against a wall. This doesn't really feel like he had a choice. The intention is to make this statement about Will taking the power back, but the execution really shows he was pressured into this because he's kind of running out of time. He knows his weaknesses can be exploited, including his secrets or whatever he says, but he's about to go into a last stand battle to save the world in a couple of hours, so he has to do this so Vecna doesn't have anything over him. And I gotta be really honest, I don't understand what the idea was here. Do we really think Vecna gives a shit that Will is gay? What is he gonna do? Tell his mom in the middle of the final battle? We're talking about a being that is barely human anymore, who is basically playing God, attempting to merge two worlds together for no reason, might I add. What the fuck does it do for him to have this information over Will? Sure, Will feels like as long as Vecna is the only one who knows that secret, he has a hold over him, but my guy, he's not. Robin knows. Not only has Will already told someone, he was lucky enough that it was the only person in his circle who could truly understand him because she's also gay. And he talks to her about it sporadically throughout the entire season. Plus, the whole sequence at the Mag Z of Will unlocking that power comes from a narrative conclusion of an arc where he finally learns to accept himself and take the power back. So because he's already done that 3 episodes ago, it feels weird that he now has to do it again. It's not like at the Mag Z, Vecna was like, I see your secret, Will. I will snitch on you. Like, it's never mentioned as being something that is hanging over his head and making him feel pressure when it comes to the battle against evil. And the show just overdoes it to an extent that is just mind-boggling and not at all fitting to Will's character. I would go as far as to say that the way the show handles his coming out very much shows that they no longer understand Will as a character. Will has always been very introverted. He keeps keeps to himself and is close to a very small amount of people he cherishes more than anything. So the idea that he would come out in front of the entire cast is insane to me.
Me and my friends in this house were hosting a little barbecue, very chill.
I think the show got so carried away with wanting to make this moment a big spectacle that it didn't realize how much it doesn't make sense. Why are all these people here? Most of them barely know Will. Like, did Murray really need to be here for this? Steve? I don't even think Steve and Will have ever had a conversation in the 5 seasons of this show. Why is he here? Why the fuck is Callie here? You asked to bring her too? You guys haven't even met yet. And that's the thing. I don't mind that the show makes it important for Will to have a coming out scene. Ever since it was hinted at that he might be gay, I always wanted him to have that moment. Will coming out is not an issue. The way Will comes out is, though. Everything about how it happens is just so fucking stupid, and the writing of the scene in general is so cringe that it just makes the whole thing really awkward to watch. Which isn't helped by the fact that the scene is really long. Like, brother, you guys just establish how much urgency there is here because you only have a few hours to find a way to destroy a fucking wormhole. Respectfully, we do not have time for this to take this long. We don't need your entire life story here, buddy. It's like 7 minutes of Will just saying shit. And then Jonathan suddenly remembers he's Will's brother in this story, and he tells him he will always have him. And then everybody joins in the most, frankly, embarrassing, fake emotional setup.
And you'll never lose me.
Or me. Or me. Or me.
Or me. Or me.
This is a very cringy thing the show does this season, where the characters repeat the same line over and over and over again, and you just have to sit there and watch as it cuts to everyone saying it. It's the most Disney Channel-ass writing ever. It's just lazy writing, but you can tell the Duffer Brothers think it's really epic because they pull the same shit in the epilogue in the series finale.
I believe. I believe. I believe.
I believe.
I believe.
Oh, for fuck's sake, we'll get back to that later. This just felt very performative and shoved in at the wrong moment. If you ask me, I think Will's coming out scene should have been in episode 5 after he went sorcerer mode for the first time, because that was meant to be the moment Will finally accepted himself and let go of his fears. He could have had his coming out either while walking through the tunnels or back at the squawk. Shoving that scene in there right before heading to the final battle feels weirdly out of place in a way that doesn't feel natural, and again, paired with the Duffer's obsession with having the entire cast in every scene, feels very random for something so intimate. It's just dumb writing, and I definitely understand why so many people felt secondhand embarrassment watching this shit. This didn't feel like a big coming out sequence. It felt like a press conference with a lot of rambling and an emotional payoff that feels so forced and unnatural. This felt like an ad more so than a genuine moment of vulnerability. I mean, hell, Robin has one of my favorite coming out scenes of all time in season 3. It's one of the only good things season 3 did, and it works because it's intimate. She tells Steve, who has a very specific significance to her, there's nobody in the room with them that doesn't need to be there. It's just the two of them, and Steve's response not only serves as a testament to his character, but also furthers and transforms his relationship with Robin forever. There's a real impact to that scene. It feels honest, and the emotional payoff feels earned. Will's coming out scene is a checklist item. It doesn't accomplish anything, it doesn't change any of his relationships, and it rings completely hollow as a completion to his arc. There's nothing subtle about it. It's, again, like the show is also trying to just turn that into a spectacle. It doesn't feel earnest at all, and with the shitty dialogue, the repetition of the me too, and then whatever is this ridiculous moment with Max.
Sorry, this sucks, but you're gonna have to hug me.
Oh, Max.
Aww, this is so uncomfortable to watch.
All right, everybody good on the plan? Yep. Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Guys, wait. There's something you guys need to know. What is it? Does it have anything to do with your new powers? Did you see something through the demogorgon? About Vecna? Did you find a better plan to stop Vecna? He knows what we're planning, doesn't he? I did.
And I don't like girls. And I had this huge crush on someone. Right, Mike? And I know they're just not like me. Right? I don't like girls. You're still my brother. Yeah, well, you're still our friend. Oh, butter my biscuit. Can I kill myself now? And when I'm back, let's all go to Tel Aviv.
Yeah, this was a dud. I think of all the ways this could have been executed, they made all the wrong decisions. It's terribly written, terribly timed, terribly acted, and I think it is yet another display of how dumb the show has gotten. Will deserved better. Anyway, so now that this cringe fest is out of the way, it's time for the gang to head to the Upside Down. But in order to do that, they have to once again infiltrate the Magzy. Bim bam boom, they force their way in with a truck, there's a shootout with some soldiers, blah blah blah, they get into the Upside Down, and now it's time for the finale. So, yeah, Volume 2 was pretty bad. I think that's where this season really falls apart. It's like the writing dropped 200 IQ points in a snap, which is saying something because the writing was already at a low IQ score in the previous 2 seasons. And while the show is obsessed with spectacle now and is just throwing intense scenes at you with no real point just because it wants to be big and flashy without any depth, when you really take a look at the events of the 3 episodes, you quickly realize nothing really happens in Volume 2. They give you the illusion that a lot happens because, again, woo woo, spectacle, spectacle, but none of this shit actually furthers the plot. By the time the volume finished, I felt like so little was accomplished aside from waking Max up that I was like, there's absolutely no way we are ending this in 2 hours. I simply do not see how you can satisfyingly wrap this up in 2 hours. There's too many storylines happening, there's too many characters. You cannot end all of this in 1 episode without some major narrative leaps that will feel cheap. And we spend too much time focusing on shit we didn't care about. Callie is still a terrible character. The writing for her is so awkward and the performance driving her is so wooden that everybody thought Callie was gonna turn out to be a traitor because everything about her feels off. But no, she's not. It's just bad filmmaking. All of the interesting dynamics that could have been interesting to explore in this final arc are left aside because there's so much filler bullshit that we don't have time for it. Like, I was hoping there would be more of a bond between Hopper and Will this season because they have a very particular rapport to one another. Hopper saved him from the Upside Down as a child and then became his stepdad. I don't think they talked to each other once this season. I don't think the show remembers that Joyce has another son named Jonathan. These two act like they're complete strangers to each other this entire season. Even when Joyce meets up with the other group in episode 6, she doesn't even ask about Jonathan, even though she knows he's been in the Upside Down. There's really nothing interesting about any of the characters anymore by this point. The show was robbed of all of its complexity. There's nothing layered happening anymore. Everything is very surface level. The dialogue is 98% exposition. Most of the scenes are just made for you to watch characters stand around and talk for minutes on end as they explain the plot out loud. There's no space for subtext or intriguing dialogue. Characters will spell out absolutely everything they think and feel in the most ChatGPT way because remember, this is a show for kids now, so we gotta make sure the 11-year-olds who are scrolling on TikTok don't lose focus. Stranger Things is just a generic action-adventure show for a large public now. And the reason why the show is like that is because the Duffer Brothers are too aware that Stranger Things is a pop culture phenomenon. I talked about it in my first video on the show, but basically Stranger Things is a show that is way too aware of its own success, and now it's only concerned with appealing to the largest public possible. It's an entity that is obsessed with its own grown popularity. Stranger Things became a show that isn't about the story, it isn't about the characters, it's a show about moments. Everything in seasons 4 and 5 is designed to have big moments for the audience to cheer, for clips to go viral. We are Marvel now, said the Duffer Brothers. We gotta tone down everything about the show to appease the larger audience. It can't be as dark, it can't be as intelligent, we can't show the main characters smoking cigarettes anymore. So even though they were chain smokers at the beginning of the show and that was actually a visual representation of Joyce's frantic anxiety, nope. It's gone now. Gotta think of the kids who watch the show. We gotta make everything simpler, everything lighter, everything dumber, down to the DNA of the episodes. I've talked about this a lot and I've had to come up with a name for it, so from now on I will refer to it as brain rot writing. It's a type of narrative structure that has emerged and has become, unfortunately, very popular in recent years and that relies on one idea to function. That idea being, the audience is fucking stupid. This is how it goes. The characters have a problem. They need to fix it. So they sit around and give endless exposition to explain out loud what you just watched, as if you didn't just watch it, and then they have a lengthy dialogue plan where they spell out everything they're going to do next. And then you just watch them do it. Then they regroup, they explain out loud everything that just happened and that you just watched and that they previously told you out loud was gonna happen. Then they say what they're going to do next, and then you just watch them do it. Then they regroup, they explain what you just watched out loud, they then lay out exactly what they're going to do next, and then you just watch them do it. And that's it. That's the cycle. There are no surprises, no narrative ups and downs, no bumps in the road. It is the most boring story structure of all time. It's made to be watched with your brain off. It's made to be watched while you're doing other shit on your phone. That's what Volume 2 is to me, the final confirmation of what this show really is. After Season 2, Stranger Things is no longer a TV show. Stranger Things is just content. It's just Netflix content, designed, cultivated, and tailored for the largest audience possible, with the least amount of risk, the least amount of creativity, the least amount of complexity, just reliable plot points and narrative repetition purposefully made surface level, determined by an algorithm that tells them what audiences are most likely to fall for. Not a sarcastic comment, by the way, I mean this literally. You can look it up. Netflix created and uses an AI-driven algorithm that serves as a recommendation pool to predict what audiences will like, and it influences the production of their original projects. In harsher words, Stranger Things is now a show for NPCs. It has been since Season 3. And that's not just me saying that. I wanted to see if this could be considered a general opinion. So I decided to take to Instagram to ask you guys. A few weeks ago, I asked you to tell me at what point you thought Stranger Things went off the rails and became a bad show. 22,448 people voted on this poll. Thank you to everyone who did, by the way. Very kind of you to take the time. And out of all those votes, 53% of people said Stranger Things officially became a bad show in Season 3. So there does seem to be a general consensus here. A lot of people seem to be surprised that Stranger Things 5 is bad, but like, the show has been bad for a while. Season 3 came out in 2019. That's like 7 years ago at this point. And I will die on that hill. Season 4 is a largely terribly written and profoundly stupid season of television, and I will never ever understand the amount of praise it got as a masterpiece over the last 3 years. It ruined the lore. It ruined almost every character by reducing them to their basic tropes and taking away all sense of emotional or thematic complexity they had. Just like Season 3, it dumbs everything down to a degree that is mind-boggling. And then it introduces Vecna, who is like the stupidest big bad in recent memory. More on that later. And again, if you just want my full thoughts on the rest of the show, it's waiting for you. But as far as season 5 goes, before diving into the finale, I just feel completely depleted towards this thing. I said it at the very beginning of the video, but Stranger Things 5 is so empty. It is such a pitiful nothing burger that refuses to take any risks, that refuses to do anything bold. It's just a series of events with no logic where the writers are hell-bent on making the safest and most predictable choice at every turn. There is nothing compelling about this anymore. The events don't feel impactful. There's no tension. There's no sense of urgency to anything. Even if they tell you out loud that there is urgency, everybody is just chilling, making jokes, hanging out. The show has lost all of its charisma. There is no such thing as show don't tell anymore. Every scene is a long-ass exposition dump where we just tell you everything that's happening at all times out loud. And keep in mind, I haven't even mentioned the entire side storyline with the kids in Camazotz and their stupid conflicts. Just an unbearable waste of time that drags and takes so much time away from the important storylines that should have been given more time. This season keeps acting like it has another season that comes afterwards. It is wasting time on so much shit that isn't the main stuff that we have been invested in for years and are waiting to see the resolution of. But thankfully for me, this wasn't a repeat of season 4. Like I said at the very beginning of the video, after season 5, a lot of people have reevaluated season 4 and realized that it's actually not that good. But with season 5 volume 2, there wasn't any delay.
Stranger Things Volume 2 was trash. And it was not worth the wait, and it was severely overhyped.
I'm all caught up on Stranger Things, and it is official. This is the worst season of all time.
How did it take them 3 years to make this shit?
I am so disappointed in Volume 2.
Was that it? Was that it?
No, cuz what do you mean I've waited 10 years for that bullshit? What do you mean? Right before the finale of the show that started in 2016, decided to throw all character development and all emotional weight out the fucking window.
Gun to my head right now, the fate of the world is on the line. I have no clue how they're gonna wrap up this story in one episode. It's actually quite impressive how Stranger Things went from being one of the most beloved shows of all time just for its final season to fall apart this quickly.
Like, you really just wasted 3 years of everyone's time right now for this absolute shit season that could have literally been an email.
It's the same 4 scenes, just rinse and repeated, where someone is explaining something, and then they...
This is the Upside Down, and this is Steve Harrington.
The people who love Stranger Things Part 2 are the same people who love it when a brand comments on a TikTok video. These people will watch anything that doesn't require them to think whatsoever.
I have to say, the writing is abysmal. It is so dorky, so cringe.
90% of the dialogue in Volume 2 is, yo, I have a plan.
Yep.
And then everyone else being like, that plan sucks. And then you wait one scene and they do it again. And then you wait one scene and they do it again. And it's so annoying.
Yo, when are we gonna stop acting like Stranger Things is a good show, bro? That shit is ass. Like, there's no way y'all find that shit entertaining, bro. You gotta be capping.
The cast is just too big at this point, too.
Because what the fuck was that, Duffer Brothers? Where were the stakes? Now we've got the finale for them to wrap everything up. They're not going to be able to do it in a clean way. It's just not possible.
But I think it's more important to make fun of the Duffer Brothers constantly claiming they had all of this planned from day one. Season 1, Episode 1, they knew it was going here. No, you did not, and we can tell.
The reaction to Volume 2 was immediate. There was an instant shift in the fandom. It's like you could watch the show losing all that was left of its credibility in real time. I watched people turn on this show in a way I have never experienced before. People already had gripes with Volume 1. There was a lot of criticism over it feeling very cringy, the performances being really bad, and the story starting to feel incoherent, but there were good enough moments that people were giving it the benefit of the doubt. So there were already some noticeable issues that bothered people, but it's really with Volume 2 that the show hit a point of no return and completely lost people. And aside from the awful dialogue, the bad acting, the unbelievably stupid plot that dumbs down the entire show, and the boring filler that makes the overwhelming majority of the season a tedious waste of time, the biggest complaint people had with Volume 2 was the character writing. To make it very straightforward, in Season 5, the characters of Stranger Things are unrecognizable, largely empty now. They turned into this weird monolith. Everybody now talks and acts the same. The writing doesn't feel distinct to anybody aside maybe for one or two characters. There's nothing worth caring about here. The stakes of the show are dead because these characters are so comically invincible now that you just know nothing will ever happen to them because the writers are too aware that they are beloved pop culture figures and they're too spineless to write any of them out. And I don't know if you're noticing, but once again, almost all of the criticism I have been spewing out about this season is the exact same I have been spewing out about Seasons 3 and 4. Season 5 has all the same problems, but I guess it just becomes more apparent to people when it's the final season and you know nothing will come after that. Nope, not yet. These people will get their own section. So much of this season should have been about 11, but weirdly enough, she's kind of relegated to being a side character this season, up until the finale when the writers suddenly remember she's like the most important person in the world. It's very clear that they don't really know what to do with Elle this time around. Doesn't help that Millie Bobby Brown has seemingly forgotten how to act. We spent 4 seasons watching Elle learning about the world and learning to become independent and forming her own identity, only for her to turn into a lifeless robot with no emotions who doesn't really do or say anything. Mike had me in the first half. I enjoyed the role the character had in Volume 1. It was nice to finally see him be a leader again and be proactive in the story after doing absolutely nothing for the past 3 seasons. His personality is suddenly very inconsistent from previous seasons, but I was okay with that because I find that post-season 1 Mike had largely become a very unlikable character, and this season sort of fixes that. Part of the reason I like the shootout at the Maxi in episode 4 is because I thought it was really cool to see Mike stepping into the role of the protector, shielding and guiding those kids through this chaos. It felt like a natural progression for his character because he was kind of the main kid in season 1. So going into Volume 2, I really looked forward to seeing how that would progress. But the problem is it didn't progress. That was kind of it. Episode 4 is sort of the narrative peak for Mike this season. He takes a major backseat in Volume 2 and he doesn't really do anything until the show ends. Finn Wolfhard's performance this season is hilariously bad. He is so checked out, it's so funny. He just seems like he doesn't really want to be there, and honestly, can't blame him. Will is a character that had the perfect trajectory to end as the best character in the show, but unfortunately, it is very clear that after season 3, the Duffers just didn't know what to do with him. He was sidelined for the entirety of season 4, and people had a very strong reaction to that, which led the Duffers to promise season 5 would be Will's season, and you would almost be inclined to believe them with episode 4 that reveals him as the sorcerer, but then he does nothing for the rest of the show. He cries a lot, and then he slows everyone down by coming out at the worst moment, but after doing this shit, Will is fucking useless. It feels like the entire sorcerer thing exists only because the Duffers had the idea for the Maxi sequence, and they thought it would be fucking epic, but they didn't think about it more than that. Will's inclusion in the story past episode 4 feels absolutely forced. It really feels like it was a chore for the Duffer Brothers. And once again, Will deserved better. The character assassination of Nancy Wheeler is something I could write a whole book about. Again, already talked about that in the first video, but yeah, Nancy went from being this emotionally complex young girl riddled with guilt over Barb's death, who perseveres through fear to become stronger, to being a constant, mindless Ellen Ripley reference. She's just the girl with the guns now. There's no heart to her, no emotional complexity, no themes attached to her character, to the point where her emotional journey has become so unimportant that nothing has weight to her anymore. Like, something that really blew my mind in the worst way in Stranger Things 5 is the unbelievable feat of the show mindlessly glossing over the harrowing fact that Nancy kills people this season. She actually guns people down. Nancy is 19 years old. If this was season 1 Stranger Things, this would be treated like a horrifying moment, something really dark that she had to do and that would stay with her for years. But no. Instead, she gets a pat on the back from Hopper and a big smile because she's just fucking Rambo now.
Hey, nice shooting back there.
You too. I kinda thought
Bro, what? Motherfucker, she's 19. She just had to take a life for the first time. Jesus Christ! In my first video, I shared my endless frustration about the character resetting of Hopper, and I mainly talk about how in Season 2 and Season 3, he goes through the exact same character arc, except Season 3 is the dumb version of it for 10-year-olds, and in Season 5, surprise surprise, he goes through the exact same arc again. For the third time, Hopper's arc this season is that he's being too controlling and overprotective of Eleven and refuses to trust her and let her have agency, and by the end, he has to learn to let her make her own choices and to trust her. They've been giving Hopper the same arc over and over again since 2017, and I have absolutely nothing else to say about Hopper this season. He is so fucking useless. Yes, Dustin's arc is basically a copy-paste of Max's arc from Season 4, being angry, depressed, and isolated from the rest of the group due to grieving the death of a side character in the previous season nobody was close with except for them. It really just is a recycled storyline. The Duffer Brothers are masters at microwaving their own shit.
It's the same 4 scenes, just rinse and repeated.
I mean, there's a reason why Hopper keeps going through the same arc over and over again, because these two bozos have no creativity and only know how to remake shit they already done but worse. But in this case, I'll kinda let it slide, because one, like I said, Dustin desperately needed to be something more than the comic relief, and two, Gaten Matarazzo is acting his ass off this season. I really like the scene where he begs Steve not to do anything dangerous because he cannot stomach the idea of losing someone else.
Stop being so selfish, please. If you go on there, you're gonna die, and I can't deal with it again. You can't die because I can't deal with it again. Please don't let it happen again. Not you.
It's easily one of the most effective scenes in the entire season, and one of the few that works on an emotional level. And in general, getting to see a darker side of Dustin after 4 seasons of essentially being a stand-up comedian was interesting. And even though the writing is flat, and we don't explore his psyche nearly enough because we're wasting time on a lot of other filler shit that doesn't even need to be there, I still appreciate the change of pace for his character. Dustin is one of the few characters that ends the show with a bit of dignity, and that's mostly because Gaten Matarazzo never gave up on the role. He is giving it his all this season, and I really appreciate it. Steve Harrington has not had a character arc since Season 2. He's barely a character at this point. The only reason people love him so much isn't because he's a great character, it's just because Joe Keery is incredibly charismatic, and when he's back in Chicago, he feels it. But let's be honest, since Season 3, Steve is just kind of there. And don't get me wrong, I love him. He's one of the few characters that bring a bit of life to the show still. But seriously, man, give him one character plot. He hasn't evolved in years. Joyce, who in season 1 is, in my opinion, one of the best TV characters in recent memory, has become such an afterthought for the writers that it's almost funny at this point. I mean, good for Winona Ryder. She was paid millions of dollars to be in this season, and she barely did any work. 80% of her presence in season 5 consists of her standing around looking worried. I mean, yeah, get that paycheck, Winnie. I asked this question in my first video, and I will ask it again here. Can somebody please give me one single reason why Jonathan Byers is still alive? Genuinely, I am asking. He is such a useless character, and I don't know anyone who cares about him. Jonathan's entire character, his one and only personality trait, is being in love with Nancy. That's it. Since season 2, all he ever thinks about is Nancy. There is nothing else to his character. I've said it before, and season 5 confirms that I should stand by it. I think Jonathan should have died in season 4 at the hands of Vecna. It would have made Vecna way more of a threat. It would have allowed for Jonathan to have one great final arc and a good send-off and then stop wasting space in the show, and it would have upped the stakes of the story and made the audience feel like the main characters may not be safe anymore. But no, instead we get this bullshit. Honest to God, after 3 seasons of watching her, I do not understand what Robin's character is supposed to be. It feels like Robin is a character that shouldn't have stayed in the show past season 3. She kinda had a perfect arc in this one, and it was kind of a natural exit point for her. But she's still here, and she's annoying as fuck.
It's too big, it's not gonna fit.
Steve hears that all the time and he goes in anyway, don't you, Steve?
What the hell's wrong with you?
She's just a character with very little direction, and it becomes very obvious that the writers kind of treat her as a narrative placeholder. Like, basically, the Duffers decided that Robin is whatever the script needs her to be at any given time. She's a film expert, a spying expert, a tech genius. Whatever the scene needs for the story to function, the writers are just like, yeah, let's just make Robin do that, whatever. Her personality changes every season, and it's just annoying. Also, no need to elaborate on this, but Maya Hawke cannot act, and her line delivery makes me feel secondhand embarrassment sometimes. Sorry. Lucas is awesome, but consistently underutilized throughout the entire series. Season 5 is more where he gets to shine in a scene or two, but globally speaking, he's the one out of the main kids that always gets the least attention from the writers. I wonder why. Just like Jonathan with Nancy, Lucas doesn't get much to do outside of his relationship with Max. When shit is actually going down, he mainly just stands around and you get shots of him reacting to things.
Sorcerer. I wanted to personally thank you for your contribution.
He's never really had a character arc of his own, aside from a very small one in season 4 that largely operates in the background. And it's a shame because Caleb McLaughlin is one of the few actors on the show who is still putting effort in his performance. When the story calls for it, he's actually pretty good in this role, and unfortunately, I don't think anybody making the show noticed because they could have given him way more to do. But no, he's really just reduced to being Max's boyfriend. Oh, and speaking of which, Max is such a whatever character in season 5. She was my favorite part of season 4, but her entire storyline about grieving Billy in season 4 never gets a true resolution. I don't even think Billy is mentioned once this season, aside from when Lucas makes up a plan by heating popcorn. Max's emotional arc has always been tied to her family, but Billy is never mentioned, and even after she wakes up, her mom is nowhere to be found. Fun fact, the actress who played her mom was also confused as to where she is. She wanted to come back, but in a video that she posted on social media, she implies that they didn't have her back because she was in recovery from a difficult battle with cancer. I'm pretty sure she was fighting cancer when she was shooting season 4, and that's why they didn't bring her back, even though by the time they were shooting season 5, she was in remission. And she totally agrees that it does not make any sense for Max's mom to not be in season 5 at all, especially after she wakes up from a coma. Anyways, back to Max. Sadie Sink is a really good actress, but aside from the really solid scene where she reunites with Lucas, there's absolutely nothing for her to do performance-wise here. Max is, again, reduced to a very generic character with a personality homogenous with everyone else's. And then you have Vecna, the most boring villain of all time that relies on aura to be palatable. And Stranger Things 5 really ensures that he remains uninteresting. Like in season 4, Vecna is given this like super long and intricate backstory about his powers, his family, the whole thing with his dad, his time at Brenner's lab, and the whole thing with him being obsessed with clocks. That was a big question coming out of season 4. Like, what is the meaning of the clocks? There's this whole thing about the horrific vision he gives to Nancy. Like, he was never a great villain, mainly due to bad writing, but at least there was some mystery to him in season 4. And anyone with a brain would assume that those mysteries that weren't necessarily solved in season 4 would carry over to season 5, but weirdly enough, in season 5, none of it is really addressed. Now, his entire backstory hinges on one single scene in a cave that you get to see in the finale, and that isn't even explained to you. All the hinting at the complexities of his character are just dropped in season 5. Now, Vecna is just generic villain that says generic villain things. And the lore around him doesn't even make sense anymore, because the show keeps contradicting itself. In season 4, we're told that Henry ended up in Dimension X by accident after being sent there by Eleven, who blasted him through another dimension. He then arrived there and used the Mind Flayer to become a god. But in season 5, we're told Henry became possessed by the Mind Flayer as a child, and he was apparently always on a mission to find the Mind Flayer in Dimension X. And so I guess 11 sending him there by accident was just a happy coincidence? You see what I mean? It's like it takes something that makes sense and makes it needlessly stupid and senseless for no reason. Also, hey, did you know that these two know each other? Yeah, Henry and Joyce went to high school together. They even worked together on a school play. So yes, Joyce's son was kidnapped and tortured by her old classmate. The show never acknowledges that fact, aside from that one memory where you briefly see a young Joyce. Because we know Joyce was also in high school with Hopper, so Hopper knew Henry too. The show never acknowledges that. And if you ask me, it's kind of fun that Henry went to high school with Hopper and Joyce. That's crazy. You want to know why it's crazy? Because in season 4, we learned that Henry was taken by Dr. Brenner in 1959 after he murdered his mother and his sister. He was 12 years old, and he lived in captivity in Hawkins' lab until 11 banished him to Dimension X in 1979. 20 years later, he was stuck there for 4 years until L opened the first gate in 1983 and created the Upside Down. So please explain to me, how the fuck was Henry in high school with Joyce and Hopper if he was living in captivity under Brenner before he was a teenager. And even if he did, the timeline still doesn't add up because Henry is 36 years old during the events of season 1. Does that mean Joyce and Hopper are only 36 in season 1 of Stranger Things? That doesn't make sense. We know Hopper was drafted and fought in the Vietnam War in 1959. He would have been 12, but we know he was drafted when he was 18 years old, meaning Hopper was born in 1941. So in season 1, Hopper is 42 and Joyce is the same age. That makes both of them 6 years older than Henry. So fuck you, Duffer Brothers. They were not in high school together. It is canonically impossible, even if you take out the initial plot hole of the fact that Henry could have never been in high school because he was being held captive in Hawkins' lab. See, this is what happens to Stranger Things when you do this little thing called paying attention. Everything about it falls apart because the Duffer Brothers clearly do not pay attention. They keep forgetting about their own story. They don't care about continuity. Instead, every season spends ungodly amounts of time retconning the lore to replace it with whatever it needs in the moment. And in the end, you end up with a story where nothing makes sense, where the timeline is broken, where the rules of the supernatural keep changing, and where every single season contradict each other in the dumbest ways. They also seem to keep forgetting what the interpersonal relationships of the characters are. Like, this is kind of dumb, but why is season 5 pretending out of nowhere that Will and Max are like best friends? They've barely ever interacted before Max's coma, but this season, we completely throw away the fact that Max and Eleven were actually best friends, and they barely speak to each other in Stranger Things 5, but instead, the bestie relationship is between Max and Will, and they pretend like it's been like this forever. Bro, they barely know each other.
You're gonna have to hug me.
Oh, Max.
I love ya.
Oh, by the way, while I'm just talking about more stupid things, I like how Hopper recovered from being shot by a rifle in like an afternoon. Remember that? Do you remember that he was shot by a rifle in episode 1? He was like about to die in the Upside Down. But after episode 2, he's just chilling. It's never mentioned again. Just like last season when he broke his ankle and it's a problem for about 5 minutes and then he's all good. He's sprinting, he's fighting a demogorgon with a sword like it's nothing. Just like I said, there are no stakes anymore. They're video game characters now. They're the gang from Fast and Furious. Nothing affects them, ever. Max can have her eyes crushed by Vecna, and psych! She's actually super fine, and she's not blind anymore. Lucas gets slashed by a demogorgon, which is almost a death sentence to anybody, but him? Nah, he limps for about 5 minutes in episode 5, and then it's cool, he's okay, and it's never mentioned again. Karen Wheeler gets her throat and body slashed by a demogorgon and is left bleeding out in a pool of her own blood, but 24 hours later, she can talk and walk, she's totally okay. Nothing here matters. This show has no stakes. I fear season 1 was a fluke. I love Stranger Things 1 to no end. I still believe it is one of the most perfect seasons of television ever made. But I think it was a fluke because the last 3 to 4 seasons have proven repeatedly that the Duffer Brothers are not good storytellers. They do not know how to carry the story of the show over from one season to the next in a coherent way. So they just make shit up and ignore the things they don't want to deal with. One of my biggest gripes with season 4 is that it spends a lot of time undoing the previous seasons by retconning storyline after storyline and essentially assessing by the end that everything that happened in the first 3 seasons means absolutely nothing. And not only does season 4 assess that whatever happened in the first 3 seasons means absolutely nothing, season 5 doubles down on that by assessing that most of the things that happened in season 4 means absolutely nothing. So what the hell is this season even supposed to be? Well, apparently nothing, because it is so distracted by its own filler and so willing to fuck around and waste time that it barely seems interested in actually solving itself. It is very obvious that this show was never supposed to make it this far. And nothing proves that more than the finale. Guys, I don't know if I can do this. You know what? This video is already pretty long. We had a good run, you know, I might just have to tap out. I can't handle this. I cannot handle more of this. I'm tired. I'm tired, man. My knees hurt. My back is fucked. I can't do this. I've lost all motivation. I think I'm gonna quit on this video.
Hi, Dylan. Cara Bono here. I am Karen Wheeler on Stranger Things. Hello, Space Ninja. So look, I know what it's like to lose motivation. You know, so many people can relate to this, and sometimes when you talk about it, you almost get sick of hearing yourself talk about it, or you go, yeah, I know what to do. And often we do know what to do. And what causes us to lose motivation? I often think about this because I've lost motivation on things that really are dear to me. And sometimes you feel like you're not getting anywhere, and then there's some obstacles, or maybe it just seems like the light at the end of the tunnel is so far away. And no, you're not alone. A lot of people feel this way, and there's a lot of stories about this. So keep going. Don't give up. Sometimes it's like very little in the day, and sometimes you're feeling the muse. So just know it's just a lot of it's discipline. Sometimes the muse doesn't come, and then you just do it. Nike has the greatest ad in the world, right? Like, just do it. But move your body. Yeah, definitely take walks. Like, when you're not feeling... It's amazing how much, like, those endorphins and blood flow can really make you feel motivated. Everyone underestimated Karen Wheeler, and look at her. If they got Karen Wheeler involved earlier, a lot of stuff would have been different in Hawkins. Look at this. Karen Wheeler from season 2. Karen Wheeler took care of business. So can you.
Well, I kind of have to admit that was pretty convincing. I survived up to this point. I gotta be able to see it through. Alright. Let's do this.
People that hated the Stranger Things finale are boring and /or media illiterate. But the plot holes. Have you considered critical thinking skills?
Hey Chloe, it's me. Media illiterate space ninja. I'm about to explain why the finale only works if you don't use your brain. To put it simply, the Stranger Things finale is the most baffling thing I watched in 2025. And let me remind you, it came out on New Year's Eve, so I had 364 days beforehand to watch some baffling stuff. This thing is a gigantic middle finger to the audience's intelligence and one of the most spineless endings to any TV show in existence. And I gotta be honest, first time I watched it, I thought it was really bad, but the more I watch it and the more I think about it, the worse it gets. And the thing is, even though it is a 2-hour episode and it is the literal series finale, there actually isn't much to say about episode 8. So I guess I'm gonna go through it bit by bit, kinda quickly. let's dive in. So the finale begins with the gang having entered the Upside Down for the very last time. Immediately, you know you're in for a bit of a doozy, because the series finale of this decade-long pop culture phenomenon begins by immediately feeling like it has no stakes and there is no urgency to anything. The gang splits into two groups. Hopper, 11, Callie, and Uselessness head to Hawkins' lab, where 11 is going to use the sensory deprivation tank that's definitely supposed to have water in it. She's going to use it to gather Callie's and Max's consciousnesses and go into Vecna's mind and guide the 12 abducted children to escape from Camazotz. No, the show will never explain how 11 can even do that. It's never established that she has the ability to take people's consciousnesses and manipulate them to travel into other people's minds, but just don't think about it. Don't think about it. The thing is, a group of rogue military guys working for Dr. K see them entering the lab and they begin an operation to take out everyone and take L. Vecna is in the abyss. He siphons the kid's energy, or whatever the fuck he does, to begin his final move. And the abyss begins its descent into the Upside Down, ready to merge with Earth. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang goes up the radio tower in the Upside Down, waiting for the abyss to descend so they can access it. We take a pause so that Mike can friendzone Will one more time, because the writers really want you to be reminded that Mike is definitely not gay.
Still think we can be friends.
Friends? No thanks. Best friends.
Then the abyss begins to come through the clouds and everybody braces themselves. Except, whoops, problem, the breach doesn't properly line up with the tower and it hits it, which shakes everything around the gang. We get an eye-rolling fake-out death that is honestly hilarious. Not intentionally so, but hilarious. Because the show is still trying to convince you that it has stakes. Like, seriously, I think it is so fucking funny that you can watch seasons 2, 3, and 4 and go into season 5 being genuinely worried that anyone important would die. That's really funny. I can't believe this worked on people. It is the most terribly executed fake out ever. It's so cringe. The screams with reverb, the slow motion, the cut to black before seeing the hand of Jonathan. It is so fucking tacky and so convinced that it's epic. I cannot remember the last time I rolled my eyes this hard. I didn't even know this was physically possible. Like, seriously, did anyone really believe they were gonna kill Steve? And in as random of a way as falling from a tower? You really have to be 6 years old for this to work on you. The Duffer Brothers don't have the balls to kill these characters. Even when they do, they don't. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get back on track. Max and Anthony are back at the squawk on Earth, and they're waiting for everybody to come back. But Max suddenly goes into a trance because 11 used her new unexplained powers to retrieve her consciousness. Just don't think about it. Dr. K finds Erica and Mustache Guy in their hideout, and when she sees the van from the squawk that they used to get there, she understands she can probably find Elle and company at the squawk, so she takes some soldiers with her and heads there. No, by the way, the show never explains how and why Dr. K finds Erica's hideout. They were never shown to have been located, and this comes out of nowhere. They literally just show up. They just appear where Erica is for no reason. But you know what? Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. 11 finds Henry in Camazotz and yanks him out of his trance. Max takes the kids away while Elle distracts him. Callie has an opportunity to kill Henry, apparently, but she misses because she really wanted to say hello brother before stabbing him, and so he has time to get away. Also, question, because it's never really explained to us, if you kill Henry's projection of himself in his own head, does that kill him in the real world? Like, how does that make sense? It sounds stupid, and I feel like that's something that should have been established before if it was the goal here, but whatever, just don't think about it. So the Abyss's descent is stopped right on time, and the gang on top of the tower can now cross and go into the Abyss. They arrive in this new dimension, or like world? I don't know. Sometimes they say it's another dimension. Sometimes they say it's just another planet. Whatever. So they arrive, and then they just don't have a plan because they didn't think that far. So they just start walking like in a random direction. They don't know where they are. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how big this place is. They just start walking around. But because, you know, this is the season of plot conveniences, they just so happen to walk in the right direction, and they very quickly stumble across Vecna's lair.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's real lucky. Then there's an actually pretty dope scene where Vecna gets into Hopper's head. The only scene where I actually thought for a second that something happened that would have been crazy. Vecna creates an illusion to destabilize Hopper by using his trauma to rile him up. And then he makes himself appear and tricks Hopper into shooting Elle in the tank so that she loses her Bluetooth connection into his mind. How does he know 11 is in the lab in the Upside Down? I don't know, just don't think about it. Why does he suddenly need Elle to be physically removed from the tank to exit his mind when it showed earlier in the season that he can just eject people from his mind when he feels like it? I don't know, just don't think about it. That scene was actually pretty well executed though. It's pretty badass, and it's the only moment I felt any kind of tension in the finale. It actually felt real. For a brief second, I really thought Hopper had killed Elle, and that would have been the biggest 10,000 IQ move on Vecna's part. But then I remember this is the Duffer Brothers we're talking about, so obviously that was also a fake out, and it turns out it was just an illusion to get Hopper to panic and get 11 out of the tank. And again, consistent with the show since season 3, this is a scene that only works if you don't stop to think about it, because the second that you do, say it with me kids, the logic of it falls apart.
Have you considered critical thinking skills?
Because 11 should have absolutely died right there. Sure, Vecna was an illusion, but Hopper really did shoot that gun. Those bullets were real, and the tank really was there too. So was 11 inside of the tank. So why isn't she dead? He fired the gun. Where did those bullets go? And why would Vecna fake that? Why wouldn't he just actually trick Hopper into shooting Elle in the tank? Why would he fake it? Just make him do it for real. That would solve your problem. 11 will exit your mind and will also be dead. Why would you not? Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Meanwhile, the kids are escaping Camazotz, and Holly is taking them to the cave where they can reach the red place and have their own running up that hill scene. Again, this is the Disney Channel part of the finale. The only thing that's important here is that Henry reaches them, and this time he actually decides to conquer his own fear, and he walks into the cave. While that happens, the rogue military squad in the Upside Down actually catches up to Hopper, Callie, and Elle. There's a shootout, pow, pow, pow. It's boring. Oh no, Hopper is gonna let Callie die to save 11. Oh no, except this is a show for children. Of course he goes back for her. Pow, 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 pow. Hopper and Callie get captured. Dipshit blows up the military's chopper to make a distraction, which gives Elle the opportunity to kill the other soldiers.
Okay, don't worry. It's a new year. It's a new year.
Oh, really? We're just blowing shit up in the lab now? Isn't there a super unstable orb of exotic matter right on top of you that could destroy the Upside Down and almost did with a single bullet? But a helicopter exploding is fine? Okay, whatever. Just don't think about it. This show is brain dead. I can't wait for this to be over. Also, personal pet peeve. This is nitpicking, but why does everything happen in slow motion in this show now? Fucking Zack Snyder syndrome. This shit takes forever, and it is corny as hell. Every big moment in Stranger Things 4 and 5 is just an extremely drawn out scene in slow motion. The Kate Bush scene, the shooting Vecna, Hopper fighting a Demogorgon with Excalibur, Karen fighting a Demogorgon with a glass bottle, whatever the fuck this was. Everything is in slow motion. It's so tacky. I think that's why I really like the sorcerer scene in episode 4. It's the only big moment in the show in the last 2 seasons that isn't in slow motion for 5 minutes. But anyway, boom, explosion. Oh no, Callie is accidentally shot and she dies. Oh no, that's so sad. Who cares? The show certainly doesn't, and neither does the audience. Moving on. Then we get the big revelation of why Henry is afraid to go into the cave, and we get to see the memory that lives in there. And oh boy, if there is one moment where you really need to not think about it, this is it. I'm gonna explain it to you, but whatever happens, please don't think about it. So as a kid, Henry stumbled into a cave where he found a wounded man with a briefcase. The man seems terrified and he holds Henry at gunpoint and shoots him in the hand. Henry panics, he grabs a rock and beats the man with it. Then he takes the man's briefcase for absolutely no reason and he opens it. In it, he finds a strange rock. And when he touches it, he gets a vision of Dimension X, and the Mind Flayer tells him to come find it. Then the rock dissolves itself inside of Henry's hand, which gives him his powers, and he murders the man in the cave. That's it. That's the origin story. It is random as fuck. It's just thrown in the middle of everything that's happening, and it has no impact on the story. And most of it is left unexplained anyway. Oh, but Dylan, didn't you know there's a stage play spin-off that explains the backstory in more detail? You should really watch that. No, fuck you. Fuck you and your dad. Tell me a complete story, you fucking cowards. Don't send me to 7 adjacent projects so that your main story doesn't have holes. Oh no, it all makes sense, Dylan. All of it adds up. You just have to read this book, then watch this stage play, then play this video game, then watch this movie from 1982 that vaguely references the plot, then drink 2 shots of vodka, sacrifice 3 virgins to Mother Nature, and then it'll all make sense. Respectfully, go fuck yourself. If the audience can't make sense of the logic of the story unless they engage with different projects from 3 different mediums, some of which aren't even out yet, because apparently the existence of this rock is going to be explained in a future spin-off, you're just not a good storyteller. Sorry, this isn't world building. This is a lack of skill and a serious deficit in creativity. I cannot even begin to explain how frustrating this reveal is, because it is just kind of a throwaway reveal, and it annoys me because it just makes the entirety of what's going on even more pointless. So Henry is also a vessel of the Mind Flayer, meaning he's not actually the one in charge. He's just doing the Mind Flayer's bidding. However, it's also revealed that unlike other vessels, Henry is a willing participant. He's not being controlled by the Mind Flayer. They're just besties and they like each other a lot. He says that he wants to be a vessel because the Mind Flayer showed him that the world is bad. And my broski, I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. This goes right back to the show throwing important information at you and never bothering to explain any of it. We don't know what the Mind Flayer showed Henry, so this means nothing. We don't even know what the Mind Flayer is at this point, or what it wants, or why it wants it. Why did the Mind Flayer want Henry to find it? Why does it want to merge the Abyss with Earth? And if Henry is letting the Mind Flayer guide him, if they're really besties, if he's a willing vessel, if this is what he wants, then why is he so afraid of the cave? Why is he so terrified to relive the memory of when the Mind Flayer first linked with him? The fear would imply a fear of the Mind Flayer, sort of indicating that he doesn't want to be a vessel, but also he says he was liberated by the Mind Flayer. So why the fear? And also, I feel like I should have started with that, it can speak? The Mind Flayer can speak? What? What do you mean? Do you realize how that completely alters the events of the show? Oh my god. You know what? I can't do this. I can't actually dive into this. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. So Vecna accomplishes whatever it is that he wants to accomplish, and the Mind Flayer awakens as this thing, whatever it is. The show never explains it. What is this? What is happening here? Is it the kids? Are they feeding the Mind Flayer? Did the Mind Flayer need those kids to, like, wake up? Did it not have a physical body before? The Duffer Brothers said the Mind Flayer's real form is the Cloud. So what the fuck is this? Where does that come from? Is it planning on taking over our world in this form? What does it even want to do in our world once it gets there? What's going on? Literally, why is any of this happening? Why? I think it is fucking crazy that the show won't bother to explain why its own story is even taking place. And you gotta understand, this is precisely what I mean when I say the Duffer Brothers only like to make things big for the sake of being big. There is no real thought behind it. I frankly don't think the Duffer Brothers have any more of an idea of what is going on in here than we do. I genuinely believe they just wanted to have a giant monster in the finale. There's no narrative reason behind it. There's no way to justify its existence. They just thought it was cool, so they threw it in there and thought people would be happy because they think bigger always equals better, and everything about Stranger Things is now spectacle. Spectacle for the sake of spectacle. There's absolutely nothing in there that is made to care about what's happening story-wise. They just told themselves, it's the finale, it has to be big. Is there a reason why? Not really, but it's big. So they're gonna like it. This thing right there is exactly what Stranger Things is now. Just mindless, big stuff being thrown at you with no brains. Whatever, let's keep going before I lose my fucking shit. So the big monster attacks the gang, and the final battle begins. And by final battle, I mean me fighting to stay awake. So basically, the final fight is opposing essentially a god with a cosmic entity, psychic monster super god against 7 teenagers with 1 shotgun, a slingshot, 1 Molotov cocktail, and a couple of spears. And somehow, this is an unfair fight for the gods. The teenagers win that fight. And not only do the teenagers win that fight, they win it very easily. This is the most straightforward, no trouble battle they've ever had in the show. Bro, they had an easier time beating up the Mind Flayer in its own realm than they had beating it in the mall in season 3. They had a harder time fighting 1 demogorgon in the Turnbow Trap than they did killing the Mind Flayer and beating Vecna. Will's coming out scene was longer than the final battle. It took longer for Will to say, guys, I don't like girls, than it was to defeat Vecna and the literal psychic god from an alternate dimension. Max and Holly's conversation in the Mindscape was longer than this battle. It is insane how underwhelming this battle is. Dustin's fight with his school bullies at the beginning of the season was more compelling than whatever the fuck this was. The entirety of the final battle is about 5 minutes long. 5 minutes. The one time that the show could justify being spectacle over everything else, the final battle of the story. That's the time they decide to get lazy about it. In 5 minutes, we reveal the giant mind flayer, the gang runs away from it, they come up with a plan to defeat it, execute the plan, and kill it. And there are so many unintentionally hilarious moments in that. The corniest shit ever. Watching Dustin and Steve poking this creature the size of 10 buildings with their tiny little spears while screaming for Eddie, you can't make this shit up, man.
This is for Eddie, you son of a bitch! Eddie!
11 arrives in Dimension X. She Dragon Balls her way inside of the Mind Flayer. She fights Vecna for about 2 minutes, impales him on a spike, and ends it. That's it. That was the final battle of Stranger Things. 5 minutes. The battle was so easy that by the end, nobody died, and no one is even, like, remotely hurt or even slightly inconvenienced. They're not even out of breath. Like, this shit was simple. So the Mind Flayer is dead. Henry is agonizing on the spike as the characters surround him. And then Joyce... Oh, yeah, Joyce was in Dimension X the whole time. She didn't do a single thing, but she was there. Joyce approaches Henry and he looks at her with what seems to be fear on his face. Joyce grabs an axe. She looks at the man who kidnapped, tortured, and abused her son at the end of this 4-year nightmare. A very emotional journey that had so many emotions intertwined for Joyce. She's finally in front of him. He's at her mercy. What is she gonna tell him?
You fucked with the wrong family.
Really? That's it? That's the writing here? The big triumphant line that ends the long battle against the supernatural is the surprise of an F-bomb? Nothing else to say? This is another example of how surface level and dumbed down the show has become. And I think the most discouraging part of this is that I watched the finale in theaters on New Year's Eve, and people clapped when this happened. So whatever, Joyce gets the only F-bomb in the show for the greatest pleasure of the 10-year-olds watching it who aren't allowed to swear at home. And then she beheads Henry without a single word, and that's it. By the way, I think it's hilarious that Joyce just decapitates him by repeatedly hitting him with an axe in front of all of the children. I don't know. She could have asked anyone to just take the kids outside so she can finish him, but whatever. Just don't think about it. And there you go. The Stranger Things have been defeated. And again, this is already really bad. But if you just think about it, it gets so much worse. See, I always assumed that when we got to the end of Stranger Things, killing the Mind Flayer and Vecna would be a massive hurdle for the gang because of Will. Will is linked to both the Mind Flayer and Vecna. He feels their pain. If they're hurt, he's hurt. And there is good reason to believe that if they die, he could die too. I always found that to be one of the most fascinating aspects of the show that I was curious to get to. So, imagine my surprise when nothing happens. During the final battle, even though both the Mind Flayer and Vecna are getting their shit absolutely rocked, Will is suddenly not affected by it. Like, at all. There is no explanation for it either. He's just no longer harmed by their pain, and when they die, he feels nothing. It's not even addressed. Like, they literally just abandoned this massive plot point that has been carrying through the show since season 2 because they didn't want to have to deal with it in the finale. So all of that was for nothing. Oh, also, even though we are in the Mind Flayer's home world, there wasn't a single demogorgon around in the abyss. Nowhere to be seen. The whole time I was waiting for an army of demogorgons, demodogs, and demobats to show up and overwhelm them. But nope, suddenly they just don't exist anymore. And some people who defend the show say, clearly, Clearly someone doesn't have any media literacy. Clearly, the reason there weren't any demogorgons is because the Mind Flayer needed to absorb them all to have this big physical body. It's obvious. Where is your media literacy? Yeah, people throw this term around way too much on the internet, but motherfucker, you are wrong! The Duffer Brothers themselves said in an interview that wasn't the case. They say the reason why there are no demogorgons in the final battle is simply because Vecna was taken off guard and, quote, didn't expect to be attacked on his own turf.
There have to be some monsters in the abyss.
I agree.
Yeah, I guess like I maybe wonder about demo fatigue at the...
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Really? That's why we didn't get any demogorgons in the finale? Demo fatigue? That's not even a real term. You guys just made that up. But they say the demogorgons were out there. We just didn't see them. They were off screen. The Duffer Brothers love to say things happen off screen. You'll see. So the battle is over. The children are saved, and most questions the show had yet to answer are never answered. The gang leaves the abyss and returns to the Upside Down with the children. Everybody reunites, and they leave the Upside Down for the very last time.
Let's ditch this hellscape.
Okay. It's a big happy scene with characters smiling at each other, celebrating the fact that not one of them had a cohesive arc to close in the final episode of their own show because there's so many of them that there's just no time for it. Hopper and Incel 01 set up the bomb that will blow the exotic matter up and destroy the Upside Down. Then they join the rest of the party and everybody goes through the Magzi Gate and return to Earth. But once there, problem. The gang is intercepted by Dr. K and her squad, and this time there's nothing they can do to escape. Everyone is being detained. It's really intense. Max and Vicky are just there. But Dr. K doesn't care about any of them. She just wants 11, but they can't find her. She was right there, but now she's gone until everybody turns around and they see that 11 has returned to the Upside Down and is standing on the other side of the gate. And everybody understands what she's about to do. The Upside Down will be destroyed when the bomb is detonated, and 11 will let herself be killed with it. Callie had told her earlier in the season that they couldn't live because more supernatural children could be created from their blood, and the military would never stop coming after them. So 11 has decided to die. She uses her powers to go into her mindscape to talk to Mike, and God, this scene is so stupid.
You understand me better than anyone.
Bro? What? What? I'm sorry, but are we talking about the same Mike here? In all the time they've been together, all we ever see is that Mike and 11 fight because they don't understand each other. Mike does not understand Elle. Elle does not understand Mike. It's been the core of all of their conflicts. And guess what? Because this show is written like shit, most of their conflicts are left unresolved. So there's never a point where they actually come to a stable place of understanding one another. I'm sorry, but this scene does not feel earned at all. This dialogue is incredibly generic and only there to be manipulative as hell and bait the audience into thinking that was sad, and I'm glad most people didn't fall for it. 11 telling Mike he understands her better than anyone is the telltale sign that the Duffer Brothers have lost the plot and do not understand their own characters anymore. It's crazy. You can't just show up like this in the final episode and make their relationship so instrumental to the ending of the show. If their relationship was so important for this scene to have weight, there needed to be way more writing to showcase their bond. Legitimately, throughout this entire season, the writing for Mike and 11 is so flat that I couldn't tell if they were still together or just friends. The entire season, I could not tell if Mike and 11 were still a couple. It's not clear at all. This scene is fucking meaningless. It is just a bunch of words that have no real link to the characters and that try to manipulate you into feeling sad, but it's bullshit. So yeah, 11 decides to out herself. Also in slow motion, by the way, because what better way to finish a story about cycles of abuse than to have the victim of the abuse commit suicide? That seems like the right way to go. And everyone screams and everyone is sad in slow motion, blah blah blah. The upside down is destroyed and the link between Earth and Dimension X has been severed forever. And I have to say, this finale felt like a bad video game. The characters are video game characters who have a cheat code that makes it impossible for them to take any damage. The final boss fight has absolutely no emotional depth. It's just spectacle for the sake of spectacle, and it's not even good spectacle. It doesn't have any meaning. It's just pointless. And the reason why this ending is pointless is simply that it's the exact same ending as season 1. It's the exact same conclusion, but after they've ruined the story and the characters. This is what I mean when I say that the Duffer Brothers are creatively bankrupt and only know how to repeat story beats they've already made before. This is why this ending is pointless. It changed nothing from season 1 to season 5, aside from a couple more unimportant side characters being dead. The gang reunites to share all the knowledge they've gathered separately. They make a plan to end things. The plan is the exact same as season 1. 11 has to go back into a sensory deprivation tank to locate people. The characters have to go into the other world to rescue missing kids. We get into a shootout with the monster. The heroes have to fight it while a military/mercenary force of armed goons comes after them. The heroes start losing, so 11 has to step in and use the force to beat up the baddie by pinning it against a place it can no longer move. 11 defeats the evil, says goodbye to Mike, and sacrifices herself by disappearing. Mike screams after her, but he can't stop it from happening. But the very end of the season then drops a hint that she may not be dead and may still be out there somewhere. 11 has to go back into a sensory deprivation tank to locate people. The characters have to go into the other world to rescue missing kids. We get into a shootout with the monster. The heroes have to fight it while a military/mercenary force of armed goons comes after them. The heroes start losing, so 11 has to step in and use the force to beat up the baddie by pinning it against a place it can no longer move. 11 defeats the evil, says goodbye to Mike, and sacrifices herself by disappearing. Mike screams after her, but he can't stop it from happening. But the very end of the season then drops a hint that she may not be dead and may still be out there somewhere. It's the same ending, bro. It's the same ending, but dumber. So basically, the entire purpose of seasons 2, 3, 4, and 5 was to dumb the story down and ruin absolutely everything about it, only to then serve you a microwave plate of the exact same conclusion you already got in season 1. Which makes me look at the rest of the show and go, what was the point? What was the point of all that if you were just going to recycle a conclusion you already gave us? Aside from wasting our time for an extra 8 years, this show accomplished nothing that wasn't already accomplished by season 1. The status of the show at the end of season 5 is the exact same as the end of season 1. Nothing changed, nothing evolved. They are left in the exact same place. This story accomplished nothing. Tell me one consequence the Mind Flayer had on this story. None. It didn't have any consequences. Tell me one consequence the Russia storyline had on this story. None. Tell me one consequence Vecna had on this story by the end. That's right, none. Nothing the last 4 seasons did brought anything indispensable to the story that wasn't already provided by season 1. This ending confirms that season 1 is the only season of the show that isn't actively wasting your time. And that's why I said there isn't that much to say about the finale in the grand scheme of things, because there is nothing surprising or subversive there to explore or discuss. You've watched the end of episode 7 when they stand around and explain everything they're gonna do next, then the finale was essentially just spoiled for you. Everything they say is gonna happen happens. They go to the Upside Down, they wait for Dimension X to descend, 11 uses the tank to get the kids out, the gang reaches the Abyss, they beat the Mind Flayer, they beat Vecna, they free the kids, 11 kills herself, everybody else goes home. Everybody gets a happy ending and there are no more monsters. Yay. This is exactly everything episode 7 told you explicitly out loud was going to happen. There is no plot twist, no surprise, there is no big revelation that changes the game, there is no wrench in the plan. In fact, things are very easy. Nobody really struggles, beating the villains is a piece of cake, there are no consequences to anything, nobody gets hurt, not even a scratch. I mean, Callie gets shot and dies, but she was gonna kill herself with 11 anyway, so we knew she was donezo no matter what. Like, we went through all of Volume 1 to give us a big reveal of Callie being back, like, big twist! Callie has returned! Only for her to do nothing and then die. Seriously, what the fuck did Callie do this season? She stood around looking awkward and then tried one time to kill Henry and failed. She's the LKSC of the season. In my last Stranger Things video, I explained what the LKSC is: the likable but killable seasonal character. A character that is introduced in the story with the only purpose to die at the end so that the audience can be tricked into thinking there are stakes, while the writers never have to do anything to the main characters. That started in season 2 with Bob, then season 3 had Alexi, season 4 had Eddie, and this time we have Callie. Except Callie is not likable at all, so she's really just the killable seasonal character. But you get the point. It is the most straightforward, shallow, painfully surface level finale ever. It doesn't try anything interesting. It doesn't take any risks. They made the safest ending possible to make sure they don't offend anyone. And the result probably isn't what they expected.
Nothing could have solidified that 2025 was a piece of shit year than the ending of Stranger Things, because what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
We gave the Duffers too much credit.
Oh my god. I've literally just been laughing in disbelief. How do you ruin such a good show of 10 years like that?
This is the cinematic equivalent of playing peekaboo. You're treating me like a baby. The trajectory this show went on is baffling. The dialogue got dumbed down to appeal to a younger audience, even though, in theory, the audience should have just gotten older.
Imagine spending 10 years writing 5 seasons of a show. 3 of those years were dedicated to just your final season, which is only 8 episodes, and it was so bad that your fandom went viral for thinking that we were being Vecna'd.
That was one of the most disappointing finales I have seen in a long time. I walked out of that theater and was immediately able to create an enormous list of plot holes and inconsistencies, and things that were built up that I guess just didn't matter.
Everything just happens with no real explanation for how that's even possible for it to be happening in that way. Everything is just so fucking convenient, and there is such a complete disregard for stakes anymore because everyone is basically immortal.
Stranger Things just gave us the worst ending of all time, and I don't care what anybody says. You're telling me we went through all that, 4 seasons, 5 seasons, and nobody died but the one irrelevant character, Holly, that nobody cared about.
Stranger Things is to television what the MCU is to cinema. And what I mean by that is Stranger Things is the perfect encapsulation of all of the many ways that streaming has destroyed the concept of television as an artistic medium. In recent years, we've redefined what TV is from long-form storytelling that builds and escalates slowly over time and requires patience into regurgitated, reused plot points that cater to fan service and not making anyone angry or upset as a first priority.
There were a lot of inconsistencies and questions that were brought up but never actually answered, or things that contradicted something that was stated otherwise within season 5.
This is it, guys. It's the time. One last time. This is the big bad, the villain, the person we've been spending 5 seasons building up to. Wow, that was the hardest 10-minute fight I've ever had in my life. I'm so glad none of us died.
And yes, it does feel rushed and unfulfilled. Do you know why? Because the Duffer Brothers don't want to kill anyone off, but they keep introducing new characters. So there's too many characters, most of which do not even have arcs, and so when it comes time to wrap things up, you have to blast through everyone's ending so that everyone can get one, even if they haven't mattered in this story since season 1. And again, if you think about the logistics of what you just watched, oh god, it gets so much worse. But to a degree, that just becomes funny. If there is one thing I find absolutely fucking hilarious, it's that the Upside Down is destroyed along with the new military facility that was in there. Meaning, all of those soldiers and the pregnant women that were in there are just killed along with it. And it is never mentioned. And I'm sorry, I think that's so fucking funny. Not that the pregnant women were killed, but that they were because the Duffer Brothers probably just forgot about them when they rushed to finish writing the finale. And you want to know something that's even more fucked up? When you really think about the events of the finale, you realize that Mike is the one who built the bomb that eventually kills 11.
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn.
That's fucking hilarious. Are you kidding me? Because you know the Duffer Brothers just didn't think about that. They just goofed here because basically Mike indirectly killed 11 and a bunch of innocent pregnant women held in a facility in the Upside Down. Mike Wheeler, mass murderer of women and children, as he walks away with a big smile on his face. But it's okay. Just don't think about it. So believe it or not, despite all this shit being done with, there's still about 40 minutes left to the episode. Meaning, it's time for an epilogue. We jump to a year and a half later. We are now in the spring of 1989 and it's graduation day. Yes, the kids who started the show are now about to head off to college. Mike is still struggling to accept Eleven's choice to take her own life, and he feels like he can't go to graduation because of it, because he sees the act of going on stage to get his diploma as him accepting he has to move on. Not entirely sure how those two things are related, but whatever, I'll let it slide. So when everybody notices that Mike is not showing up to the ceremony, Hopper, who unexplainably becomes a sheriff again after years of being presumed dead, finds Mike and gives him a speech telling him he doesn't need to be okay with Elle's choice, but he does need to accept it and move on. And I know what you're asking right now because you have brain cells and you've been paying attention. You're like, Dylan, where is the military? How is everybody free right now? We just ended with all of them being detained by Dr. K. Where is Dr. K? And that's a really good question. You're asking the right questions. And the answer is just don't think about it. Yeah, the whole military subplot in season 5 is confirmed as a complete waste of time because in the epilogue, it is just dropped. Like, literally, there is no ending to it. This entire plot line does not get a conclusion. Dr. K and all the other military characters, they just disappear from the story because the Duffers wanted to give everyone a happy ending with no consequences. Apparently, they just let everybody go, which is insane. Nancy and Hopper get to go? Do you know how many American soldiers they've killed this season? They get to go? And not only do they let Nancy and Hopper go, they let Will go. Bro, how come the military never goes after Will? My guy, the military knows what happened at the Mag-Z. They had cameras there. They saw Will going Super Saiyan on the Demogorgons. They saw this shit. And at no point were they like, oh, this kid is actually even more powerful than 11. He can control the monsters. We should probably go after him too. I mean, sure, Will's powers are directly linked to the hive mind, and now that the mind flayer is dead, he doesn't have any powers anymore. But Dr. K and her goons don't know anything about that. From what they've seen, Will is just 11 on crack, so it just makes no sense to me that they not only never go after Will after episode 4, but then 11 goes full Vegeta self-destruct, and they just let Will go. I don't know, maybe that's just another important clarification that happened off screen. Right, brothers? Look at him. The doofus brothers. So Mike changes his mind and goes to graduation and hugs his mom Karen, who is left with very big scars from the Demogorgon attack. I mean, only in this scene. We see her 10 minutes later in the final scene and they just forgot she's supposed to have scars, so they suddenly disappear. Whatever, just don't think about it. His exchange with his mom is short but cute, and then Dustin gives a really lame speech that goes on for far too long and that is just so terribly written I couldn't believe it. Then he pranks the principal and flips him the bird because that's what Eddie mentioned he wanted to do in season 4. Okay, sure. I guess that makes sense for Dustin to honor him that way. I can accept that. What I don't accept, though, is that people clap and cheer for him when he reveals his Hellfire t-shirt. That makes absolutely no sense, because I would like to remind you that Hawkins still believes the Hellfire Club were Satanists. Satanists who brutally murdered Chrissy Cunningham and other students in some form of demonic ritual. That name is synonymous with an extremely dark tragedy that shook the town to its core. Why would they ever cheer for it? But nope, just don't think about it. It's getting too smart. I just used one brain cell. That was close. Just listen to the sad music and cry. Don't think about it. This is very emotional and not manipulative at all. Then a girl invites them to a party, but the gang declines, choosing instead to go into Mike's basement and play D&D. And I'm gonna be super honest about this epilogue. While it's objectively not that bad, it also mostly feels very forced, very unearned, disingenuous, and again, extremely manipulative. I just couldn't get myself to care after everything I had just watched and how little it made sense and how little care went into making it. Hopper and Joyce are getting married and moving to Montauk. Whatever, I don't care. These two never made sense to me. I think they worked better as best friends rather than romantic companions. This is just a very empty cookie cutter happy ending with no real meaning. Oh, and this meaningless conversation on the roof with Nancy, Robin, Steve, and Jonathan. Oh my god, what a drag. I don't know who wrote that scene, but god damn, they are lucky the actors are bringing emotion to carry this fuck-ass dialogue. In this scene, the four friends sit together and lament their lives having drifted apart from each other because everybody lives in different cities now. The scene is so long. It's 5 entire minutes of them just yapping about nothing. It's as long as the actual final battle of the show. And when I say they yap about nothing, I mean it. Any important bit of their respective characters that should be closed off isn't even mentioned. For example, I love how Vicky has just disappeared from the story and is never mentioned again. So the one emotional tie Robin had to season 5 is left unaddressed. But the show still tries to manipulate you into feeling for her in this bullshit ending because they cry and the music is sad. The Duffer Brothers did confirm in an interview afterwards that Robin and Vicky broke up off screen, and they say it wasn't right for them to let them be together because high school relationships rarely survive. Now, mind you, Robin and Vicky are not in high school. They weren't in high school before the time jump either. Did you guys watch season 5? This epilogue is just so dull. But I think I'm the only one here who thinks that, because everywhere I look online, people are fucking crying, losing their minds over this, and for the life of me, I just don't understand why. How can something this empty move you? I genuinely think this entire thing is extremely manipulative. The emotion doesn't feel right. When I see these characters crying in these scenes, I don't see the characters in the story having an authentic emotional through line. I just see the actors of the show letting loose because it's their last days on set and they're actually saying goodbye to the series. And that's emotional, sure, but within the context of the story, I'm sorry, this feels really empty. The final scene of the show takes place in Mike's basement with the gang playing D&D, because of course we gotta finish the show the exact same way it started.
The ending is the beginning. Every great movie, because it makes the audience go like, that was so bad, the beginning of the movie.
We get a glimpse at where everybody ends up in life in the future, and then, in the most expected twist of all time, Mike reveals that maybe 11 isn't really dead, but she supposedly escaped by faking her death with the help of Callie. So she lets everyone believe she died and she fucks off to Narnia to chill with waterfalls. And at this point, it's just funny. The amount of fake out deaths this season has reached a level that is comedic. Karen Wheeler gets a fake out death, Daddy Wheeler gets a fake out death, Hopper gets a fake out death, again. Steve gets a fake out death, one of the laziest ones I've ever seen, by the way. 11 gets a fake out death, potentially 2, depending on if she died or not in the finale. 2 fake out deaths in one episode is crazy work. They try to make 11's fate an open-ended thing, like, oh, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. You get to choose, because we're too spineless to definitively kill off a main character, so if you want her to die, she's dead. If you don't want her to die, she's not dead. You get both. Aren't we genius writers? And that's just the 11 thing. I'm not even talking about all the other characters that should have died a long time ago but only lived due to insane plot armor. Max should have died at the end of season 4. It would have been tragic, yes, but that's exactly why it would have been impactful and memorable. It would have made Vecna more of a tangible threat. There would have been more of an emotional stake for the main characters to face him again, which means there also would have been a huge emotional stake for the audience going into season 5, and frankly, it would have largely spared us the idiocy of the Camazotz storyline that only exists to bring her back, and that time could have been allocated to characters that actually need to be there, especially because Max doesn't actually do anything this season, especially once she's successfully resurrected. There's never an explanation as to how 11 brought her back to life, why she ended up in Camazotz. There's nothing there. She just shows up and then sits in a wheelchair till the end of the show. I stand by what I said. She should have died in season 4. Hopper should have died at the end of season 3. Like I said, his presence in the show afterwards only serves to make the Russia storyline much longer than it ever needed to be, and then all he does is learn the same lesson over and over again. He should have been gone a long time ago. Joyce should have died when she tried to 1v1 a Demogorgon in episode 3. She also should have died when she ran at Vecna in episode 4. The fact that he didn't murder her on the spot after doing exactly that with every single soldier in the maxi is some of the most ludicrous plot armor of all time. Jonathan should have died saving Nancy in this scene. I will not elaborate. Murray should have died the second he was introduced. Fucking Enzo should have died in season 4. He was supposed to die, but the Duffer Brothers liked him and they changed their minds at the last second to let him live, only to then not bring him back in season 5, which now just makes him a character with an incomplete story. Why couldn't he just die? Oh, and also, if you were gonna kill 11 as a way to eradicate the superpowered people for good, then she should have died in her climactic battle against Vecna, in a way where they both die killing each other and ending the cycle of supernatural occurrences. At least the final battle would have felt like it had some stakes, like it had a real consequence, and the prospect of 11 taking her own life wouldn't linger over the show in this weird, awkward way. And you wouldn't have to do this fuck-ass open-ended thing, which, honestly, I don't think the Duffer Brothers understand how open endings are supposed to work. The ending of Stranger Things is the most cowardly, spineless, superficial, half-assed, and ultimately pointless ending ever. This fucking Cartoon Network-ass conclusion isn't worthy of any praise. And no, this manipulative-ass shit at the end to convince you this is emotional when nothing really happened isn't working on me either. 11's fate is dumb. I don't care what anybody says. And I don't want to hear anything about the genius of an open-ended conclusion. That's not how this works. The Duffer Brothers themselves said after the finale that there is a definitive answer to 11's fate, and they know it, and Millie Bobby Brown knows it, which means it is not open-ended. If you want it to be open-ended, then shut your mouth and don't tell people that your open-ended conclusion has a definitive answer. That's literally the opposite of what you're trying to do. Oh, and by the way, if I use my own logic, the show has none, but if I use mine, this couldn't have been an illusion created by Callie, because she's in the lab, and we watch the lab be the first thing to be destroyed and vaporized by the exotic matter. Meaning, if she wasn't dead from being shot, that definitely would have killed her on the spot, and therefore, she would have not been able to keep projecting that illusion. So I personally consider that this scene was real and 11 is dead. That would have been my reasoning if this was an actual open-ended storyline, but it's not, and my logic doesn't matter because the Duffers said there's a definitive answer that they will never talk about. These guys are so fucking lost, I can't believe they're real. But the thing that pisses me off the most is just the sheer amount of filler content this season. This is the final season, and yet most of what happens in it has no impact on the story. If you take out the entirety of the military storyline, the outcome of the story doesn't change. If Max had just died in season 4 and we didn't have the Camazotz storyline, the outcome of the story doesn't change. If you take Callie out of the season completely, the outcome of the story doesn't change. Therefore, everything Hopper and 11 are doing in Volume 1 and 2, fucking around in the Upside Down and serving face while using the Force, is completely pointless narratively because all of it is to lead to Callie and bringing her back to Earth. It's a 6-episode waste of time. If you get rid of half of the characters in the show, the outcome of the story will not change. If you take out the entire cave storyline that reveals Henry as a vessel for the Mind Flayer, the outcome of the story doesn't change. Almost nothing in this season has an actual impact on the story and an actual impact on the ending, whether it be narratively, emotionally, or even logically. Stranger Things 5 is a meaningless nothing burger that has nothing to say, nothing to do, and nothing to offer. It is an incoherent mess with no real idea that only exists because Netflix wanted to milk it for more subscribers. So we gotta dumb it down, make it appealing for the largest audience possible, so we transform it into a show for children with no brains. Like I said, it's not a coincidence that the show devolves into endless exposition and limits everything to being surface level by removing any kind of subtext. It's not a coincidence that the characters lose their complexity and identity and become basic archetypes that fit into a story. It's not a coincidence that we don't see the main characters smoking on screen anymore. It's not a coincidence that the first spin-off announced for this franchise is a cartoon for kids. They are turning this into a lifeless, soulless franchise designed to appeal to the largest public imaginable. Netflix is going to milk this cow until there is nothing left. Stranger Things went from being an instant classic with its first season to one of the most creatively bankrupt franchises currently running. It's now just going to be a content machine optimized for profit and with no real reason to exist. And the worst thing is, it might work. People are gonna eat this shit up. It's already been announced that there is another spin-off on the way that will explain the origin of the weird rock in the cave. It's only a matter of time before more is announced. And that's Stranger Things, leaving us with a shrug and an endless series of plot holes and inconsistencies and loose ends. Oh yeah, the plot holes and inconsistencies and loose ends. How did Will communicate with Joyce through the Christmas lights in season 1? The post-season 1 dumbass lore makes it excessively clear that the Upside Down is frozen in time at the date of November 6, 1983, the date Will went missing. Joyce installed the Christmas lights afterwards. So how was Will able to use them? And also, how was he even able to access his house in the Upside Down to use the lights if he was being plugged into the Matrix by Vecna? How did Will call his phone at home in season 1 if he was in the Upside Down? Where did he call from? And again, when would he even have had the time and opportunity to do that if he was under Vecna's control? Why wasn't there any Demogorgons in Dimension X? What happened to Derek's family? And did anyone face consequences for drugging them and kidnapping them? How did Eleven know who Will was in season 1? She recognized his picture, but she didn't know him and had no way to know he had even been taken according to the logic of future seasons. Why did Joyce misremember Will's age in season 5? She says he went missing when he was 11 years old, but season 1 makes it clear he was 12. It's even written on the missing posters. Everybody is asking why was Will taken in season 1? Like, why Will specifically? I got a better question. Why Barb? Why the fuck was Barb taken? She wasn't a child, and nothing about Vecna's master plan required her, so why? How did Elle bring Max back to life at the end of season 4? Why is November 6 such an important date? Why is Vecna making everything happen on that date specifically? This isn't a small detail. The entire urgency of the story of season 5 hinges on Lucas noticing that pattern, but it is never explained. Vecna being the same age as Joyce and Hopper and having gone to high school with them. Literally impossible for so many reasons it makes me have a nosebleed. What was the point of the clock? This shit was teased to hell and back throughout all of season 4 and is never addressed in season 5. How was Eleven able to use the water tank in the finale when seasons 1 and 4 established there is no water in the Upside Down? Why did Vecna and the Mind Flayer want to merge the worlds? What was their ultimate goal? I'm still not over that one. Who was the traitor that was mentioned in interviews by the cast and the showrunners? How come Vecna was unprepared to be attacked in the Abyss and didn't have Demogorgons with him when we get a scene a few minutes prior that shows him forcing his way into Eleven's mind to see her plans? How did Brenner have extensive notes on the Upside Down and the exotic matter before the Upside Down even existed? How did Brenner survive being mauled by a Demogorgon in season 1? Why did the white liquid solidify in episode 6? What happened to Dr. Owens? How did Callie ever escape Brenner's lab? With all the attention Volume 2 has on her, I wish they would have explained anything we actually wanted to know. Why was Nancy given a vision of Vecna's childhood? In season 4, after Vecna kills the other teenagers, he tells Eleven they're not really dead because they now live in his mind. We then spend a big portion of season 5 in Henry's mind. Where the fuck are they? In season 2, Dustin raises a baby Demogorgon he names Dart. Dart grows an attachment to Dustin and decides not to kill him when he encounters him in the tunnels at the end of the season. It's shown that Dart can recognize, understand, and even care for Dustin. But in subsequent seasons, we are shown that all Demogorgons are part of the hive mind, which is controlled by Big Boy Vecna. So does that mean Vecna grew an attachment to Dustin and actively chose not to kill him? Or does it just mean the Duffers kind of forgot that's a thing that happened? How did Eleven manage to talk to Mike telepathically before her death when Dr. K was blasting the sound machines that suppress her powers? What happened to Dr. K and her experiments? Season 5 establishes that Eleven created the Upside Down when she opened the first gate in season 1. That's why the Upside Down is frozen on the day she created it, November 6, 1983. She literally created the bridge. However, in season 4, for some reason, she just sent Henry straight to the Abyss and didn't need a wormhole. Why? Never explained. But my question is, how the fuck did Russia open a portal to the Upside Down if they're not even in Hawkins? They opened the portal in Hawkins from under the Starcourt Mall. Yeah, sure. But they also opened a portal in Russia in the opening scene of season 3. The machine wasn't stable enough to sustain it, but they still did. How? If the Upside Down only exists in the shape of Hawkins, this should be physically impossible to do from Russia. And how did they get their hands on the Mind Flayer particles if they never successfully opened a bridge? Who was the man in the cave? Where does he come from? Why is he hurt? How did he get the rock? He keeps saying they sent Henry. Who's they? If the merging of the world was always the big plan for Vecna, somebody explain to me what the goal was with literally anything that happened in season 3. The invasion, the meat flare, all of this stuff, none of that had anything to do with Vecna's plan or the Mind Flayer's plan. So why did any of this happen? I could go all day, this isn't even 10% of it. And there is an answer to all of those questions. I've been giving it to you this entire video, and that answer is just don't think about it. Don't use your brain. Don't be present. Don't follow basic logic. You're stupid. You're not supposed to notice. That's essentially what the Doofus brothers are saying. Yes, we told you to pay attention to every detail. We told you everything was a clue. We told you to be detectives. It was bullshit, but we needed you to believe the show was hiding all these secrets so the hype could stay. But now, this is the final season. We have no future season to promote, so we do not care or need you to keep believing this, so we'll stop hiding behind it. None of this story makes sense, none of it adds up, none of it was planned, but just don't think about it. It's all nonsense, but it works if you don't use your brain. And by the way, I'm not even being a nitpicky asshole here. These are plot holes that the Duffer brothers themselves addressed and confirmed we would get an explanation for in season 5. They said we would get an explanation for the importance of November 6th. They said we would get an explanation for how the Demogorgon opened the fucking door telepathically in season 1. They said we would get Henry's full backstory and a definitive explanation of what the Mind Flayer is and what Dimension X is and what their end goal is, blah blah blah. Those are all things they set up for the people to get answers to. And then we just didn't. This is what I mean when I say somewhere along the line, Stranger Things became a show for children. This is an ending for 12-year-olds where everyone is happy, nothing that happened had any real consequences, everything is safe, not a single risk was taken, and nothing is explained because you're too dumb anyway. And woohoo! That's Stranger Things for you. The end. Now, as you've probably heard, on January 12, a couple weeks after the finale, Netflix released a documentary that shows a behind-the-scenes look at the making of the final season. And if people were already pissed with this final season, the documentary could not have possibly made things worse.
I mean, the thing that's cool is the giant monster.
That thing is a 2-hour humiliation ritual for the Duffer brothers. It is absolutely insane that this was allowed to come out. But I know why it did. I said it earlier in this video, but I really believe that season 5 turned out this shitty and this self-indulgent because the Duffer brothers got so much praise for the mediocre piece of media that was season 4. They were given so much praise for half-assing this shit for years that they started to genuinely believe they could fucking vomit anything and people would eat it up and call them geniuses. People say the documentary that came after the finale is like Netflix putting all of the blame on the Duffer brothers because the documentary was made by a completely different team. And this is Netflix putting all the responsibility of the shit show onto the Duffer brothers. I don't think that's true for even a second. This documentary is embarrassing because it showcases just how little effort was put into the writing of this season, and they thought they would still be praised for it because they've been so used to being praised for their shitty ass content that they genuinely believed that everybody would love the finale. You can tell this documentary was made due to extreme overconfidence. The documentary confirms that the Duffer brothers started shooting the season without really knowing how it would end. And to take things even further, the documentary shows that they also started shooting the series finale with an unfinished script. They still weren't 100% sure how the show was gonna end while shooting the finale. There's literally a passage of the documentary where crew members are on set and are explaining that they know they're shooting the finale, but they don't really know what's going on because they don't have a script. So they're on set, but they have no idea what they're shooting. This is absolutely fucking insane. Like, here's the thing. It's very normal for TV shows to start shooting a season without having all the scripts for it. That happens all the time. It's very normal for TV shows to keep writing the season as it's shooting. But not only does that not make sense for Stranger Things because they literally had 2 years to write this shit, the idea that they were shooting a series finale without a finished script is absolutely not normal. But you can tell they thought admitting this would impress people because they thought this season would get the same response and endless praise as season 4. But obviously, this season ended up being so hated that watching the documentary just makes them look like incompetent morons. And it doesn't help that there is a passage of the documentary where they're in the writer's room and one of the duffers has ChatGPT tabs open on his computer, which now has flooded them with accusations of using AI to write season 5.
And how am I supposed to know what to request when I don't know what the hell it is I'm fighting?
You're not fighting anything. This is not a war. It is a search. Something gets in your way, kill it.
Bullets didn't touch him. Hell, nothing could. It wasn't a fight. It was a damn massacre.
And hey, is it true? Is it not? Who knows? Maybe they did use ChatGPT. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. It's an open ending. You choose. So the situation here is actually pretty clear. In the simplest way I can say it, the series finale of Stranger Things was not part of a grand plan. It was just sort of thrown together at the last minute. And let me tell you something. I didn't need the fucking documentary to tell me that. I genuinely believe that some years ago, I don't know exactly at what point, the Duffer Brothers stopped caring about Stranger Things. It is very clear that the last few seasons were not made by people who were passionate about this story or these characters. I think the Duffers mentally clocked out and just finished the show for the sake of a paycheck and absolutely put no effort in the story because they just didn't care enough to pay attention to what they were even writing. It is so painfully obvious that this finale was treated like a school project the Duffer Brothers didn't really want to get to, but the deadline forced them to get to work and they just had to write something, so they did the simplest stream of consciousness thing they could do. And I gotta be honest, I don't understand it. You guys took 3.5 years to get this season out. If it wasn't to take all the time in the world to write those scripts, what the fuck did we wait all that time for? What were you guys doing? We know production on season 5 took place between January and November of 2024. They were basically shooting for the entire year. So what were you doing between 2022 and 2024? What were you guys doing during 2 years if you were just writing the season as you were shooting it? Now, since the finale, the Doofus brothers have also done an absurd number of interviews where they found themselves forced to answer questions about all the stuff that wasn't explained in the show. And I just gotta say, these guys really have a talent when it comes to humiliating themselves. They half-ass those answers so hard, it just makes it very clear that they did not think any of this shit through. They were asked why Vecna needed 12 children exactly to merge the worlds, thinking the answer would be connected to the 12 hours of the clock from season 4. But the Duffers responded that they don't know. There was no particular reason for it. They just picked 12 randomly when writing the season. It has no significance whatsoever, and there is no lore explanation for it. They were asked about Hopper and Joyce never realizing that Vecna was their classmate in high school, and they responded that no, they did talk about that. It just happened off screen. So no, they did know. Sure, dude. And again, when asked about why there were no demogorgons, demobats, or demodogs in the finale, the Duffers said, oh no, there were monsters everywhere. Like, somewhere. Not around, because Vecna didn't expect to be attacked in the abyss. So they were somewhere. And by the way, that explanation is so stupid. What do you mean Vecna didn't expect to be attacked? We get a scene where he forces himself into Eleven's mind so he can see her plans and the gang's plans. So he's supposed to know that there's a group of people headed for the abyss. What the fuck do you mean he didn't know? Did you guys watch the show? Oh, and this is my favorite. They were asked what happened to the military at the end of the season, Dr. K and company, and the Duffers' answer is, and this is a direct quote, "My best guess is they just sort of slowly dismantled operations and left town." I'm sorry, you guess? As in, you don't know? And the funniest ones are the ones where they just contradict themselves, like days apart. When they were asked about Eleven's ending, they first said they always knew Eleven was gonna end up away from the gang and potentially dead. That's something they never swayed from. It was always the plan, and they never considered anything other than that. But then, in another interview a couple days later, they say that no, they did discuss giving Eleven a happy ending where she ends up marrying Mike and stuff. That was an idea they considered. So, well, which is it? Similarly, they debunked in an interview that Vecna had anything to do with Will's disappearance in season 1, especially when it came to explaining how a demogorgon used telepathy to open the door when it kidnapped Will. But then, in an interview right after that, they said, no, it was Vecna who opened the door. Like, when you go through these interviews back to back, it becomes very apparent that the Duffers have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They're just saying shit. The response to these interviews was so bad that the Duffers then felt like they had to defend themselves, and they said they regret doing post-finale interviews, and Matt Duffer literally said people need to cut him some slack, and that their answers made no sense because he was recovering from the flu. And he said he doesn't even know why they've been doing these interviews. I mean, honestly, if they weren't so good at embarrassing themselves, I would give the edge to the fans. Well, then again, the fans have been just as good at it. Listen, over the years, I've been involved in many fandoms. Sometimes because I'm also a fan of the thing, and sometimes because I made a video about something and the fandom was not happy about it. Fun fact, I still get death threats from the Bridgerton fans for having the nerve to criticize that first season and pointing out that their favorite character raped her husband. Also, I made that video like 5 years ago, get over it. My point here is, I've been in the middle of many fandoms. Some of them were pretty fun, passionate, and pleasant. Others were incredibly toxic, others are just really weird, and others are just really stupid. Stranger Things is by far the stupidest fandom I've ever encountered. It's not the worst, it's not the most toxic, it's not the weirdest, but it is definitely the dumbest. For many reasons that span a very long period of time between season 3 and now, but I don't think there is a better example of that than Conformity Gate. After the show ended on New Year's Eve and the uproar over the terrible finale erupted, something started brewing in the fandom. A theory that would come to be known as Conformity Gate. You have to understand something. The Stranger Things fandom is very bizarre, but also it is very weirdly obsessive. See, there is a very specific part of the Stranger Things fandom that I like to call the Hawkins cult. These are the fans of Stranger Things who largely grew up with it and who have put the show on a cultural pedestal that makes them unable to ever criticize it. They see Stranger Things as a show that is perfect from every possible angle. A flawless story that is genius and untouchable. Every idea is brilliant. Even if it's not, it just is. Every plot point, however nonsensical, is peak fiction. Everything this show is and does is pure intellect. It is masterful. And if you ever criticize anything about the show, it just means you're a fake fan and you don't get it. This is very important. To be in the Hawkins cult, you cannot do critical thinking. You cannot think anything other than the show is perfect and has no flaws. If you have any criticism towards the show, no matter in what aspect, you are just an idiot with no media literacy.
People that hated the Stranger Things finale are boring and /or media illiterate.
These are also the type of fans who clap back at people who criticize the finale or season 5 and say, no, the finale was perfect. You didn't like it because your expectations were too high. And to anyone who has ever used this as an argument against valid criticism, I would just like to tell you, this statement doesn't mean anything, and I don't think you realize how stupid it makes you sound. It's your fault that you thought it was bad. Wow, what a brilliant thought. Thanks for sharing. Anyway, so out of these people was born the Conformity Gate theory. A theory that the show is not over and that we are not in a state of mourning its end, but in a state of standby for an upcoming episode. This essentially started to spread as soon as the finale came out, and at the time you're watching this video, Conformity Gate is going strong, so much so that even the cast of the show had to address it. It is a very, very loud conspiracy theory about the very nature of the show, and it got a lot of people talking. Okay, so what is the actual theory? Like, what do they think is gonna happen? Let's dive into it. Conformity Gate largely lives on the back of a theory that was proposed by this creator who simply goes by Flayed. She runs a Stranger Things fan account, and on December 30th, one day before the release of the series finale, she posted a video that took the internet by storm. In this video, Flayed claims that she figured out what the ending of Stranger Things is going to be, and she lays out her theory. Here it is.
I think I just figured it out. I think I just figured it out. The Duffers said nobody has predicted the finale. I think I just fucking did. Y'all don't understand. This very well could be and is looking like the greatest fourth wall break in television. I'm so serious. So remember how everybody was freaking out because apparently there were missing scenes? They were missing on purpose. Y'all, oh my god. We know that Vecna's thing is that he messes with your mind, right? He messes with your memories. He manipulates them. He twists them. And we know with Milkshake Gate, he was twisting Will's memories into his. Because how would Will know about biking to Melvold's for milkshakes when Melvold's didn't exist as a diner in Will's time? It only existed in Henry Creel's time. And Will doesn't like getting lost in the woods. That's not something he would do for fun. We knew something was off with Will, and there's a theory going around that Will is still flayed and he's being used as a spy right now. We know that everybody is skeptical of Kali, her nosebleed being on the wrong side, that Kali, she's trying to drive Elle to suicide. What is going on here? I think that Will is going to be a traitor, and Kali is also going to be a traitor. They're both flayed. And that basement scene that supposedly happened that's missing, and the WSQK station talking about being interrupted and walked in on while you're in the basement, Mike and Will had a basement scene. They did, but we didn't see it because our memories were wiped. Just like the characters. Vecna literally broke the fourth wall. Everything that we've seen up until this point was an anomaly. The voltage dial on the radio tower, it's the wrong color. Just like Holly mentioned that the merry-go-round was the wrong color. The merry-go-round should have been yellow. It was that grayish blue color. That dial, it should have been red, but it was that same grayish blue color. Just like Will led all those soldiers to their deaths without even knowing it. Will is unknowingly trying to lead the group to their deaths alongside Kali, but we just haven't been told this explicitly. It was all in the subtext. That's why the writing feels so jarring. There are scenes missing because there are memories missing. Y'all were going crazy about these leaks being removed. They weren't removed. They're for the finale when the timeline is restored. The wormhole, it's a time-space jump. The wormhole messes with time and space. That's why the Upside Down is stuck on November 6th. November 6th, the day it starts, the day it ends. Will, it starts and ends with Will. It's all an anomaly. It's a time rift. The memories have been manipulated, and Why does Henry keep breaking the fourth wall and looking straight at us? Why did Lucas break the fourth wall and say there were no coincidences and he didn't believe in coincidences? Because we were manipulated. Just like we are the children that Henry is manipulating, essentially. Millie Bobby Brown saying that this was meta. It's a play within a play. That would explain why they forgot Will's birthday. There was a time anomaly. The plot twist is that we were all manipulated. All of our memories, as we see them through the characters' memories were wiped in real time. We're about to get the biggest fourth wall break ever. Ever. All the gates you guys came up with, they happened, but they were wiped from our memories. They were wiped from the characters' memories. That's why there's so many inconsistencies. That's why the writing is so off. The Duffers aren't bad writers. We were just bamboozled here. I am not insane, and I'm so certain that if this isn't the end game, I will literally, y'all can crucify me all day long. But this is it. This is it. They said nobody predicted the ending yet. No wonder. Nobody would have predicted that space and time have been manipulated and that there's literally a rift in time. That's why the scenes are all off. That's why the memories have been messed with, because time has been messed with. Space has been messed with. Oh my god, I just cooked. That's the whole plot of this. The whole plot was the memory wipe. We're gonna see these memories. We're going to see these memories. That's why Will's coming out scene was so messed up. That was not Will. At least not fully. I've never been more certain of anything in my entire life. Literally, y'all can send me to the gallows after this if I'm wrong. I'm that sure.
So to summarize, the whole idea here is that at some point in the show, before season 5, Vecna actually won. And not only did he get all the characters under his control, he also got the audience under his control. And we now all live in a modified reality he's puppeteering. Now, this theory went incredibly viral. It has something insane like 16 million views. This theory went around the world in mere hours. It was like a virus. And I get it. On the surface, it's a fun little theory. It's exciting. I mean, again, if you think about it for more than 3 seconds, it makes no sense. But just like that, as a fun little speculation, this is really fun. I remember when I saw this TikTok before the finale, I was like, that's inventive. It's never gonna happen because 1, it's not actually a good idea, but 2, you're also counting on these 2 bozos to pull off this amount of foreshadowing, which is hilarious. But it's a cute little theory. You clocked a couple of very interesting things in there. Well played. But I think it's important to give the distinction here. Remember, Flayed came up with this theory before the finale came out, a day before to be exact. Her theory only applied to the finale, and when the finale came and revealed itself to not be that at all, Flayed came back and said, well, I was wrong.
That is such a terrible ending to such a nostalgic show. Like, this show meant the world to me, and I don't even think I'll be able to watch season 5, honestly, again after this. Like, the ending just left such a bad taste in my mouth.
And then she moved on with her life. The thing is, the video she had posted, and by proxy the theory that came with it, had become way too big and way too popular. And when the finale turned out to be what it was, a lot of fans were left incredibly confused because the show left a lot of unanswered questions, and the majority of its plot holes are left unexplained and unfixed. It feels off, it feels incomplete, and so these fans came to what they feel is the only explanation for how little the finale accomplished. Flayed's theory is right, and this is what the finale is going to be when it comes out. Yes, that's right. The conclusion they have come to is that the finale we got on New Year's Eve is not the real finale of Stranger Things. According to them, season 5 is not actually over, and there is a secret episode 9 coming out that is the real finale. And not only that, but they believe there are hidden clues everywhere in the show that point to that direction. Enter Conformity Gate. Here's how it goes. At some point during the show, nobody knows exactly when, some say it was halfway through season 5, some say it was as far back as season 3, the characters were actually taken by Vecna, and he won. And since then, they've been living in a fake reality created by Vecna, And that fake reality is what we've been watching this whole time. The characters believe they won, but they didn't. So in this upcoming secret finale, Mike is going to wake up and see what the actual reality is, and then he'll save the others, and then we will get the real final chapter. Netflix and the Duffer Brothers worked to give us a fake finale to make us, the audience, believe this was the real story, aka Flade's reference to the biggest fourth wall break of all time. We were taken by Vecna too. We watched hours of that fake reality thinking it was the real events of the show, so we are also under Vecna's curse. That's why we've been noticing inconsistencies, both narratively and with the characters, because Vecna has us under his spell. The epilogue feels weird, lazy, and too happy for everyone, because it's not real. The characters not facing any consequences for anything they did is a clue that it's not real. The cringy dialogue, the final battle being so easy nobody even got as much as a scratch, it's all a clue that something is off. You're kind of getting what the theme is here, right? If you're not getting it, don't worry, I'm gonna spell it out for you. Conformity Gate is a desperate attempt for the fans to cope with bad writing. It's basically a narrative band-aid for people who have put Stranger Things on a pedestal so high their brains can't even compute the idea of the show being bad. These fans are so unwilling to see the show for what it really is that they need to convince themselves the bad writing, the inconsistent lore, and the destruction of virtually every character is all part of a secret plan to deliver one perfect finale that will fix all of these issues. It's copium. Conformity Gate is copium. That's what Flade's theory is. Ultimately, it's really just a way to explain why the writing has been so shit and inconsistent. A way that goes about explaining the bad writing by making it an intentional part of the story. Because this explanation fixes everything. Every mistake the Duffers made was intentional to mess with the audience's perception and give them the illusion of a fractured memory. Every error in the continuity is Vecna warping your mind. Every character that was ruined was just the Duffers leaving clues that something is off. It's a magical solution that fixes everything and that upholds their vision of the Duffer Brothers. Oh, because yes, that's the thing with the Hawkins cult, and that's a big part of why Conformity Gate even exists. They believe that the Doofus brothers are the greatest writers in the history of fiction. For some reason, they perceive the Duffers as these mastermind geniuses who think a million steps ahead and who write everything with the utmost intention. They plan everything, they orchestrate everything with the brilliance of a million Shakespeares, and they have been executing a secret plan for 10 years that is going to be the biggest thing we have ever seen on a screen. They think everything the Duffers ever do, say, or write is a clue to something. Everything is a secret message. Everything is foreshadowing. Every word is a wink. That's a huge part of it. Conformity Gate partially exists because, for these fans, accepting that the finale we got on December 31st was the end means accepting the reality that the Duffer Brothers are not the gods they believe them to be. And the thing that's even crazier is that the theory isn't just that episode 8 was a fake finale, it's that episode 8 being bad was done on purpose. That season 5 being bad was done on purpose by the Duffers to make you question things. They made a bad season full of inconsistencies and plot holes because it's a flawed reality created by Vecna. It being bad is all part of the plan, so that the Duffers can then orchestrate the perfect comeback. It's all part of the master plan. So to make sure you understand the theory being built, these people's logic here is that the Duffer Brothers intentionally made a shitty season 5 and a bad finale because they have a secret episode in store that is a good finale and that was intentionally hidden so that they can go down in history as the greatest comeback in the history of television. They intentionally sabotaged their final season just to make one good episode that supposedly comes after. They believe that the brain-dead answers the Duffers have been giving in interviews post-finale are intentionally vague and frustrating to throw people off and get them to keep talking about the show until that secret finale comes out. They also believe that the finale being so bad was all part of their plan to get YouTubers and streamers and influencers to talk about the show to give it more attention and make everybody more riled up, only so they can make sure everyone is shocked and surprised when the real finale is unveiled.
This season has been so talked about, and the finale being so bad has hit YouTubers who have never talked about Stranger Things before. They want bad press right now because when they release the new episodes and people adore them and people love the new ending, in part because what they thought was the real ending was so bad. The Duffer Brothers are going to go down as some of the best writers in TV history currently. That's why they want to do this. Their interviews within the past 2 or 3 days since the finale came out are constantly contradicting themselves. They're saying a bunch of different stuff, nonsensical. They're saying that they don't have any of the answers. They don't know. They're saying that because none of it's true. They're just lying. They're doing what the Blair Witch Project did. It's something called an augmented reality game. They've invited us to join in on the campaign.
Like, the Duffer Brothers want the bad press. They want the anger and the rage from audiences. This is all part of their plan, and there were clues left everywhere, and only the real fans, the realest of the real, have been able to see through the deception. But this is all part of the Duffers' grand genius super mega plan to go down as the greatest TV writers in history. The biggest fourth wall break of all time. And if this all sounds kind of stupid, it's because it is. Like, these fans don't understand that they are just coping, and that's the real situation here. These theories aren't here because of a true analysis of the story of Stranger Things. It's not a real gathering of clues based on world building. These theories exist because these fans cannot get themselves to accept that the ending sucked and they didn't like it. So they made up this narrative to delude themselves into thinking that it was bad on purpose, and a real, perfect, well-written finale will come out at any time to save everything and fix every plot hole that surely had to be created on purpose. Conformity Gate wouldn't exist if the finale hadn't been so underwhelming. They're convinced the finale being intentionally bad and empty is part of an elaborate puzzle created by the Duffer Brothers, because they are absolutely convinced that the Duffer Brothers are these generational geniuses who plan everything ahead of time and are 16 steps ahead of everybody, and their brains legitimately cannot compute that this bullshit ending does not reflect that narrative they have in their heads. But my guy, the show is over.
Stranger Things is an immersive experience because they are actually making us feel what Joyce felt with the lights.
We are getting another episode of Stranger Things. That finale was fake.
I am begging you all, please go back and watch season 3. It is where everything changes. There is a ton of timeline issues, a ton. This is the season where I think certain characters are lying about who they are. The biggest tell, though, that something is wrong is that the door handle is on the left here, and in season 5, the door handle is on the right. Mike is trapped within memories.
There's exactly 12 people wearing glasses, and when you cut to each main character in the graduation, they are all directly behind them to the right, wearing glasses. Exactly 12 people. Ding, 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 it's a clock, it's back.
Really look at Steve and Robin after they received their truth serum. And this is the scene where I started to realize someone's faking something.
These are not plot holes. Firstly, Will talks about going to Melville's for a malted milkshake. Never have we seen that ever happen. This is a key point, not a throwaway line. This was intentional. This is not Will.
But when we get to season 5, it starts with 8 and goes backwards. Why is it backwards? Suggesting something with a wormhole, with time, going backwards in time to fix something?
Max graduated high school, which literally couldn't have happened since she's 2 years behind everyone. Therefore, it didn't happen. I don't think the Duffer Brothers would leave this or that many plot holes.
Will has a villain arc.
You know how he has a villain arc? Because he is the new Henry Creel.
Too many coincidences to not be deliberate.
All the Duffer interviews have been weird after the finale. Like, every question that the people have had has pretty much been, I don't know, we didn't really think of that, which is so unlike them.
This is more than a coincidence. I just went through and watched Taylor Swift's Opalite music video, and there are definitely symbols, Easter eggs, and parallels to Stranger Things.
That is when the Russian who is going after Hopper on the motorcycle is paying for something in 7-Eleven. The bill that we are seeing is post-1996. It's another break in the timeline.
The last letter in Will's name going across to the last letter in Mike's spells something. It spells lie.
Did you notice anything interesting here? Anything odd? What letters are directly adjacent to the vines? M, E, T, A. Meta! It spells meta!
So why was the ending of Stranger Things so bad? That's because it wasn't the true ending, because there's a third big bad at play currently.
All of our answers will start with season 3, the midpoint of the series. I'm begging you, rewatch it, question everything, and then find your answers in the other seasons.
Imagine spending 10 years writing 5 seasons of a show. 3 of those years were dedicated to just your final season, which is only 8 episodes, and it was so bad that your fandom went viral for thinking that we were being Vecnut.
This is psychosis. There's no episode 9. There's no secret good writing on the way. The final season was just ass. You're gonna have to face that eventually. No one's coming to save the show. There is no miracle solution to make it good. It sucked. You know it did. You admitted to it. You're just trying to cope with the fact that this show was never the genius mastermind series you thought it was. Like, I'm sorry, but do you realize how stupid you guys sound? You think Netflix and the Duffer Brothers spent $500 million on a season of television designed to be bad, and then went out of their way to fund and organize a theatrical release for a finale that was intentionally bad too, just to fuck with people for one extra episode that is supposedly good, just to pull a last-minute 180? Are you guys insane? It's like thousands of people sharing one brain cell. How does that make any sense? You're gonna have a fake finale in theater so that you can then watch the real finale at home? Think, Mark, think. And like, seriously, that's the theory you're ride or die for? It was all just a dream? Do you really think that's gonna go over well? Do you really think that's what you even want? It's like your theory doesn't even suck enough to suck. It's just really underwhelming. And you can just see how far the collective delusion has gone from when they talk about when the secret finale is going to come out. You gotta understand, these fans believe that they are the truest fans of the show, that only they can see through the veil. Only they know the truth about Stranger Things, and everyone else are just sheep who blindly believe what we saw was the truth. And they think that all these clues they're finding are pointing to a date where everything will be revealed and they will be vindicated, rewarded for being the true fans who believed. The thing is, their clues make no sense, and the sacred date they keep talking about keeps changing, which on its own destroys the purpose of the very mysticism they tried to bring to the show. At first, they were saying the secret finale would drop on January 7th, and they stretched logic and facts to convince themselves that everything in the show was pointing to that date.
There's 7s everywhere. Will rolls a 7 in that game, which means that they lose. The die in the end credits of the finale is on a 7. There's 7 seconds between each lightning strike. The screen goes black for 7 seconds after Steve falls off the tower. Guess how many days went by before he was found? 7. Well, 7 days after the finale is January 7th, and Netflix is planning to make a big announcement that day.
The Duffer Brothers kept talking about how we're gonna have a really dark Christmas, and we both watched it. That didn't happen. They weren't lying to you. They were just teasing you. What is actually on January 7th? January 7th is the Orthodox Christmas. So they were talking about our Christmas. They were talking about the Orthodox Christmas.
Ah, see, the Duffers are geniuses of secret messaging. They said this on purpose to throw us off. They made us think they were promoting Volume 2, but it was really a secret message for the real fans that the real finale is going to come out on the 7th of January. But then January 7th came. Nothing happened. Then they said, no. Actually, it's not coming January 7th. Now, every sign points to the documentary that's coming out on the 12th. This is all a grand scheme because the documentary is going to be a reference to the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise. Because one time they released a documentary about the making of the franchise that was secretly a new film in the franchise. The Duffer Brothers are geniuses and they're baiting us. The documentary is really the secret finale. It's going to start as a documentary and then it's going to morph into an episode of the show where it's revealed that everything was a fake reality manipulated by Vecna. January 12th is where all the signs now point to. So January 12th arrived, the documentary came out, and it's just a regular ass documentary. Nothing happened. It's just a doc, and a pretty lousy one at that if you ask me. So a lot of them started panicking because now they were faced with a reality that they might have just been wrong. Psych! They started to say that the documentary is fake and is also part of the plan. They believe this entire 2-hour documentary is staged and that everyone in it is acting, and it's all a smokescreen made to make us believe even harder in the fake finale. I guess because the Duffer Brothers anticipated this would happen, but also a lot of their narrative is about how they're the only ones seeing through the deception, so why would the Duffer Brothers need to do that if they didn't think anyone would clock it? Anyway, let's not pretend any of this is intelligent, but yes, they say the documentary is a fake. But regardless, no secret episode, just a documentary. So then they said, no. Actually, it was never gonna be the documentary. Because if you really pay attention, all of the clues are pointing to January 17th. That's when the secret finale will be revealed, because Finn Wolfhard is scheduled to host Saturday Night Live. Don't you think it's weird that the season is over, but the actors are still promoting the show? Never mind that almost every show does that nowadays, but whatever. That's when it's gonna happen. Everything that came before was a clever decoy planted by Netflix. They're toying with us. It will happen on Saturday Night Live. Anyway, the 17th came and went. Nothing happened aside from SNL blatantly making fun of Conformity Gate. Then they said the secret finale was going to be announced during the Super Bowl on February 8th. They were absolutely certain this was it. They rallied like crazy and made so much fucking noise about how the Super Bowl was the day that they would finally prove everyone wrong and shame them for not believing. All of the clues were pointing to the Super Bowl, and of course, nothing happened. Aside from Bad Bunny killing that shit. At that point, some fans realized they were wrong, and they kind of left the Conformity Gate movement, but others still believe that even though nothing happened, somehow the entirety of the Super Bowl had hidden clues, and everything was a reference to Stranger Things, from the game, the ads, and yes, even Bad Bunny's performance was all a part of the Duffer's secret mega master plan.
90% of the Super Bowl ads had some sort of reference to Stranger Things.
Now they're saying it might be happening on March 22nd because it's the date of Will's birthday, and some are going as far as saying it might be coming on, wink wink, November 6, 2026, because it's the date Will went missing in the show. And naturally, nothing is gonna happen, and they will then pick a new symbolic date to attribute the delusion to, convincing themselves that all of the clues that they were certain previously corresponded to a completely different date now randomly points to another, and they're gonna do it again and again and again and they're gonna blink and it's gonna be 2029 and they're still going to be looking for a secret finale. You know how I know that? Because the Sherlock fandom did the exact same thing. The Sherlock series, the one with Benedict Cumberbatch, ended in January 2017 with an episode called The Final Problem. Long story, super fucking short. Fans did not like that episode. They didn't like the entirety of that final season. And for a number of reasons that range from intriguing to flat out idiotic, highly recommend this video from Sarah Z if you want the full deep dive on that. Many fans of Sherlock started believing that somehow The Final Problem was a fake episode hiding a real secret episode that was part of a super master plan from the showrunner, and that would come right afterwards to end the show in its rightful glory, aka by giving them everything they've ever wanted to deem the show a perfect finale. That was 9 years ago. 9 years, brother. Nothing has happened, and yet there are some fans who are still convinced that this secret real finale is coming anytime now. A whole ass decade later, they think this shit was shot back in 2016 and the BBC for some reason has just been sitting on it for 10 years and it could be released any day now. The Conformity Gate fans are basically the same. They're gonna be at it for years, even if it makes no sense. They're already talking about November 6th, thinking they're fucking geniuses for pulling that out of absolutely nowhere, even though the Duffer Brothers are leaving Netflix to go work on other shit with Paramount. Their contract is up in April. What the fuck do you think they're gonna do in November? The other thing to note with Conformity Gate is that it is largely being followed by a very specific group of Stranger Things fans. That group is known as Byler, one of the most annoying sub-fandoms to exist in recent memory, and yet another subject of one of my biggest pet peeves with fandoms that I've been talking about for years on this channel now: shippers. Yay! Okay, so what is Byler? Because there needs to be some context here. Byler is a popular fan theory about Stranger Things that is essentially based on the idea that Mike Wheeler is a closeted homosexual and that this whole time he has secretly been in love with Will, and the two are soulmates destined to be together. And actually, that's it. That's the whole theory. That's what Byler stands for. By for Will Byers and Ler for Mike Wheeler. And now you're gonna ask, Dylan, what does that have to do with the actual story of the show and the ending of it? And the answer to that is absolutely nothing. But that's just what shippers do. They want certain characters to be in love even if it makes no sense for them to be. They obsess over it and make it a gigantic deal that, in their heads, becomes more important than the story itself. And for them, seeing these two characters get together becomes the end-all be-all of the story. For reference, the Byler theory emerged and got very, very popular around 2019, the year season 3 came out, when the show pivoted to being more geared towards children and gained an immense teenage girl audience that became obsessed. And yes, teenage girls are the audience demographic that is most associated with obsessive shipping, and women in their early 20s because they usually carry over an obsessive ship that started when they were teenagers. And naturally, that happened with Stranger Things too. These shippers believe that the show has been dropping subtle and not so subtle hints that Mike and Will are in love and are going to end up together. And so, as you can probably guess by now, an enormous majority of the Conformity Gate crowd are Byler shippers who refuse to accept the end of the show that didn't make their ship canon.
Like, I don't understand. She fucking died, so like, why can't they fuck? Like, I don't understand. I don't give a fuck about his random ass boyfriend. Like, why did...
And they're hoping that if it does turn out to be a fake reality created by Vecna yada yada yada, then the real secret good finale will give them the ending they are still convinced is going to happen. where Mike is revealed to be closeted and declares his flame to Will, and they can be in love and stuff. So that's another important thing to understand. The Byler theory is a huge block in the foundation of Conformity Gate.
I cracked the code. Byler is endgame, and here is why.
Byler has never been more endgame than it is right now.
I broke up with my girlfriend in 2022 because that's how obsessed with Byler I was.
Byler's endgame, guys. They were planning this for years. They've just been keeping it under close wraps. Behind a curtain, one might say. Do not lose hope, guys. They are going to be canon. Byler's endgame.
But refusing to even acknowledge the possibility of Mike Wheeler possibly having repressed feelings for Will does not make sense to me. It does not compute.
Mike's touch is the only thing that has been able to anchor Will. It's a Creelby parallel. It's parallel to Henry Creel's story. Mike's touch is the only thing that can snap Will out of it. Just like how his hand is the only thing that's not possessed in season 2 after Mike touches it. That's why Mike's not touching Will this volume, is because Mike's touch would spoil the plot twist here. I don't even know what to say anymore. Byler has never been more endgame. I swear to fucking God.
And listen, I have watched a lot of shows where there was very obvious queer baiting on the writer's part. Supergirl had that with Kara and Lena. Supernatural did it very shamelessly with Dean and Castiel.
I love you.
Once Upon a Time did it. Xena did it. Sherlock did it too, and that's why a lot of fans refused to accept the ending didn't honor that. Are you seeing the parallels here? And in certain cases, fans do have a point. There is a real thing with writers signaling something to bait fans and never actually ending up going there, leaving them with a feeling of things being incomplete or frustrating. It has happened a few times, and even if I don't care, I can definitely see where that frustration is coming from. But I gotta admit, when it comes to Byler, this is one of the cases where I do not see what people are talking about. Like, at all. I've watched Stranger Things an insane number of times for many different reasons. For a few of them, I was in full analysis mode for videos, and no matter how many times I watch it, I just don't see it. The Byler theory makes absolutely no sense to me. And I know that shipping is not necessarily logical. Oftentimes it has nothing to do with the story or even the characters themselves or anything that's actually in the show. And it's just people being super obsessive about wanting two people to make out. But for the gigantic amount of people that are Byler shippers, this is just weird. I really think Byler fans are grasping at straws, and I don't even mean that disrespectfully, but I honestly think they got carried away with a whole lot of nothing. Every scene they say is full of romantic tension between the two does not feel romantic in the slightest. They just seem like two friends going through shit. Because that's what they are. Sure, there's the omnipresent caveat that Will is gay and in love with Mike, but while he is in love with Mike, I also never got the particular feeling that Will ever believed Mike and him would ever happen. On the contrary, a lot of the emotional weight within his one-sided love for Mike comes from knowing that it's never gonna happen, because Mike is straight and very much in love with Eleven. Throughout the entirety of the show, Mike has like one brain cell and it is entirely focused on Elle, if not himself. He's always been largely dismissive of his other friends. That's something he even admits in the show. He's focused on himself and on Elle because that's all he ever thinks about. The show never ever signals at any point that Mike has any sort of romantic feelings for Will. This really is just some widespread headcanon that got way out of hand. I can side with people when it comes to queerbaiting, but in this case, no, you guys are on your own. There's literally nothing there. But Dylan, the painting! I don't fucking care about the painting. That's not a proof of their love. It's a dumb tension storyline from season 4 that the Duffer Brothers clearly forgot about and never paid off. You guys are just reading into things in a way that doesn't even make that much sense. And even outside of the context of the story, the Duffer Brothers themselves said more than once that they are aware of the Byler thing and that they essentially do not care. That's just not something they're doing with their story, and they were never going in that direction. Finn Wolfhard was harassed for years about Byler, and the only comment he has ever made about it was during the press tour for season 5, where he said it wouldn't feel earned if it happened because it would essentially come out of nowhere. But despite everybody saying this, Byler fans somehow remained convinced that this was gonna happen. And then it didn't, obviously, and now they're upset. But I'm sorry, it's not queerbaiting when the people writing the show have basically said, yo, we're not doing this. Anything that may be perceived that way is coincidental. It's not happening. I personally think this is partially based on audiences' general aversion to intimate platonic relationships in media, and if two characters show any kind of intimacy or chemistry platonically on screen, people immediately want them to be romantic. Added to that, like I said earlier, shipping is very rarely logical, and it rarely has any attachment to the actual progression of the story. So it's just people being weird over two people they really want to see make out. That said, though, I will say, if I'm gonna give anything to the Byler crowd, while I think their obsession is bullshit headcanon and this was very obviously never gonna happen, this scene from the finale...
And you still think we can be friends? Friends? No thanks. Best friends.
That was personal. That felt like the Duffer Brothers intentionally giving them a very vocal middle finger at the end of their run. I am absolutely convinced this scene was the Duffers responding to the Byler phenomenon in the most condescending way imaginable. That scene was a dick move, and I'll give that to the Byler people. It's a little funny, but it's a real dick move. But it's not just the Byler fans in Conformity Gate, it's other fans. And believe me, they don't make any sense either. And that's essentially what I don't understand with the Conformity Gate cult. They don't make any sense, but in a way that makes them seem like really stupid people who just do not think with any kind of logic. Every time they turn out to be wrong about a release date, which has been a lot in just 2 months, they immediately jump on a new one, and people in their comments will tell them, yo, you gotta let this shit go. It's over. You guys gotta stop doing this. It's getting embarrassing. And when people tell them to just let it go and that the show is over, they always say, oh yeah? Then if it's over, why has nobody from Netflix or from the show confirmed that the show is over and nothing else is coming? They know about Conformity Gate. Why not release a statement? Why not confirm that the show is truly over? That's their big argument. They all say this. How come Netflix never addressed that the show is totally over? But they did. They made a whole documentary about it. The Duffer Brothers repeatedly said the show is fucking over. Joe Keery and Caleb McLaughlin were asked about it in interviews in recent weeks, and both of them were like, yeah, no, this is completely stupid. The show is over.
Did you see online everyone talking about the secret episode, Conformity
I did, yes. I was talking about this with Charlie, yeah.
So, is it true?
No, not true. Unfortunately, I'm here to absolutely squash your dreams. There's no 9th episode.
They're all saying it's over. They've been telling you it's over. It's so frustrating. They keep saying, we will let it go when the people from the show confirm publicly that nothing else is coming. But then when the people from the show do exactly that, they're like, they're obviously lying. It's all part of the plan.
Yes, guys, I have seen the interview with Joe Keery. I know he said that there wasn't going to be an episode 9. Why are we surprised that the liars are lying?
Do you think it would make sense if they had one of their actors, who is definitely on an NDA, go on a radio show that's internationally broadcasted to spoil the secret? No! Absolutely not.
He did the interview on BBC, therefore invalidating his statement because it goes by international broadcasting laws. It is not the same as here in America. Joe Keery saying this does nothing. It's just feeding into the delusion that we are not getting anything else.
And the stupidity extends to other parts of their delusion. If you don't know, a lot of the Conformity Gate people on TikTok have noticed that when people talk about Conformity Gate, the company Slim Jim, that makes snacks, responds in the comments by agreeing with them or seeming very interested. It's the official account of the company too, so these creators, who are gullible as fuck and think everything under the sun is a clue, are like, ooh, know Slim Jim is in on it. They're pointing us to the right direction. They're letting us know we're on the right trail. They know something. But what they don't seem to realize is that Slim Jim comments on everything on TikTok. Like, everything. And every time they do, the comment goes in agreement with whatever the video is saying. Meaning, while Slim Jim did comment on videos agreeing with Conformity Gate, they also commented on videos talking about how bad the finale was and agreed with people. This isn't a clue. It's probably just a fucking intern who was tasked with engaging with posts on socials for promotional purposes. Every fucking company does that now. And it works too, because some of the Conformity Gate creators have made TikToks with Slim Jim products that they bought to figure into their conspiracy videos. And they don't see what's happening. You guys are being baited into promoting products to your audiences for free. You can't make this shit up. It's the same thing with Matthew Modine. After the finale aired, Matthew Modine, the actor who played Dr. Brenner on the show, has been having a lot of fun posting some behind-the-scenes little iPhone videos he took on set over the years. He probably wasn't allowed to post them before, but now that the show is over, he's just having his fun with it. Naturally, though, the conspiracy theorists that are Conformity Gate people immediately saw that as yet another sign that Conformity Gate is real, because Matthew Modine is like posting videos of himself as Brenner on set, and he's answering cheeky little things in the comments, and they read too much into it without really thinking. Because Matthew Modine is a fucking troll. He's just fucking around. He doesn't take social media seriously. He's always doing shit like this. But he's also been very candid about his feelings about the show. Somebody on Instagram asked him point blank, "Did you like the ending of the series?" And he legit answered, "Nope." Do you think he would be doing this shit if he was to appear in a secret episode? Not everything is a clue, my guy. But in season 4, everybody forgot Will's birthday. Yeah, guess what? Because the Duffers forgot about it too. But in season 5, Joyce says Will was taken when he was 11, when season 1 makes it clear he was 12. She misremembered. Yeah, guess what? Because the Duffers forgot about that too. Do you not get it? The Duffers are stupid. They don't pay attention to the shit they write. They don't pay attention to their lore. They don't even care about their lore. They don't care about this show. They get things mixed up all the time. They introduce details in the story that they forget about, so they are constantly writing plot holes. They're just not good writers. There's no hidden meaning behind the fact that everybody forgot Will's birthday in season 4. They just forgot about it. The Duffers admitted they forgot and made a mistake. Those clues you guys are finding everywhere of inconsistency or weird writing that seems really bad, aren't you finding proof that this is all a fake reality? It's you finding endless evidence that the writing is bad and that the Duffer brothers did not pay attention or care about any of those details. The interviews they've been doing are very telling of that. The continuity errors are not part of a secret master plan to trick the audience. They just didn't think it through. The endless plot holes and lore inconsistencies that destroy the logic of the show. It's not secret genius writing towards a conspiracy of a secret episode. They didn't think it through. The last conversations between the characters didn't feel off because it was a signal that something was off. They felt off because they were written like shit. The final battle wasn't easy to win because it was all an illusion to make us believe they won. The finale was just that uninspired. The ending being dog shit and empty and devoid of any real stakes isn't a ploy to make you question things or a sign of Vecna shifting reality. It's just bad writing. They half-assed this story to the end. They didn't think it through. They consistently contradicted their own writing because they just forgot about shit. And that is it. Stranger Things wasn't supposed to be a 5-season series. I don't care what the Duffer brothers say. They're lying and frankly trying to convince us that this shit was the story they planned 10 years ago is incredibly insulting to our intelligence. They made a show that was meant to be a one and done. They had worked hard and developed a great idea that they executed amazingly. But then Netflix got greedy, so did they. They decided to keep it going and just made shit up as they went with no real plan, and they got tied up in the reality that the show became the biggest show in the world. So when it came time to end it, they got scared to take any risks because they have no balls, and they made the safest ending they could come up with because they didn't want to upset anyone. They forgot about things, they messed up the continuity because every season retcons lore from the previous seasons, and it got convoluted, and they didn't know how to fix it, so the show is full of plot holes and inconsistencies because their writing is just weak. The end. There's nothing else to it. Stranger Things ended as a show for nobody, designed to please everyone, and it failed at it. Honestly, watching the whole Conformity Gate debacle go down in real time genuinely made me understand how some people are gullible, delusional, stubborn, and stupid enough to believe in the flat earth. You people are giving the same energy. You're literally the pop culture equivalent of flat earthers. Guys, it's really not that hard. Stranger Things is not a good show. It hasn't been since season 1. It's not a smart show. It's definitely not a product of the genius writing from the Duffers that is a million steps ahead of everyone that you guys have fantasized out of thin air that was never actually there. You want to watch a real genius show that actually treats you with intelligence, an actual good story from the first episode to the very last, a real story by an actual genius writer where every second counts and you really have to pay attention to everything you see on screen because everything is a clue to the future of the story, so much so that even after watching it dozens of times, you still notice clues that were hidden that you didn't see the previous times. You want a story that actually feels like the real piecing together of a mystery and where everything adds up to the end? Okay, good. Watch Attack on Titan. This shit will blow your mind. It is one of the greatest modern stories ever told. An incredibly powerful tale about the horrors of war and the very concept of humanity. And it is one of the most morally complex mysteries you will ever see and some of the greatest twists in TV history. Watch The Night Of, watch Pluto, watch Monster. Both made by the same creator and two of the most complex murder mysteries ever made. I made a whole video about the antagonist of Monster, and I guarantee you, Vecna doesn't do shit next to this guy. But above anything, my conclusion here is watch Dark. Dark is my favorite TV show of all time. It's also a Netflix series. It's from Germany, and I like to refer to it as Stranger Things for grown-ups. It is a masterpiece of narrative writing, character writing, direction, editing, acting, music, everything. It's a masterpiece in every aspect imaginable. And just like Stranger Things, Dark is also a story about a little boy in a small town who goes missing under strange circumstances. Strange circumstances that might be linked to something supernatural. That's all I'm gonna say. If you want a show with great intrigue, impeccable art direction, great performances, and a story that actually respects your intelligence as an audience member, and that also has one of the greatest endings in the history of TV, as well as one of the most complex romantic storylines ever seen in media, please watch Dark. And fuck Stranger Things. Fuck this show and everything it is aside from season 1. I am so fucking tired of this shit. I said everything I had to say. I never want to talk about this fucking show ever again. Like I said, in order to stomach this piece of shit final season, I have to tell myself that Stranger Things is only a one-season miniseries, and everything that comes afterwards is an alternate universe with different lore and story. In my headcanon, seasons 2 to 5 are fan fiction. It's all fanfic written by some teenagers on Tumblr that for some reason also happen to be named Ross and Matt Duffer. I will rewatch season 1 a billion times because it's fucking phenomenal, and everything that came after that can swiftly go fuck itself. Stranger Things will not go down in history as a fondly remembered series. It's just not. Just like Game of Thrones, even if people can recognize that it was a gigantic series that was once great, It's a show that will forever be remembered for how bad its ending was. It's the first thing that will come to mind, and that is entirely deserved. I'm done. Peace out. I never want to hear Running Up That Hill again.
I'm in my runs, still at war with them. Cowboy bebop's and 6 years born again. Don't break my groove, got nothing to prove. Astrovision move, Ruby disapproves. I'm in my runs, still at war with them. Cowboy bebop's and 6 years born again.